8 minutes past the hour, a brand new edition here of the Kickoff Hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for making, the show part of your daily routine. There's a lot out there. My goodness, there is. And you have chosen the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff Hour is going to get things going with the Good Time Gang, and then Rick and Bubba join us 1 hour from now. Willamette could spin. It has not spun because yesterday was the first day back from their vacation for this week, and it was full of recaps from Rick's Atlanta airport saga that it was just unbelievable. It just kept growing. Could not believe it. Today, Bubba has some updates on his adventures over his spring break vacation, plus your phone calls. As I said, the Willamette could spin. Rick and Bubba, hey, you never know how many times a week you think we get told that. There is so many things on the table. You just never know what will be discussed. Well, Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling, and he's fired up for another edition of the show. And over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Yeah.
Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Sure.
Ready to
Sure.
go.
Ready to go. Fired up. Tackle the day. Here we go.
Sure. Tackle the day. Here we go, boys. Here we go.
Got an issue at the house. I don't know how to address it. I want to be as kind as I can, but that's not my nature. And it's a big deal at our house. Like, a front door is something you use all the time.
True.
We use our front door a lot.
Well, yeah.
I enter the house that way a lot. Take the dog out that way a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Go get the mail.
Mm-hmm.
Go pick a weed or two. Use that door a lot. But something has happened to that door, and I have been told, can't use the front door anymore till this is gone.
Really?
And I'm like, what is that? No.
Huh.
We got a bird nest in the wreath hanging on the door. And I've been told you cannot use, there's eggs,
Get them
soon
before
to
they
be
hatch.
babies. So what do we do?
I think if you get there before they hatch, you're good. Bust the eggs.
What do you mean? Bust them?
Throw them out.
Oh, Greg, that's not happening.
Now, once they hatch, I don't
You
know.
think
You think Amanda
Okay,
Helms is going to let that
you
happen?
think my wife, who's a bird
Well, they're
lover,
just
bird
eggs.
watcher,
Yes.
feeding,
bird
bird
listen, I have
feeder?
the same thing in my house. We have a bird feeder, and I'll be honest with you, they're kind of fun to watch.
Right.
You wouldn't believe
okay.
the red birds we have. It's outrageous. But anyway, they used to build every year, and I imagine they're starting now. I need to look under the edge of my house, whatever kind of bird it is, I don't know.
Yep.
And if I caught it before the eggs hatched, a lot of times I'd grab it and get rid of it.
Greg,
Now,
that's
once
not,
they
that doesn't
hatch,
even
I
make
don't-
sense
I'll leave
anyway.
them alone.
Because that wasn't bothering a thing.
Well, but they're going to.
No, yeah, and
They're
they'll
going
be,
to.
boy,
There's going to be a lot
back.
of doo-doo
Let me
on
tell
front of your door.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, get a hose.
I'm just
look,
saying, I mean,
Greg,
I have a nest in the door.
Well, we eat
Can
chicken
I
eggs.
suggest?
With eggs.
Can I suggest one thing? Can you take it off and carry it, and then hang it somewhere?
They ain't going to put up with that.
No.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
I'm looking for advice.
I would
And-
say
and,
this.
and thank you.
That's
for
a
that. That's a
suggestion.
suggestion.
Maybe just,
unlike kill the eggs,
and then maybe
Well, I'm just
go
saying,
hang it
kill
on
the
the other
birds.
go hang it somewhere else on the house or and just
Weed
and
eggs.
let
I
them
don't
do
think
their
that,
thing.
I don't think that works. I think
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think the bird likes that.
Well,
but
I'm just saying if it was built in there and you pick it up,
no,
to them, it's
they don't like that.
I know that,
They're
but I'm
mad
just
about it.
trying. I'm trying to figure
Listen,
it out here.
I've seen them every year. I try it like their persistence is
They are,
crazy,
yeah.
and they'll go one twig at a time. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I know.
But they'll start, and I'll go knock it down.
Mm-hmm.
They just keep going. I'll knock it down. They just keep going. I try to get it just as they're starting, but then once they hatch, and I guess once they exit there, you might as well ride it out.
Well, I tell you,
They're there.
Yeah, and once
Wait,
they
you hear me?
once they find them a place, it is like clockwork.
And I'm-
Every year, here they
Oh,
come.
I
They're
get 'em
back.
every
They
year.
got their spot.
And I'm gonna tell you this. It's funny how big the babies get, and they're still trying to stay in that nest, and they can't fit.
Well, that's
They're
what
all-
Amanda-
They're huge.
Yeah, and they're like,
That's what
I
I'm.
know. But then they get bigger. I know. They're doing that, but when they get to that big size, when it's time for them to leave, it's like they don't want to go, and they can't fit in it.
yeah.
So we have the main wood door and then the glass door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the wreath is hanging on the glass door.
Well, you're not gonna be able to
And
use the door.
Well, that's what Amanda keeps saying. And
'Cause
see,
you
we've
go
been
open and
using
close
it.
it.
We've been using
Wait
it.
a minute. So say that again.
So you have here's inside of our house,
And that's what?
and that's the wood door.
Okay.
And then on the outside you have this glass door.
Okay.
Okay. And the wreath is hanging on this side.
All right. With that one of those little suction
No,
one of those
it
little
goes over
suction
Yeah.
cup hooks.
Yes,
Wow.
but it goes over the door too.
Oh, okay, so
That's
it
what I'm
hangs
saying.
down.
So it
Got
hangs.
it.
Now
got
he
it.
may be right if you move the whole wreath.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Just
I was
pick it
thinking-
up and
yeah.
move it, and then hang it somewhere else.
Hang it on a tree.
To them, it's still their same little setup.
Yeah,
It's
as long
just-
as you're not moving the nest, picking
Yeah,
the
I'm not
nest.
saying pick up. I'm saying pick up the whole thing and then hook it somewhere else.
I don't know.
If it don't work out.
Well, Greg, I can't. Amanda's gonna know it's me if I move the whole thing. The problem is the
Yeah, hang it on-
nest
hang it
is
on a
sitting.
limb.
The nest is sitting almost back up against the
You
glass.
see, then that's not going to work.
I feel like if I move,
I thought it might
it's
be
gonna
sitting
fall.
in it. Yeah, if it, yeah. You
I
don't
mean,
want
it's a
that.
nice little setup they've got. It's up under a cover and all that.
Look,
but,
Mama got
but
it
I
like
have
she likes
I
it.
have been told
take
we
care of
can't. Well, I didn't know, Greg. I didn't find this out this weekend. And then there's
It's too
doggone
late.
eggs already in there.
Yeah, you
And
can't
so
do
now
that.
I'm sitting here going, well, if we open, Amanda's like, you can't open that door if
get
babies
ready
in there.
for
They're
every
going to
year.
fall out. Because to Greg's
Yeah.
point, they're all in there, all bunched up.
Sure.
Listen, when
No
they first
room.
come out, they got a little room, but as they grow,
Yeah.
oh my, and they stay in there. And they're just
Yeah,
all,
it's something
all up
else.
against each other.
How many times does that wooden door open and we're just looking in there?
Oh, all the time.
She's looking
Yeah.
in the glass door.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, so you open
I
and
even
close
do
that
that a
glass
little bit.
door. If it's leaning on the glass door, then it's going to shake off, and then they're gone. So, at the other house, I just realized something. We kind of use the front door a little bit more. We never used the front door at the other house. It was always the side door.
I don't
So you use
I
it a
never
lot?
Use my front door,
Yes.
okay.
All the time. I mean,
but they could
it is
build
our
on
main
my,
door.
My front door because I never use it.
Well, you know what else you could do? I mean, we're giving you suggestions.
Yeah.
You could take
I
off
need
the
'em.
glass door and lean it somewhere else around the house.
Yeah, I'd do that. or hams, or
Greg, you went. Here's what's amazing,
Greg,
Greg.
you can't do
Is
that.
you immediately
Snakes
went.
gonna eat 'em anyway.
You immediately went to get rid of the eggs. That was your first
I'm saying
suggestion.
If you come across them a lot
For those of you that can't see, Greg acted like he
You
was
ever been
grabbing
trim-
something and throwing
you
it.
ever been trimming bushes and all of a sudden you come across them, you're like, dang it, and they're in the bush, and they're,
What are they doing?
they'll little mouths.
That
open.
thought you were mom. They're just
Yeah.
opening it up. Feed me. You got your little handle there, buddy. It looks like to
Thank
me.
you for actually having a heart and caring about
I'm
this.
just saying.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you want to use that front door, you're not going to use that front door and be the person that ruins it all. Okay?
Our
and
front
stay
door-
where it's at. So the only option is to try to move it. And if you can't take the wreath off and move it, then you're going to have to take the door off.
So, but I need to know if birds are okay with you moving a nest, even if it's moving a wreath with the
Probably
nest
not.
in it.
I'd try it though.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But the word spelled, without an L there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. It's frustrating.
One important point there.
Frustrated.
There you go. But in copy, no way.
Frustrated.
No way in copy.
We'll not do it again.
It's just
Frustrated.
it's just like some of you, and we laugh because there's certain things we can't say.
Frustrated.
I struggle with with the word reward.
You had to
Well,
close your eyes.
I did.
did.
And
Rick,
so,
you like flinched
I
when
know.
you said it.
Well,
It
because
looked
I was trying to make my mouth work. And so then, by the way, keep in
see,
mind,
I can say reward.
this is the only show that has been on this long that features not one, but a group of men with speech impediments.
Correct.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Equal opportunity, Rick. And also the things we've done to grammar we should be arrested for. I mean, we should be not allowed to speak the English language. So anyway, we
It's a mess anyway.
it is. So we have an affiliate
Frustrates
in
me.
in Huntsville, and I know y'all must laugh at me all the time. Not only do they want to put the word reward in the copy, that's what I was taught at speech class. Just pause a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just gather yourself.
They want to call it Rick and Bubba rewards. So now I've got to put all that together.
Yeah.
And I know that some days it hits and some days it misses, and I apologize for that. But it's we doggone it, we try, don't we?
We do. We
Oh.
do. And it's amazing to me the number of people that work with speech and speech. What do you call the people?
Speech
Speech
impediments?
therapist.
Well, yeah, any of that
Is there
kind of
another
stuff that
word?
we have that are in the audience.
Pathologist. Okay.
The fact we can't say it, that makes it better.
Let me tell you this. Let me just
How
tell
does
you
the
this.
bump on your head say it?
Well, I was going to say, Bubba, the bump could say frustrated for you. You could paw and go, frustrated.
All right, so let me.
It's still part of the sickness.
I know. Let's go back to this. So we struggle talking, and we do a show called a talk show.
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to be sure I have that right.
Yep.
Got it.
That's it, buddy.
Yep.
Wasn't
You've
that,
nailed that one.
what's next? Bubba and I going to run the last leg on the relay.
Yeah.
So it
Comes the third leg.
But it's so funny.
Pretty frustrating.
Listen, watching people come here.
Do you not feel like the word would be better with an L in it?
But no, I've just always went with the other.
Yeah. Frustrating.
Frustrating.
Am I saying that right?
And,
Boy, that's frustrating.
and-
I wish
and-
you would say
And
that.
Bubba also.
I don't think I've ever said
frustrating.
frustrating, ever.
And Bubba also
Have
instead
you ever
of
been flustered?
Bubba.
Not really. Maybe that's why. You have and I haven't.
Bubba says debut for debut.
He does.
Yes.
Well, let's all admit,
Register for
Yeah,
register.
Yeah, puts a D in there.
So register.
Right.
I didn't know the list was so detailed.
Yeah, right. There's
Well, we do a lot of commercials.
We do, but a lot of commercials.
We
like
overcame Toyota. We got that one.
Yeah, right.
Toyota.
Right. That was a.
So there is hope.
And we hope and pray that no one. I don't see why they would.
Architectural review.
Yeah,
I got that one.
I don't know why anybody would ever be selling Chihuahuas, but we hope they don't.
Right.
No.
Right.
Then you never know.
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
No, it's not Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
There you go. Well,
That's
sort
what I
of.
said. Chihuahua.
Ain't no need to get hurt now.
Chihuahua.
But in the audience, when we have speech therapists or pathologists,
Right.
English teachers,
Yeah.
Sure.
and people who deal with people that have all sorts of,
Mental issues.
mental issues.
Oh, wow.
They just
There it was.
they can't believe this show is allowed to go on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, available is a tough one for me.
Available?
I have a lot of
There's some words, and I'm trying to remember one that no matter how many times you try to get me to say it, I just can't.
I can say Massachusetts now.
Yeah,
That's
that was-
because you went
Remember, I had to go to that
speech
broom
therapy.
closet that time.
we all worked on that one. I think we
Yeah.
all finally
Massachusetts.
got that. Well,
Massachusetts.
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 Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well.
Well, I sure have been frustrated this morning.
Well, here's the thing we must discuss. And let me set the table for those of you that are just now joining us. Just now joining us. We've talked for years about the things we can't say, and there's things that have gone on here with the way we speak that are just absolutely horrifying. There's been some subject.
Or
there's
are
some,
we ahead of the curve?
There's some subject.
Trendsetter.
There's some subject verb relationships that really that are just unacceptable and audacious. But I will say this: the word "frustrated" may have a new day on this program. It's found its way into a commercial that runs on the network that Greg even tried to edit out. That Bubba says "frustrated" instead of "frustrated." He's always said it that way. Well. We have done some research, and I hope our buddy who's driving to Clearwater just takes a big old.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. We're not into this, hey, today's this, National, Radio Goob Day or whatever. But from time to time, we do bring up things just for conversation. And today, I think we're going to have a pretty easy go with today. It is apparently National Goof Off Day. And isn't that kind of what we do?
National Goof Off.
Goof Off Day. And we had a discussion.
We probably need to have a national Get Serious Day.
Yeah, but we get I know I do from the house. I get criticized for goofing off a lot. Even though we're problem solvers and we got to get things done. I mean, we'll goof off a lot with the boys, and Terry being the only female in the house, sometimes she gets caught up in it.
Yeah.
And then the classic question, "What's wrong with you?" is asked, and then I don't know how to really answer that because I'm the ringleader in something the boys have done or I've done. Yesterday we tried. Terry got caught goofing off. JC was coming in from practice late, ready to eat, fired up, and then she tries to hide in the pantry and scare him when he comes in and just bust up out of the pantry, And he never would get out of the car, so she ended up standing there for like 5 minutes.
That's funny.
But I said, I'll be at the window, and I'll let you know when he's coming. And I kept acting like he was coming, and so she stayed in there. Well, here he comes. Well, no, wait a minute. And then
you went
finally minutes went by, and she just leaned out. She said, "What's wrong with you? He's not coming." He was still actually in the car, but I was acting like he was coming. And she was like, "What's wrong with you?"
Did Did he ever show up?
Yeah, but then she found out he was on in a serious phone conversation with somebody, so she's like, probably not the time
Ruined
to
the whole
jump out,
thing,
and,
Oh, actually,
and
that's the
scare
best
somebody. But then the discussion started, and we were talking with Tyler about something. And I asked Terry, I said, be honest, because sometimes you'll text me like really serious stuff during the show when I'm working, and you forget that we're working because you hear us goofing off a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, I have to admit that you're right. I'm like, because it'll be like something, hey, I got a serious question, and it's like right in the middle of the show. It's like, so I'm just going to answer that.
I've
can
actually
you
told
give me a
Amanda
little bit of
before.
time? And she forgets we are working, even though it doesn't sound
you're
like
all
it.
over it.
I get it.
And she will get on me because I don't respond immediately, or even will call. You never answer your phone, and I'm like, babe, I would never. When you're working, okay, when you're lactating those babies over there as a consultant, breastfeeding, I never think, hey, I've got something serious right now that I must have an answer on.
Right.
With the kid. I think through it. I think, you know what? Don't bother her at work. Right. She don't need to be thinking about that for the next couple hours.
Yeah.
Hit that with her when she gets home.
Yeah. And so
They don't think like that.
No, they don't.
They think we're goofing around all morning, and we do have fun.
Well, think of
okay, we do have fun.
Yeah.
No doubt. I laugh more in these 5 or 6 hours that we spend together than I do all week.
Yeah.
So, but that doesn't mean we're not still working.
Yeah. I mean, if laughing is good for you, then we're all right, because we do get our laughing in. But it all started with Tyler is a high school baseball coach, and he teaches in special education too. But his job is coaching, right? Well, he's getting married at the end of May. So his fiance will every now and then Mabry will come to a baseball game. Well, she never really followed baseball, and so she's trying to learn the ins and outs of being a soon baseball coach's wife. Yeah. And there's some learning that goes along with that, and she doesn't really deal with cold weather and stuff. Hey, not coming to those games, and unfortunately for baseball, that's half the season. Yeah. There's no reason to be struggling through that. So she's trying to learn the etiquette of how you interact while somebody's actually coaching during a baseball game. And so that's started the conversation with Terry, because Terry was trying to give him advice, and I was like, you're giving advice? You're texting me during the show, which kind of led to some funny stuff. And then the whole goof-off thing, that's all you do. And this was a funny one, though. The players for Tyler, and this is how it all started, he is down after a baseball game. Some of his pitchers needed to get some throwing in, so he did an after-game bullpen where they were going to throw 20 pitches or whatever. And so he's down there with a few of the pitchers and catchers after the game, way down in the bullpen. And Mabry is standing around. This is how he tells it. And some of the players, and I got to tell them this was a good one, that were hanging out waiting, said, no, you can go down there if you want, and ask him when he's ready to leave.
Oh, yeah, that's the good one.
Okay? And I thought, well, this is brilliant.
Yeah.
So she goes down, now picture this, she goes down, finds her way into the bullpen, and busts open the gate of the bullpen and asks him, hey, when are we leaving? And he looked at her like, "What are you doing? I'm working. What are you doing?" Yeah. And then he looks down towards the dugout where all the other players and every one of them are out looking. Cannot wait for the reaction.
Oh yeah.
And that just was hilarious. She was like, "What are you?" He's like, "What are you doing? I'm working down here."
Yeah, go ask him.
But it doesn't appear as though you are, because you're just down there. So to somebody that doesn't know the etiquette and all that, she's trying to figure it out.
I thought you said she asked him to go to the concession stand.
Yeah.
Hey, will you go get me a Coke, dog?
No, but hey, you know what? The gate to the bullpen opens up. And she's like, "Hey, when are we leaving? Are we go?" You're like, "Really?"
He needs to be ready for this. He needs to be ready for this one.
But the good one on the players, because they were all really loving it.
Yeah, I'd have done so.
He does need to be ready for this one during the game. Hey, honey, I left my check card at home. Can I have yours?
It's between innings.
Yeah. But that's been
like
very
a timeout.
entertaining, because she is the sweetest thing, but she's trying to learn this whole deal, and she's like other coaches' wives and others are kind of trying to come up to and go, let's go to lunch. I can really fill you in.
Not the bullpen during
Maybe not during the bullpen or as he's coaching. Hey, psst, hey.
Yeah. Come here.
It's so men and women. It's just a comical how different we actually are on things. And we were having a conversation last night, and Amanda was telling me something about a decision that another man had made in regards to his daughter, and I simply said, "I understand where he's coming from." That's all I said.
Right.
Well, you're a jerk if you think that.
Oh no.
I said, time out. I said I understand. I didn't say I agreed with him. I didn't say I would make the same decision. I just said,
Well, and you were backtracking at that point.
I understand what he's going through and the based off the
that ain't what I
information.
meant. Yeah.
That's exactly. I understand it. I wouldn't do it. Well, that's a jerk response. So you're just going to be a jerk just like him. No, that's not what I said. I just said I understand his mindset on this because I have kids too, and I see where he's going. I wouldn't do it. But she was not buying. I did at that moment. I said I understood what this guy was doing. I was a jerk.
Well, you're a jerk.
There was no change in that.
No, there wasn't.
Okay, I'm a jerk.
All right. Well, so today's a normal day. It's National Goof Off Day, so we just do our thing.
Well,
let's just do our thing, and we'll be all right. Get in trouble a lot for goofing off. And I blame my sons. Really, they kind of pull me in sometimes too.
All right.
And everybody's laughing. You
Got
know?
an audience.
And who you think gets in trouble?
Got a
That'd
little
be me.
audience.
All right, we'll take a
Goofball.
break. We'll come right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bunch of this, puts it in his pipe, and has a little frustrated smoke. We have gone into the modern day dictionary, and undoubtedly the word frustrated has now been recognized as a word.
Hams, you want to present?
Well, first of all, and Bubba, by the way, I loved your tweet that you just put out. You said "Hello World" or "Take this world" or whatever it was.
I was much more nice than that. I
Something
said,
about
"Okay."
kiss this, B.
I said, "Oh, no, I did not." I said, "Okay, here you go, world." Just a little update.
Well, that was kind of taking a shot.
Oh, wow. So I'm going to start researching Register. See if
All right,
it's
so there is a yourdictionary.com.
Oh, I don't know that he should do this. I just got a tweeter from Bubba that says "share the F." But anyway, so
no, that's not right.
Y'all. All right, but that's
So good. That is awesome, man.
I wish Bubba would have thought of that.
but anyway, so tell us what.
All right, so yourdictionary.com. Hey, if you go say dictionary, don't stop in the middle of it.
No, Speedy.
None of us can talk.
Yourdictionary.com.
Don't look at Speedy's head; you'll never get
says-
through it.
Look at it.
Frustrated is frustrated to the point of being flustered, or vice versa. Then, if you go over to now, this is not yourdictionary.com. This is Webster.
Oh,
I mean,
so
Webster,
this is the
Webster,
authority.
Webster has the corner market
This
on
is the
definitions.
authority.
This is one thing to win the coaches poll. This is the one that counts.
If you go to their
Take the
website
Harris.
and you search the word frustrated, it comes up as an adjective that means the same exact thing, flustered.
So
if you're flustered, you're frustrated.
so
Right, but
frustrated.
he's talking about frustrated.
Right.
So, but frustrated, you're saying you can
Oh,
say
what's
frustrated.
That's the same
That's
thing,
just being
guys.
really
It's-
frustrated.
Yeah, to another degree.
so
Frustrated to the point of being flustered.
So inside the content
Or
of this
vice versa.
commercial, and you're
Yeah.
talking about security issues, those would really get you frustrated.
So you could be flustered to the point of being frustrated.
Take it off the
Yes.
production list, Greg.
All right,
We're
Bubba.
good.
No
We're good.
editing in that spot.
If we could get
Frustrated.
register,
That baby's dead on.
if we could get register and there's a couple more, we'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a pile of them over here too.
Hams, how do you make a Pinterest poster? Do you know?
You want one?
I won't pin one out there.
I would like the audience to know, though, that I did officially move away from ethnicity to ethnicity.
That's very good.
So I did change
What about
that.
applicable to applicable?
That's
Which one
tough.
is it? Is it applicable or applicable?
I don't want to have fun.
Applicable.
That's,
Now,
we
there
got
are
too many
some
other issues
words
to
you
get
can
into that.
say
you just
multiple
say?
ways,
They
right?
are.
That doesn't
Absolutely.
count.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
absolutely.
things that are
Like
supposed to be said.
I think
advertisement.
applicable and
We can't say it.
I think that word.
Applicable is what
Advertisement
I
or
always say.
adversement. You know, everybody got into that.
I'm
for
sorry?
A while. You know what
I've
I mean.
never heard that before. What
Yeah.
did you just say?
You know what I mean?
See, now you've shown
Hey, look, you
Adversement.
Bubba. Down the ball, you've won.
Yeah.
Down the ball, you've won.
Don't do like that day. And I don't think you bowed too quick. You remember the Black Panther that day
I
you
do.
bowed and you had to take your bows
I
back?
had to rebound. I had to bow back.
Are you going?
Yeah. We're not having that.
I want to get this right before we go any further because I want it to be documented on this day and locked and loaded. From this day forward, according to Webster's dictionary, frustrated is a word, and Bubba was using it correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
And Rick, I'm going to go this.
Do we
I'm
have
gonna
a
go this
sound
far.
effect of angels singing?
Do you want to stand up, Rick? It gave all mankind hope. It is finished. Changing the relationship between God and sinful man forever. We'll be back. Kick off a Good Friday today and the entire weekend as Christians all over the world have been celebrating from Palm Sunday all the way through Holy Week, and then, of course, the Jewish community with Passover, and then today the crucifixion, and Sunday the resurrection. And we'll definitely, we won't spend the entire show on that, but we'll continue to refer to that and celebrate that today since we, here on the program, are all followers of Christ and Christians, and we'll be celebrating that on the show today as well. But around the world, there are other things going on, and a lot of this, a lot of tension around the world, as predicted, by the way, and as there will always be during a fallen creation. But I started, I had a lot going on yesterday. I had a very, very active day, and so I saw all the information started coming out that, hey, we've dropped another bomb. At first, I didn't know who we dropped it on. You know,
Right.
because
There's a little confusion
because we just.
All right, we're back. 25 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. They join us in 30 minutes from now. The wheel of meat could spin today. We'll talk to Span. I know Texas has been hit pretty hard with some severe weather. That is kind of inching its way east and will affect some other states that are in the Rick and Bubba audience. And so we'll talk to Span on how that can impact your day. So be tuning in for that. We'll talk to him in about an hour and a half from now. Also, a number of other different things going on with the show. Wheel of Meat could spin. You've got a lot happening. Yesterday afternoon, you know, this whole quarterback carousel where, some pretty big names. You know, they're either re-signing or they're going to other teams. And you got Deshaun Watson. He's back. He's going to the Browns. Yesterday, Matt Ryan leaving the Falcons. The Colts picking him up. Mariota, the Falcons signing him. Jameis Winston, the Saints are keeping him after their bid for Deshaun Watson kind of fell through. But trying to keep up with the quarterback carousel and guys moving around, and I don't think it's over because there's some other teams that need quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield, where would he go? This whole broadcasting, these broadcasters that are jumping around. We talked about Troy Aikman leaving Fox and going to ESPN. But while we were on spring break vacation, Joe Buck agreed to a deal, and so he's joining him. Is that right? Joe Buck is
correct.
going with Troy.
He is, and then so you got the band back together there at ESPN.
Right.
He's not going to call baseball. He's just going to do Monday Night Football. And then Greg has the story for today that broke yesterday in regards to Al Michaels.
Yeah, he's going to Amazon, who is going to do Thursday night NFL.
Yeah.
They're saying I think it's going to be Kirk Herbstreit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that too.
partner.
That's what I'm seeing here, too.
They didn't give details on the money, but they said Al Michaels' contract is comparable to Joe Buck's, which is $75 million over.
Yeah.
So Joe,
years,
so here's what we got. We got Joe and Troy back together at ESPN.
You're
You
happy.
got, yeah, I am. You got Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit, as far as what we can tell. Then that leaves the void at NBC with Michaels gone. So now Mike Tirico will step in with Collinsworth Fox is the only one that really doesn't have anybody right now because CBS has Nance and Romo.
Right.
And
Everybody keeping up with this?
So here's
Like
what you got to
spinning the
think
wheel of
What
about.
about them salaries?
Here's what
Yeah.
you got to think about. Fox has the Super Bowl for next year.
Okay.
So no announcers at this
Don't you
point.
think?
Did you say Buck's out of baseball now?
Yes, he's going to do some special. I know. I don't like it at all.
I like that call.
who's
him
gonna-
and Smoltz was good. They were good
Oh,
together.
yeah.
So Smoltz will still be doing baseball.
yeah.
Now, who's with him? They think it's going to be Joe Davis, I think, is his name. He's the Los Angeles Dodgers main voice. And I think he does a lot. I think that's probably who you'll see in that spot. But you
But
got
what's
a
the-
complete football deal to fill.
Yeah, and the football deal, the guy that we like but Greg doesn't like,
Gus Johnson.
Gus Johnson.
I
maybe?
don't
Is
dislike
he-
Gus. He needs to calm down.
He's always been a college guy, and I think he does some
He-
one-off NFL
yeah,
stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Joel Klatt is another. He's the Herb Street of Fox,
Right.
And so he does a good job.
Yeah.
That would be a good mix. But again, they're the main faces of the college world. So Fox has that avoid. There's another guy, Burkhart, I think's his name.
Okay.
That does NFL games on Fox too. But yeah, that's a huge. They're sitting there with a Super Bowl and no announcers that we know.
I heard Vern Lundquist probably on the list of Fox.
So, all right. So the Joe Buck deal.
what
We
I
were
heard.
talking about the money getting thrown around. He's signing a 5-year, $75 million deal to join Aikman at ESPN. It's saying here, Herb Street it still has 2 years remaining on his ESPN deal. Will also continue to do College Game Day and Saturday college games.
Yeah, he needs
Yeah.
to do that.
But the terms of his Amazon contract aren't fully
He could be a
known
busy
yet.
guy.
But
It is
he
interesting.
They say it's probably an 8-figure a year deal.
It is interesting that because of the streaming now that we have, that they allow Herb Street and Michaels, because he's still going to do a couple games himself. It is neat that they're allowing them to do both.
Yeah.
Like ESPN would never allow somebody to do something at NBC.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're just Amazon and it's streaming only,
Yeah.
they're allowing that, which I think is good. Now, so it says what happens next for the Super Bowl next season, since Buck and Aikman are gone. It's likely that Fox will elevate Kevin Burkhardt, which I don't even know who that
Who
is.
is that?
And
I went to school with
and
Kevin
the color guy would be Panthers former tight end Greg Olson,
Okay.
and he does a good job.
Yeah.
I think.
Who was a broadcaster, then came out of retirement to
Yeah.
play for a year.
No, you're thinking about
No, didn't he get
The
come
Cowboys.
out?
You're thinking about Witten.
Whidden. You're thinking about
I am
Whidden.
thinking
He
about
did-
him. Yeah.
But-
You're right. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking
Yeah.
about.
Do a good job, but that's a big step up for Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's a big promotion if
How
that's
about-
what they end up doing.
This top dollar in Al Michaels in this business, he's 77. He'll be 80 when his contract's
Yeah.
over. He's
Yeah.
still drawing
There was
that kind of
rumors
money.
that he
But
was gonna
he's
retire.
just really good.
Yeah. But he's going to go ahead and take a little bit more money.
I bet he
to-
ate a big steak after he got
yeah, let me
work
tell you.
because he don't eat vegetables.
No veggies. So Amazon, a lot of folks don't have Amazon Prime, so
Well, boy, they must think
I know a
do.
lot of times it was
think they'll-
sometimes confusing, like because Thursday night, Fox, or excuse me, the NFL Network would have it, and then sometimes it would mirror on CBS.
Yeah,
and
weird.
so when it comes to Amazon, is that going to be exclusive, or do you think that they'll mirror the broadcast on like the NFL Network too?
No,
just
I
for
think what
Thursday
they'll
nights?
do is they'll allow you to have it without Amazon Prime. In other words, you'll have the Amazon app, you'll go to it, and if you can watch it without subscribing to Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
That's what I
going to
think
have
will
to be
happen.
something.
I
like
could
that.
be wrong.
So-
But that's
So there you go. There's your announcer carousel.
because there's certain apps that if you go to, you can watch certain content without
Yeah.
subscribing,
Yeah.
and I think that's what
That'll
they'll
be
do
one
with
of
this.
those, yeah.
Sure. Man, so this is great for all future broadcasters though, because and I know these are well-known, household names that have been in the industry for a long time and earned these contracts, but the money being thrown around, it was funny. I was talking to the boys about the entertainment business, but really anything, you're never going to get paid more than you're worth, but you'll always get paid less. And so if these guys are getting paid this will let you know what the networks are making.
Yeah, they're not going to give them that money and lose.
No.
Can you imagine
No.
if I'm Buck, I'm having to make that phone call to Smoltz and go, buddy, I'm sorry,
Sorry, buddy.
I'm out.
What about
We've
Al?
had a good
What
run.
about Al to Chris?
Oh, I know.
No.
You know.
Well, the good news is
You think Chris is looking at Amazon going, I could have come with him.
Can I go with him?
the good news for Collinsworth is he's got Tarico sitting right there who's
Yeah.
done this. They've done some stuff
That'll
together.
be good.
So
Yeah.
that's an
Tarico's
automatic mash. But
All right, so HBO.
Of course, I don't like NFL on Thursday, but I like Al Michaels.
Yeah,
I may have to watch
yeah.
a little.
Not
'Cause I
H-
normally don't like the NFL on Thursday.
Not HBO, but is it Showtime? Who does the NFL?
You talking about the Inside the NFL?
Yes,
show?
Inside. Is it Showtime?
It used to be HBO.
Who's
and
on that?
It used to be HBO, and I think it showed. I used to watch it all the time back
yeah.
in the heyday, but
Yes.
I haven't watched it.
I used to
in years.
really like that.
Is
And
Boomer Esiason?
I saw something, and I was like, wow,
Joe
so that's,
Theismann, I think,
that's
at
still
one time.
running. That's still going.
I know, and I quit watching it years ago.
Yeah.
I remember when
Is Chris on that?
He used
Chris
to be.
Collinsworth? Okay.
He used to may still be.
all right, it
That's
says
what-
it originally aired on HBO up
That's why
until
I first said
when
2008.
Lynn Dawson was on there, I watched it all the time. I loved it.
Yeah.
It was picked up by Showtime in February of 2021. The show would be moved to Paramount Plus. So that's interesting that just
Okay.
one show has moved.
Does it
that
say
much.
who's on it? Does it give you the okay?
Well,
Because I thought I was
yeah,
wondering
hold
if when I thought about Chris Collinsworth, I thought of that.
He was on it for
That's how that
years.
came to
He
my
was
head.
on it for a long time.
Yeah,
In fact, that may be where he got started. I may be wrong after his playing days.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. By the way,
I think
on
that's
that.
right.
Okay.
I like Collinsworth.
So now it's
I
going to
do
go to
too.
it's going to go
I
to
do
now
too.
it's going to go to Paramount Plus.
Yes,
Okay.
I think it's already there. There's no announcers. I know y'all give Romo a hard time, but there is no NFL lineup that we've had up until this point that I did not like. I think all of them do a good job.
Mm-hmm.
The mainstays, you know.
yeah, there's
For a while, though, it's funny because Monday Night Football has tried to find a formula that works. They seem to be the one that's kind of moving around a little bit. Do we go with 2 or 3? You know, what do we do
we
here?
got
Well, they fixed
Booger
that.
at a cart.
But now they have dialed that one in.
They sure have.
and it used
I
to be
don't
the-
like Joe Buck not calling baseball. That is
I know.
that is a stickler with me. And I
Yeah.
do not like it, and it just goodness.
Yeah,
that
I
hurt.
like that.
Yeah.
To me, he's the voice of the fall. I mean,
Absolutely.
goodness
Yeah.
gracious.
Well,
There you go.
a lot of money flying around out there.
Speaking of that, you know, the USFL called me yesterday. Wants the 3 of us. Wants to know if we can.
No, not quite a big contract as everybody else is getting.
Well, good news, we won't have to do it long.
That's true. 1 year will be.
We're not going to get $75 million, but they said they'd throw us a couple hundred a game.
And they give us some gift cards.
And a hot dog.
Right.
Hey, that's worth a lot in this game.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dropped one on a bunch of them on Syria.
Right.
And
That
then,
was the Tomahawk cruise missile attack.
I thought, all right, we've either dropped more on Syria or we've dropped one on North Korea. I honestly, that was my mindset because I was so distracted with where we need to drop bombs. There's so many places.
Right. There's a lot of cleaning up in the garage.
Yeah, I didn't
It
know
needs to be
where
done.
we had dropped the bomb, and then I realized we actually dropped it on an ISIS group in Afghanistan. Right?
Well, in Afghanistan,
Tunnel area or
yeah,
something?
you've got this problem. It's mountainous and there's a lot of tunnels, and they like to dig in, and they play like the Gophers. They run out and shoot and go in a hole somewhere, and you trying to get all of them out of that is just a big mess. And I think they finally said, yeah, enough of that. Let's just level the whole area. And so they took care of some of that yesterday with what's known as the Moab, the mother of all bombs.
Now, this one is the biggest we have that's not nuclear.
That
right?
is correct. And if my understanding is correct, it's actually a little bit bigger than one of our smaller nuclears.
Now, I heard, this was me gathering information.
It's a big one, Rick.
After all the texting and all this starts that bomb has been dropped, now you go gather what it's about.
Right.
Somewhere in there, somebody threw out that one of our Green Berets had been killed by this bunch, too, in the last few days. And that, and that was also another reason to say, let's clean this up over there.
Well, they said that this was no direct retaliation for that.
Okay.
But that did happen. So,
But
it was 2 or 3
I think
days
it
away.
pushed everybody
Right.
to say, look, this area here we got to clean up.
Right.
This is just a
36 ISIS militants were killed. Weapons stash was destroyed, and of course the tunnels that you spoke of.
Yeah, they said that
So,
tunnel system was pretty. That's
pretty elaborate. Yeah.
Oh, they got a tunnel system.
Yeah.
So
we
anyway.
we probably cleaned up a lot of things that got rid of it. We didn't even know was in there.
Right.
And never will.
Well, when you drop something that's 21,000 pounds and 30 foot long,
Yeah, it's a biggie.
It's a big one.
Now there was all kind of names floating around yesterday. The one group was reporting the father of all bombs. That's incorrect. That's a Russian version of the Moab.
Easy.
Well, see, I kept hearing
That's slightly larger than the Moab.
When I first heard it, I thought somebody else refused to get off a United flight.
Right. You just don't know. You just don't know.
Bubba, maybe you can help me because everybody yesterday early was saying, I know people are saying mother of all bombs, but it's actually mass ordnance air blast.
Yes.
But they just call it mother of all bombs.
Right.
So which one is it?
It's
Or
both.
both.
It's
Okay.
both. I think you can, the military has their little sayings for everything, and I think the general populace media picked up mother of all bombs. It sounds cooler, I guess.
Well, I was going to say
We've got a Moab headed this way right now. The mother of all barbecue
Oh boy, you better
is
believe it.
headed this way right
Moab.
now.
But to me, if you really think about it,
Dreamland.
that title really isn't accurate because we have bombs that are more devastating than that. And we got some
Correct.
There,
Yeah.
It is not the
this
mother
is
of all bombs.
It is the mother of all non-nuclear bombs. Which, throw some extra letters in. It's not as much fun.
Because
to say.
somewhere some of our nuclear bombs are going, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You want to see some damage, turn me loose.
And,
You know what I mean?
obviously
I am
with
the
this,
mother of all bombs.
and this is a fairly new weapon. I mean, it was built to use in Iraq to clean out a lot of that, desert stuff there.
Right.
So, and you don't have the nuclear fallout problems
Right,
and all the
right.
contamination that goes with it that'll last a half-life.
Right.
So, it has its place, and I think they finally just said, hey, we got an area here. I mean, I know guys who have been in the military, who have been in that part of the world, who have been these guys that go door to door with caves, and they said, you cannot imagine how many caves there are.
Well, I tell you what it reminded me of is Vietnam. When they also built that tunnel system
Right,
and they disappear into the ground and pop up over here, and then you go in there after them, and now you're cornered. I mean, it's
Ricky Ticky Tavi knew not to go in the hole after the Cobra. Rick,
Right,
that was, don't get into all that.
Right.
There's no need for that. Clean it up.
yeah. So anyway, that bomb
Probably make good farmland after all this.
that bomb was dropped, and so that did happen, and it was to that tunnel system, and after another Green Beret was killed. So that was it might not have been officially retaliation, but I think it does send a good message.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've had a busy week in the military.
We have.
And,
Well, that's
it's,
what
and it's
President
ramping up for what looks like to be the Day of the Sun
right
coming up Saturday.
Is that Saturday the official Day of the Sun in North Korea?
Yes, that's their largest holiday. Their biggest, not Christmas, not New Year's, Day of the Sun.
Do they worship the sun? What they
No,
so fired
it's
about the sun?
it's when their country got started or
Okay.
something. They're
So-
born, or they're Kim Jong Un's granddad when he was born, or when he declared. I don't some kind of.
So-
maybe their 4th of July or something. I don't know.
It's SUN though. Are they talking about the literal sun?
That's
or is this-
that's the way it's spelled in the story.
But it could be something else. It could be some Asian sun word.
Well, who knows?
Yeah. Okay.
10 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. I thought about you guys. For YouTubers, we're playing Walking on a Dream, Empire of the Sun, and I saw where instrumental part of this song is in a new commercial, and I thought about y'all because this song, y'all like it, but it makes you feel kind of weird.
Yeah, it does.
And we don't know why. But it's when it
I
gets
got a
into,
dance that goes with it.
when it gets into its long run.
Yes, it's a non-look.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And then you go,
It involves any of this.
a lot of hand motion.
A lot of
Yeah.
hand motions. in
So
there.
anyway, when you're watching commercials on whatever show you're watching, and you hear the instrumental part of this kind of run out, it's right here like this part. You go, oh yeah, there it is.
You like
That's
that?
why I like this commercial. Look at me.
You're delaying it.
This portion of the Rick and Bubba show is brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. There's one thing we love, and that's being comfortable in our own home. It's important. But sometimes buying a chair, sofa for the family room, living room, maybe a screened-in patio area, maybe a house at the lake, the mountain, it's kind of a big deal. And you're like, man, what do I do? Well, Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade-in-America furniture, and they offer flexible, modern designs to fit any room. From armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats, they have you covered at an affordable price, and you get to kind of pick it out, design it yourself. It's comes from a factory in North Carolina, so right here in the great USA. You pick the fabric, color, leg types, plus sofa sizes and shapes. You're in control, but guess what? It comes right to your door. At allform.com/Bubba, furniture arrives fast and shipping is always free. Think about it. You could have a new chair, sofa in 3 to 4 days, customized exactly the way you want it. And guess what? You don't need a screwdriver or anything because it's set-to-go tools free. And if you're worried about getting it and not liking it, oh, what do I do with it? Don't worry about it. It comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. So you have nothing to lose. Instead, take care of that furniture that you've been looking for. You can do so at allform.com/Bubba. It gets even better, too. You're going to save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off and a bunch of other great things I've just been talking about at allform.com/Bubba. 20% off anything you buy. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. They do make it easy, by the way. And Rick down at Camp House, he's all ready to go.
I slept on that couch down there.
Yeah.
All form couch.
And
it was comfortable.
it was comfortable.
I was out like a light.
Yep. All right, so we've been hopping around a little bit. We talked about quarterbacks in the NFL, announcers when it comes to the NFL. Everybody's moving around. Everybody is so done. Raise your hand if you're not, but I think everybody is done with COVID and all the
I don't
and I mean when I say done, you know what I mean.
Well, I do. For a month or so now, I've lived like it's not even out there.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I think
wrong, right, or indifferent. That's what we're doing at our house.
Right. And I think
Can't tell you where a mask is.
Right.
Can't tell.
We would all agree, right, in this room, that if you want to wear a mask, wear a mask.
Sure.
But just the mandates and all this where people are requiring that, you got to do it. Everybody's got, let's not do that. That's where we have a problem. But if you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. But I keep seeing these strange mask people. I think, and we've talked about this, that I think some people have worn it for so long it's like their security blanket.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But again, that's okay.
That's
but
fine.
some of you look very, very strange. I was at a baseball game. That's odd, I know. Watching JC, and there was a lady with a mask on, giving it to the umpire verbally with a mask on,
You
and
might
she's
as well
sitting
not
there,
even yell at the umpire if you're going to be wearing a mask because you lose the effect.
echoing through the whole stadium.
Because
By the way, she had a really strong voice, sitting up by herself.
Oh, a loud lady
with a mask on. But here's the
Maybe she
inconsistency.
needed 2 masks, the hush.
Yeah, the inconsistency is an inning later she's got to pull down on her chin, and then she wants to pull it back up.
So it's not. You should have pulled it down when you were yelling at the ump.
Yeah. So it's really not doing anything. It looks like to me maybe it's just that security blanket,
Don't
which
you love a
again,
loud chick up there hollering.
yeah.
I ran
hey,
into one yesterday.
Come on now. I mean, boy, she was. Let me tell you something. Everybody knew she was there, and you just found her with a mask.
Kind of
on
like it's no surprise you're at a baseball game. I was playing tennis with my retired buddies yesterday, and 4 courts over. And I want you to think about that. 4 courts over, there was a group of ladies playing, and one of them was being so loud.
Yeah.
The gentleman that I was playing with looked at me and said, if we can hear her word for word, plain as day, from here,
Her voice really
can
carried.
you imagine what the lady she's playing with is going through right now? I thought, my
This
gracious,
is her right here.
loud. Just everyday conversations, and they were so loud. Like,
Everybody, those people that are having a conversation now, everybody within earshot's in on it because they're just loud.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things,
I just think
especially
that
when they're on the phone.
yeah, and sometimes every now and then I'll see somebody with a sure enough good mask or whatever, and they're in, hey, that's your thing. But some of you are wearing them, and it's like in these weird situations where you're still wearing it in the car by yourself.
you're
or,
jogging down the
or
road
you're
by
jogging,
yourself.
and there's
somewhere-
nobody around you, and it could be that you've just got this weird thing about, you have anxiety about it or whatever, and that's
Or you
okay.
think
But
you're
just
sharp.
but I think some people just doing it because they think they're
I
sharp.
think I saw somebody with one of them big plastic shields.
Yeah, and they're still doing it. And then some people, and a caller brought this up about the NCAA men's basketball tournament where, everybody's running around, nobody's got them on in the stands, but the poor cheerleaders sitting down at
that
the
is
end,
weird.
they've got to have them on, and it's
Is it
like
because they holler?
the staff at the desk has to have them on.
That's
and I
that's
don't,
odd.
Yeah,
I'd like to know the call we made on that.
Yeah.
How we came up with that rule.
I-
Just
right,
curious
right.
what that's based on.
Yeah, I don't.
Because if everybody else doesn't have one on, why is the cheerleaders and the people at the desk that buzz you
made
in?
0 sense.
Is that the sign of? And
loud's
we
that
we
buzzer?
did a funny deal about the millennials. You know, now they don't know how to tell everybody that they're a good person just by somebody seeing them.
Yeah.
And so they have to have a shirt that says I'm a good person because their masks are gone.
Yeah.
So I do. A lot of people just have a mask on to identify, let everybody know, hey, say I'm a good
Yeah,
person. Is that it? And they like that
I care
attention.
about others.
I don't know. I don't know. But it's just weird because, like, this one lady, I mean, there was nobody within 5 rows of her on either side. And she's got it on up there, which is, I mean, okay. But what the comedy was is that she was not happy with the umpire. And if her team wasn't pulling it together, she'd get on them too.
Oh, wow.
We got to get going. What are y'all doing?
Oh,
you know, yeah.
Y'all do better.
Y'all are dead. Pick it up. I mean, she was screaming,
You know,
echoing.
whoever she's kin to is just in the dugout hiding.
Yeah.
You know.
I saw one with the mask on in the car the other day.
Something more serious about that I have to
and
deal
gloves,
with,
still.
and you have to deal with. I mean, look, COVID's a serious thing.
Yes,
but
yeah.
what I've got to start being better about is skincare. About that sun.
Yes.
That's what I got to say. And I got caught looking this weekend.
Oh, no.
Out there 4 or 5
You're not a
hours.
rookie.
Got blistered, and I was like, walk
How
into
miserable
church
is it?
Sunday, raccoon face, because I had my sunglasses
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
And I'm like, Helms, you're 44, buddy. You knew today it was going to get in the 70s, and it was going to be bright, shiny sunshine
Yeah.
for 8 or 9 hours. And you just said the heck with sunscreen. You just said SPF out.
I know it.
Terry
same
actually
way.
bought me some
How about
I
that
think
neck gets
70.
burnt?
Some 70.
Mine's bad.
70. Well, look.
Yeah.
You gotta have
I'm
some
going 50 now.
Yeah.
Do y'all do spray or the rub on?
We have both, but I mean,
That spray's
yeah,
cold.
Yeah.
I'll spray and then rub it in.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
I got made fun of.
I did Saturday, but that's what I do.
I broke out the big brim hat, the
Yeah,
Gilligan hat,
hey,
big old big.
I
one.
got to get me one of those.
Yeah. And,
Get a sombrero. What if he wore a sombrero? That was his
It's
style.
my new thing with a mask on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I didn't know how the sun got tied into this.
Yeah,
But what you're saying is they're big.
why
day.
do they do a lot of things in North Korea?
Their
If
big
you're
day is
thinking about
coming up,
breaking
and
some
now
bad
I
habits this
understand
year,
that
start with-
we have started, which we never thought we'd live to see, a communist evil dictator in a Twitter war with Trump.
You know, Rick, of all things,
Right.
say 4 or 5 years ago, I never thought I would see the communist leader of the very isolationist North Korea
Right.
In a Twitter war with Donald J. Trump from NBC. But here we are.
It just, I mean, we have a Twitter war going on between two countries. Here comes another mean tweet from us. I'll see your mean tweet with another mean tweet.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to admit, guys, that's weird. That's the times we're living.
Well, here's our situation that we found ourselves in. And North Korea wants to do their thing. If they wanted to just be isolationists, nobody would care. But the problem is now they have evolved technically to a point that they can launch missiles.
Right.
They can blow up atomic weapons, crude. But with every test, they get a little bit better. They get more feedback. They go, okay, that was better. This is worse. Make that adjustment. And they're moving their program along. And you have a group that says, look, we would love to blow up an American city if we could get to it. And so at what point do we say, we're just, till you learn to be able to holster your weapon, we're not going to let you have one. Now, that's basically where we're at on a big scale. So there was reports coming out, I believe it originated with NBC of all people, that the U.S. was not going to let them have another test, that we were going to stop them before they did another test with a cruise missile attack because we didn't want them progressing any further. Now, the administration has backed off of that, but we got carrier groups in place. We got the Chinese are closing the border to the north to keep refugees from coming out. So I don't know.
airplanes on the runway in South Korea.
Boy, have you seen that in South Korea?
I haven't. You told me about it.
We got a strike force ready to go.
Joe, how are you today?
Well, thank you for taking my call, guys. I just wanted to thank you for playing the gospel on the air. I think it's so important that we let everyone know the good news. I'm in tears from that last segment. I mean, how unworthy am I that Christ would lay down his life for me?
Yeah, it really boggles the mind that the beginning and the end, I am, would care enough about you and me and every individual listening or watching right now that he would come off his throne and take on human flesh and go through that. Really, and this is the thing that we really put at the center, we try to discuss this a lot. If God never does another thing, not one other thing, nothing, he's already done enough.
Covered.
And I remember what you said at your son's memorial, that God has gone on record to show us how much he loves us. And I know that if I was the only person that needed salvation, Jesus would have still laid down his life simply for me.
Yep.
But I know that I'm not the only person. We all need his salvation, and I'm so grateful that we have such a loving Father that would send his son to take on this mortal flesh and suffer the way he suffered so that we might be healed.
Yep. Amen. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
You know,
Clay, thank you for sharing that, brother.
And the reason why we're doing it really is not we're really honestly, and I want you to know the sincerity of our heart. If you're a follower of Jesus, you know, and we talked about this even last night, you know, at church, and I know it was going on everywhere. He did say, "Don't ever forget what I did. I want you to go back and assess, and I want you to remember." So, you know, we don't want to get caught up, obviously, in worshiping anything other than him, but that is about him. He said, I do want you to remember that I did have to give my flesh. I did have to give my blood. I did have to do this, and it is done, and don't ever forget it, take it for granted, abuse it, or just put it over and like it was something casual. And so that's what this week is all about. So thank you. I'm glad that it's having that effect on you as well as it is us. Jeff in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jeff, go right ahead.
Hey, Rick. Hey, man. Where I come from, they say, now that'll preach. That's some good stuff there. I appreciate y'all doing that. That's, I'm like the guys on before me. I just can't believe what he did.
Yeah, yeah. No doubt.
Can you imagine? I mean, of course, we're talking about God that has everything,
right?
But just in earthly terms, when we have kings or presidents, and you know, like with Trump, he's probably the most wealthiest that we've ever had as a president. All the resources they have, that anybody would step down from that and put themselves in that position for love. It's just. You can't even get your arms around it. You really can't.
Well, and we keep saying this over and over again, and I'm just saying it because this must be driven home. We cannot say, I thought God loved us. We can't. You cannot utter that phrase. Yeah. But not. And then the thing you think about, like the movies out and out with Lee Strobel, the Case for Christ, and the timing on that was of course on purpose, because here was a man who said, well, did this really happen? And so he set out basically trying to be sharp, as Greg would say, to prove that it didn't happen.
Yep.
Only to discover that, yes, there's always going to be a faith element, but the faith is based on a ton of evidence, which he goes out and researches and looks at. Because at the end of the day, if you're listening right now, you're watching. I don't know what your belief system is, and you may be searching, or you may think you've already come to the conclusion. This is an absolute fact. If what we are remembering today and celebrating, if it happened, then everything changed.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now. Excuse me, 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we come to you from the No Name Studio. A brand new hour is set to begin. We start this hour with our national anthem.
say? Let's unpack another one. The Wheel of Meat is in play. Since we're back from vacation, still kind of finding our feet a little bit. We'll unpack stories today. Take your phone calls. Still got some vacation stories. We'll hear those from one Bill Bubba Bussy today, as yesterday the trip to the Bahamas, or the attempt to get there, kind of took up most of the show. Thanks for your feedback on that. And yes, I did see the Delta stock deal. I saw that. I don't think we're tied to that, but I saw that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler have already given you a kickoff hour on all the different Rick and Bubba platforms. They're with us going forward. James Spann will visit with us today. You've seen some stories out of Texas. We got a little weather front that is a bit of a nasty and may affect more of you. So we'll talk to James Spann about that coming up on the program today. And we'll also unpack the stories of the day. But right there he is, the Silver Tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussy! Hey, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Come on.
Go, Hank. I wouldn't let my dear Savior in. Come on, Hank. You just came like a stranger in the night. Everybody sing it. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Let's all sing it. Let's all sing it. I saw the light. No more darkness and no more night. Come on. Now I'm so happy, no sorrow inside. But I saw the light. There's Hank Williams. I was, for some reason, that song got in my head, and so I was researching, and we started talking, and Sherry and I got in a conversation about Hank Williams' death, and I said, it's like all celebrities, there's a little bit of controversy that goes with this. Now, the original was he had a heart attack, but then after that, they did a little research, and morphine and alcohol and some other drug. And then there's the whole thing that the guy that was with him, that he died in his back seat, that guy somehow didn't get medical help as quick as he should have, and all that. So that's a great mystery. But what hit me was, and you talk about with American history, they said that Hank Williams' funeral in Montgomery drew more people than the inauguration of Jefferson Davis as president of the Confederacy.
I believe that.
Yeah, and so they said it was, and they were, and actually I think it was Roy Acuff who sang that at his funeral. So even though
famous for his yo-yos.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah,
So
anyway, that was one of my dad's favorite songs.
Yeah, I thought about that because you told me that before, and I actually had a chance to sing that at church with Michael Adler one time. I think we even sang it on the show.
Hank Williams, he had debilitating back pain.
Yeah,
I think that brought on a lot.
There's
of
the morphine. That's what brought that in. And you mix all that with the drinking, and it's not good. And there was something else thrown in there. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, it was a toxic time.
It was, yes. but he just kind of got his jacket and covered up in the back seat and went on in. The guy kind of rode around with him a little longer than everybody thought he should have. But I mean,
he may have been following orders,
right? But you think about, I remember we had a guy call the show one time too and heard others. In those days, you'd be listening to one of the AM blowtorches, which they could go for. I mean, the coverage.
Yeah, states.
And you could just turn on the country DJ and Hank Williams would walk in with his guitar, sit down, and start picking.
Yeah, he had a lot of hits.
Yeah,
a lot of hits.
Oh, legend.
One of the boys played down at Patterson Field in Montgomery, right by Oakwood Cemetery, and we visited the burial site. And
out in center field, isn't it?
Yeah, just past it.
Yep.
Yeah,
they said 15.
I remember seeing it.
You never know. Like we say on our show, Did Scott Dawson give you the number, or did the person there that and because evangelists that 100 people to an evangelist is 500. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so they said anywhere from 15,000 to 25,000 people came by the coffin.
Wow!
And then they had about just under 3,000 at the funeral, which is all they could get in the room.
Well, I mean, he was Elvis at the time.
Yeah,
you know that's the only comparison you can give.
What a songwriter!
Oh yeah.
Oh, what a
Yeah,
songwriter!
In our part of the world, places that he performed or stayed at or wrote at is just, I mean, it's just all over our state.
Yeah. But only our state would compare the crowd to the inauguration of Jefferson Davis.
That's probably other.
But it was in Montgomery.
there.
They were just saying it was in that city. I mean, that was the point.
Yeah.
I know that'll be lost in it. But that was the point.
I know.
Right.
You're trying to, kind of measure apples to apples there. I got it, but.
So we'll unpack another one today, boys. We've got
there's a lot out there.
Yeah,
Rick.
There is. There's just a tremendous amount out there. So we'll try to dive into it. Bubba, I know you have a couple stories from your vacation today as our vacation look back continues.
Yeah. Mine wasn't quite as dramatic as yours, and hopefully, will not crash an airline stock. But,
Right.
It's it was a few exciting moments there, and some comical. One of the stories we'll have to wait till maybe a little after 8
really?
o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
to filter that slightly.
Okay.
But
all right.
Well, it's two big topics we're going to talk about: mud and donkeys.
Okay.
And,
all right.
One of them pre that, one of them later.
By the way,
It's not the same story. It's two stories.
By the way, I'm not trying to have something because I can get back.
Yeah.
I can't get back the damage that was done. But I actually got good news from the travel agency yesterday.
What was that?
I was reimbursed for the night at the hotel that I didn't get.
Really?
Well, how about that?
They said that
Bohemians to do
They
that.
said I had purchased travel insurance.
No, you did.
Yeah,
you didn't know that.
And so I was.
So it wasn't out of the kindness of their heart.
No.
And them doing a bad
Well, they
job.
didn't do it. Some insurance company got
Right.
it.
Yeah. So the travel agency's quote was saying this is why it's good to use travel agencies because we cover these kind of things when things go south when nobody else will give it back to you.
Yeah.
So I get my American Express card's going to get some of it put back.
Well, that's good. Yeah. That's real good.
Yeah, that was good news. I mean, it's not a lot of it, but it's
it'll make you feel better.
I know,
a little bit for that night.
No, it made me feel better. It really did.
Yeah. Now financially better.
Now what it's done to my psyche, nobody can repair.
Yeah, sure. There's still damage done.
Right.
Cover that.
Yeah, right. So anyway, all right. So we'll be back with more after this break. 866 We Be Big, and we'll start unpacking today. And boy, I see we got that in there again today. And we'll hear your phone calls too at 866 We Be Big. Look forward to chatting with you again today as well. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just for you. Because the evidence shows that this really took place. And if it did, it separates Christianity from every other belief system that you can gather, make up. Look over here at this. Here's a couple statues. Jump up and down. Seek your inner self. All that. If Jesus Christ came declaring that if you see me, you see the Father, and he did all the miracles that the tons of witnesses say took place, and then he allowed himself, as he told Pilate, which I love. We didn't have time for all that in that segment, but I love the moment.
Great story around Pilate.
Well, I just love the fact that even though he was being meek and he was lowered himself and he was being a servant, which, by the way, that's over. Like we said, and my wife has even talked about, I know when she did the Women of Joy thing, sadly, a lot of us are like Ricky Bobby from Talladega Nights. Well, I like the baby Jesus. That's what I like. Well, baby Jesus is over. I like the lowly servant. Okay, good. It's over. He's right where he was supposed to be, right at the right hand of the Father right now, and he's the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, and have been given all authority in heaven and earth. So that's who we're going to face next. But even in that moment, he does give Pilate a heads up that Pilate's not in charge of anything. Why were you not defending yourself? Why don't you say something? You realize I have the right to decide whether you're going to die or not. No, you don't. The only authority you have right now is given to you momentarily by my Father. Nobody takes my life from me. I lay it down of my own will, and I'll raise it up Nobody's doing this. I'm in full control of this all the way across and all the way out the other end of the team. Nobody, you're not in charge of this. So he did take a moment, even in the lowly state, to say, let me give everybody a real heads up what's going on here.
And even when Pilate asked him about being a king,
Yeah.
he said, I am. Not here.
Yeah.
Not right now.
Yeah. So you're a king. You got that right.
Pilate knew that too.
Right. By the way, another opportunity where the wife's saying, hey, you need to leave us alone. We'll be back.
That they needed to go.
Right.
I thought I was bad because I started driving sooner than I should have out in the country where my grandparents lived. It was fairly safe at the time.
Right.
It's a little more metro now where Greg lived.
Yeah.
But, Rick, I was about, 12, 13.
Right, yeah.
And I had trouble seeing over
I don't know how.
the hood,
It says that it was about a mile and a half. The 8-year-old obeyed all traffic laws, seemed to be effortless, like no issue at all, rolled through downtown. And
with his 4-year-old sister.
With his 4-year-old sister, which I think he did buckle her in, though, didn't he? I don't
Rick,
know.
all I can think of is this may be a positive side to video games.
Yeah, and
You
how
got
about
an
this?
8-year-old that can drive pretty well.
Rick, it was like a van. It wasn't even like a small vehicle.
How did
But
he
how does
see
he
out?
see?
He stood up. They said he stood up to work the pedals.
And can you do?
I don't know.
Hey, probably
Stood
sitting
up.
like this, kind of like.
This is USA Today, so it's not from Weekly World News.
I know.
Or
Oh,
anything.
yeah, all the major ones have it, Rick. But now, where I don't know where a little flag started for Greg during the kickoff hour. There was just a couple of things in the story that that he kind of was a little concerned about.
The piggy bank.
The piggy bank thing. And mom, dad's asleep. They're woken up. Wow, what a wake up that would be. Hey, we got
caller had a good point. How'd the kid know how to get there?
Little things like that. But
Is there a little bit of truth to this story, then a lot of added on?
Well,
You don't think the mom and dad put him in the van in the parking lot and told him to drive up to the
Greg,
window?
we are living in a time where Munchausen is king and walking through the town, knocking down buildings. I've never seen people want attention for all the wrong
Rick.
reasons more than anything in my life.
It's the most bizarre
Right.
times that we've ever had. As far as people look at me, oh my goodness, look at me.
Yeah, just to look at me though.
For the love of Pete, look at me.
If you want people to look at you, at least make them think something positive about you.
Yeah.
No, Rick, that's not required.
I know that. Well, that's the most baffling part.
Yeah, that is not required.
Trying to make yourself look good. I guess I can understand that. But I don't understand some of this other stuff. And they're saying the location is East Palestine, Ohio.
yeah.
Who came up with that name? Huh?
Wow. I didn't know they annexed.
It was used a lot.
I was about to say, isn't that
Through
gonna,
history.
Isn't that going to be the new name of Lansing, Michigan? But anyway, so they're saying it took place in Ohio this past Sunday, around 8 o'clock local time. Now, why are the kid? I mean, it's not like these people do what we do for a living. Now, why were the parents in bed at 8 at night?
It's a little early.
I mean, for normal people. Now, for us, it may not be sometimes, but I mean, if you're a normal person with a somewhat normal work schedule,
That's a little early.
That seems a little early to me. So now that's got me thinking. That they were in bed at
I
8.
would say that's a little early.
He did.
Well,
for
I said normal people.
Yeah.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. And we thank you for being with us on the Rick and Bubba Show today. So we're going to have Span visit with us a little later on in the show, talking about the weather that has already come through Texas, Arkansas, and is working its way to Mississippi, Alabama. I'm looking at right now. Looks like it is rolling. Well, no, that's looking way ahead. So anyway, I don't know when it's going to get here, but anyway, so we're going to be at. I thought it was late this afternoon into tonight or something like that for us, but for the rest of you, just kind of.
Some of you getting it right now.
Yeah, just think about where Alabama is and work your way back west, and you'll kind of see your timeline. And Span will tell us that timeline in great detail. But, Bubba, some of it, as you said, has already happened. And boy, some of the footage coming out of Texas.
Yeah, we've got some footage, and Adler, if you want to roll that, is this a package or is it just?
Is it just B-roll back there? Is it just B-roll?
But it has Nat sound.
Yeah, it does have Nat sound. Okay, well, heck, we love Nat sound. So I've got you potted, Adler, whenever you find it and get it ready to go.
There was Rick, a Walmart employee shared the shocking video of a man yelling to people in a parking lot to run to the shelter of the store while debris flew through the air. So you're going to see in this video and here you actually have a tornado going through the parking lot of a Walmart, and it did eventually hit the store and do a lot of damage too.
But just trying to the chaos trying to get in the store when you see something like that bearing down, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and then of course, if you're really smart, you think to yourself, it's not so crowded on the aisles right now. No,
there's that.
You can go and grab what you need.
Yeah, there's that.
And, then take cover.
No.
Or get what you need with a helmet on.
Yeah, right.
So the
I'm waiting for this.
So a lot of this.
What'd you say?
Can y'all hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for this video to load here, but the man that's yelling at people to come into the Walmart is very scared, and he uses a little bit of language, so I don't know if we should pop it up.
Just
Speedy does that. Ain't no big deal. What level of languge? We're talking about Greg? Or are we talking about?
It's not allowed on the radio language.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Ooh,
I'll go slow here. Hold on. Maybe we can just hear the.
Boy, really trying to get everybody in.
Wow. Run. Yeah, okay. That's all I'm going to do. I'm scared.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can see the chaos here.
I'll be honest with you. If I look back and see that, he don't have to be yelling anything. I'm running.
Well, you see a lot of people in the parking lot, some driving cars, and appear to be unaware of it. But right now, you ought to be real aware of it.
Town crier is letting them know. Yeah.
Look, you got people running out into the parking lot, and then they turn around and go back.
Yeah. I need him to go ahead and go on in, too.
Yeah. I do find it interesting of people that are so unaware. Now, tornadoes, they're going to drop down. That's a little bit different because it could be kind of stormy and all of a sudden one drop down and you're in a handle.
Yeah, sure.
But these people that are just riding along and you see footage, they like riding right into one and you can obviously see something's up. And are they just oblivious or
well, in all fairness, they're looking at their phone.
Well, that's probably
that happens. We joke, but that's probably it.
Yeah. Don't ever look around in traffic; it'll terrify you.
Yeah, it really will.
I mean, it will terrify you. The number of people that are driving and not looking is terrifying.
Yeah, and you can always tell when you're on the interstate if someone's up to speed and they're going. But then they all of a sudden become multiple speed people, you can tell they're kind of swaying a little bit, and you get up beside them, they're on the phone.
Yeah, at one time, and Bubba, you've said this, and you're right. At one time, what you would look at a car and say, that person's drunk.
Right.
You now look at the car and say, that person's playing with his phone, or her phone.
Yeah.
It's the same movement.
It is terrifying.
Yeah.
And, Rick, as far as the current location, there's storm warnings back in Houston, all the way up through Little Rock area, and even further north. So you've got a band going that includes Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, just now getting into the edge of Mississippi, it looks like.
We can listen to this one if you guys want it. This is from a storm tracker who watched this truck across the Oh, I got my music going still. Hold on.
Hold it. All right. It's all right,
My
buddy.
tunes are going.
Bubba, when you see storm tracking video like this, does it make you want to get back out there? Because I know you didn't. You go to storm tracking class?
Well, it was a long time ago.
When you woke up this morning,
I thought it was just last year.
Did you
were
think,
giving reports last year.
Hey, when you woke up this morning, did you think, man, I'm getting in the mix today?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think of it that way.
There's a truck. Wow. There's a truck in here. It's getting spun on its side.
Look at that. I see the truck.
Gracious.
And now it's landing right side up.
What a ride.
And now the truck is about to drive away.
That is incredible.
That is insane.
Are you serious?
There he goes.
Holy mackerel.
Let's see that one more time. Okay, look at it getting blown across the...
Hey, there goes the line. Big arc.
Bubba, you're right. It blew right across the street. It was on the other side.
Please.
Wow.
And then it was on its side, spinning like a top. Now the tornado set it back on its wheels.
I want to talk to that guy.
And he's just driving off, but he's going in the wrong direction now. I don't know if he knows it's going the wrong direction.
Not sure he cares, right?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So this is I think a 16 or a 17-year-old kid in this car.
Look at that.
And he got away with just a couple cuts.
Good
Very
gracious
lucky.
alive.
Spinning. I'm on my side. I'm spinning, and now I'm landing right side.
That is
Had to change his drawers.
Yeah, he sure did.
Right.
Don't you know when he got home with his truck all skinned up, he tries to tell his dad what happened?
Bubba, I think,
And his dad-
Bubba, I think he was going the right way. It blew him into the other lane, so he's going the correct way back down. Like, I think he's driving in the right
that's
lane.
right.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Because he was in the right lane, if you're looking at the TV.
Right, yeah.
It blew him across the median, and then now he's just driving the way he's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah. How about that? And for some reason, the guy who gave us the footage took his seatbelt out.
He did. Was he pulling over? Is that what he was doing?
Yeah. Well, why? What was that about?
Maybe his door was still open. Hey, buddy, get that door
right,
closed.
Yeah, that's right. Shut the door.
Yeah, Bubba, I saw.
But you know when he gets home and Dad's like, "What'd you do to the truck?"
Yeah.
Well, you ain't gonna believe this. A tornado blew me over, spun me like a top, and then set me back up.
Oh yeah.
You ain't got to lie, son. No, Dad, I'm serious.
Really.
I was laying on my side. Dad.
Oh, look, there's video.
Dad, look on YouTube. That's me.
Wow.
Yeah, your truck is on YouTube, Dad. Just go find it.
Yeah.
What if you're in that truck and it's spinning you around? Do you think, well, this is bad?
This is it.
Yeah. Well, plus keep in mind when you're getting spun like
Catch
that, too,
me, Lord.
All you're seeing is just all sorts of debris and everything around you. It's just not good.
Yeah.
And just a wonder that some board didn't go flying through the windshield.
Oh, yeah.
200 miles an hour.
Yeah. We've all seen the movie Twister. We know what it looks like.
Yeah, well,
That's all he goes back to Twister.
That's where most of the people
You
get
and
hurt,
Twister.
flying debris. Hitting them in the head.
Yeah.
So.
That's why I drive with a helmet on.
No, I keep one close. I got one in my storm area.
Well, I saw, back to storm chasers, I saw when the system was going to come through our area around 11 p.m., and I thought, well, Bubba's out.
Yeah. Well, listen, there's not a lot of storm chasing after dark because it really doesn't do any good.
No.
You can't see anything.
No. Yeah, that's
It's better to be able to see it.
Yeah. You want to see it?
Yeah.
And stay out of its way.
That's important.
Bottom of the hour. We'll talk to Span more about it when he joins us later. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't
Not
miss the
for
key
me.
line in that sentence. Normal people.
Well, they may have weird
Well, they may, Greg.
work
You're right.
shift or something.
But
I'm gonna
had
say
the kids been put to bed today?
that story,
my
we
point.
may have the
They were hungry, I'll tell you that.
famed other shoe fall on that one.
Well, let me just say this. One thing that might solidify the story is that the police responded because they had multiple calls from different motorists saying they saw the kid driving,
Right.
and they were calling it in, and so they responded. Then when they got to the McDonald's, they thought that the kids were kind of clowning around, and the parents were in the back and just told the kid to sit up front.
Right.
So I mean, there is some some truth, I think, to the fact that he was seen driving down the road.
No, people are trying to confirm this, and it does say they use the term the parents fell asleep early, meaning nobody was going to bed. They just fell asleep. I've been watching a movie or something.
We've all done
long
that.
day.
Yeah, we've all done that.
Some sleepy sleep.
But again, it's just hard to imagine that it would get this far,
Right.
and it apparently successful. And then you also have to be careful because I've had a friend who made the terrible mistake of saying that a child should not be doing something that he thought a child was doing, only to find out it was an adult little person, and that was extremely embarrassing.
Watch it.
Extremely.
That
could happen.
No, that happened. That literally happened.
I
can't
remember that story.
You remember that one? It was very.
Who brings a child?
Yeah, who brings a child, and all of a sudden the person listens and says, "What?"
I'm 30.
Yeah, and it was an adult.
You know, the one part of the story I don't get. I don't know why the police tased the kid. I don't.
Well,
Now that is made up.
That's a little much.
I'm just trying to put that down on the, and I guess when you're all sitting around later when he grows up, how your parents love to tell, your fiance or your friends things you did when you were a kid. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah. Now, during the kickoff hour, I brought up some things that we wanted to discuss. All right, when's the last time you woke up in a panic? Like, alarm clock. What's going on? Picture that wake up. Police at the door. We're calling you. We've got your kids. They drove to McDonald's. All right, picture
Imagine
that.
processing that in
that's
your
a big
mind.
one.
You're like,
The only part of this story that is concerning to me is how they got the keys.
Right.
Because I can't find my keys half the time, and I know where I put them.
if they were hanging on one of them things,
Maybe if
it was
they
real
have
high.
a dedicated hook, or
Well-
nobody leaves them in their car anymore, right?
We do. We leave them in the car in the garage.
Well, here's the other problem you got too. Yeah, the fob world. I mean, he didn't even. They
old
just
work
push a
van.
button and they're gone.
His old work
If it's
van, I
laying in the
believe it.
floorboard, see
Yeah.
you, good day.
Yeah, we're gone.
The old days of it been on the sun visors out. It
Where y'all at on the fob?
I like it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Just something else hanging.
I can
on-
take it or leave it.
It's fine till it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like a lot of technology.
Have you ever had the fob?
And
start?
then you know the key is usually in the fob.
Right.
You can
Right.
pull it out.
Yeah.
Most people.
And it's more difficult to get it out. Than you want it
Real
to be.
difficult.
Well, you don't take it out a lot. so
I
it
can't
gets
get mine
stuck
put
in
up.
there.
I can't get mine put up. I dropped mine. It shot out the side. Now I can't get it back in there.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing.
You don't want that.
Here's the other thing.
You're gonna have that, Rick.
Is what about you ever had the car start telling you the fob's not in there and it is?
Oh yeah.
And it starts telling you it's going to shut down. You're like, no, the fob's in here.
Absolutely
You start
not.
holding it up. There it is.
That's time for a battery change.
Yeah. Yeah. The fob, well, I do not see the fob. I'm shutting down.
What's wrong with the key? It works.
Drive by wire, baby.
Yeah, I
Gotta love it.
because I guess the fob was designed for what reason?
Convenience. I don't know.
Because I want to say security, but it's really not more secure. It's
I
actually
like
it actually may be less.
I like when it's in your pocket and you can just wave your hand and the door opens. Unlock.
Yeah, that is nice.
I think they're just trying to go totally electronic on everything.
Right.
Fewer moving parts, fewer problems.
It just feels weird.
Well,
that
there come a time where we'll be able, and there may be now. So if I say this and it's already out there, I'm sorry. But will there be a time where we can crank our car with our phones?
Oh, I'm sure.
You already can
now.
You
I
already
got-
can.
I got the app.
There you go.
Think of everything.
You didn't mess that up. eh?
Can you do it?
It's
You tried it?
The guy, no, I
You
didn't try it.
asking him?
The guy
That's a
put it
great
on when
point,
I
Steve.
picked the truck up. He put it on my phone.
Yeah.
Was that one of those moments you were ready to leave, but you
So
thought
you-
Oh, I didn't listen to anything. He
you
said.
thought it'd be rude if you interrupted him, so you just let him do it, but you'll never
Absolutely.
use it.
He showed me all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff, and the only thing I know how to do is pick the radio stations. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I struggle with that too.
And you wouldn't believe all the stuff it'll do. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, I had the exact same experience.
Wouldn't believe it.
I have no idea, and don't really care.
We're so blessed to be able to drive vehicles, for a dealership. We're Hendrick drivers with the Hendrick team, so they swap them out, every, certain amount of time. Well, when they swap them out, they want to tell you all the bells and whistles on the one you're going to be driving now, which we're very grateful for.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
But I usually don't listen.
I do. I'm the guy that listens and wants to know all those electronic features and go, can I do that?
It's his fault. We get this long thing.
Yeah.
They sent and the little guy was so excited about all the things it could do.
Well, no, they're very
He made
excited.
me call OnStar and set up an account. I said, I don't care about that.
Oh, you do if you lock your keys in your car. I've seen it. I've seen it in action. It is. That's
It's
good.
amazing.
That's good to have.
Or if
But
you're
you got to have the number to call and know your code, Greg.
or if
That's it.
you're It is 35 minutes past the hour. The late Arlie Ermey brings us back. Another Rick and Bubba show underway. Looking forward to chatting with you at 866 We Be Big today. Span comes up to update us on the weather next hour. We'll get into some stories with Bubba from his vacation, and we'll work through the stories of the day. CarShield.com/Bubba. Let's say that your car has been spun around like a top by a tornado. If that car's not under warranty, guess who's going to pay for that? That's going to be you, and we're trying to get, and frankly, it's nice that automobiles seem to be a higher quality than maybe they once were. They last longer. All of us are trying to get our cars to last longer now. But the warranties don't last as long as the automobile. So a lot of automobiles are out there right now, Bubba. They've got us blaring, and they're riding around in this automobile they're in, where they're listening to the show. It's not under warranty anymore. So if they have to have a repair, they're going to have to pay for it themselves. But you could go to carshield.com/Bubba right now and put this automobile under one of their protection plans. Jillian in Georgia is glad she did so. She said, we heard you guys talking about CarShield for a couple of years. We have a 2014 BMW, and the warranty had ended. And it's an expensive car to fix. We figured the Shield was probably our best option and in our best interest, and boy, were we right. A few weeks ago, we had some electrical and engine repairs done. Everything went well. The claims process was all handled by the dealership with CarShield, and we're back and driving our BMW, all smiles now. Very satisfied with CarShield. Thanks for turning us on to it. Well, Jillian, you're welcome. When you're under the Car Shield, you heard what happened with them. If it's covered repair, they pay the dealership or the mechanic of your choice, as long as they're ASC certified, directly. Then you get a rental car at no charge. You get trip reimbursement, and then you've got 24/7 roadside assistance for no matter what may be out there. So call 1-800-391-8888, mention Bubba, get 10% off, or go to carshield.com/Bubba and get 10% off. That link is also found at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, the Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh, boy, it won't go away.
The laptop that won't go away.
Now we can talk about it, right, without being banned
have
from
you had
all social media?
Can we get a list handed out by the left on things we can and cannot talk about?
Well, it all depends when it happens, Rick. You have to look at that. Just like, and I laughed pretty hard when I saw this this Twitter post that's floating around on totally a different subject, but very funny. After claiming that Kavanaugh was the ringleader of a roving gang of serial rapists and accusing Barrett of belonging to a secret Handmaid's Tale cult, the Democrats are now concerned the Republicans are treating their Supreme Court nominee unfairly.
Yeah, there's not an ounce of
sincerity. That's from Matt Walsh. That's pretty funny.
Well, there's not an ounce of sincerity in any of it. It's all a game, and they know that Hunter Biden's dirty. They're not stupid, but we were not
running dirty, Rick.
Yeah, we were not allowed to speak of it. Just like you could not say that there was any gain of function research done on
you
COVID.
Were shut down, done away with.
No, not on number 19.
So let me ask you this: we had the self-appointed gatekeepers of all speech in our country,
right?
The head of the three big social media groups were dead wrong on that. They were dead wrong on the conspiracy that Donald Trump said that somebody was spying on him. That the Russians were interfering with the election, all this stuff.
Yep.
So they were dead wrong on. I mean, there's a long list of things. Have they apologized for any of that? Have they said it won't happen again or done anything to prevent it from happening again?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just checking. None of that. But now the New York Times is even talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. We know now that it was his, and there's things on there that are not good.
Well, let's do we have the clip of
we got
Psaki,
3 of them.
Psaki trying to defend this back. When was this? About a year ago?
September,
yeah.
So this is back when this thing about the laptop was Russian disinformation. Here is Psaki telling us to stop talking about it. Here we go.
The president has said, and you have tweeted, that allegations of wrongdoing based on files pulled from Hunter Biden's laptop are Russian disinformation. There is a new book by a Politico reporter that finds some of the files on there are genuine. Is the White House still going with Russian disinformation?
I think it's broadly known and widely known, Peter, that there was a broad range of Russian disinformation back in 2020.
Okay.
Also, now she's really going to get mad because the reporter is asking about Hunter Biden's laptop, and then she just kind of goes nuts. Is this also in? This is not recent. This is still in the.
Yeah, this is recent. She kind of goes back and forth.
days.
She's not happy with the questioning.
All right, so she doesn't want to be asked about the new information that we now have.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Thanks, Jen. I've got a quick clarification and then 2 questions about presidential conflicts of interest in foreign affairs. The first brief clarification is the New York Times reported this week that the first son remains under criminal investigation. Does the president still intend to stay out of that case?
Yes, it's the Department of Justice, and I will point you to them.
And my 2 questions about conflicts of interest in foreign affairs. First, I have a question about Russia, and then one about China. On Russia, you told me last year that you were unfamiliar with the Senate report that alleged that the first son, or a company linked to the first son, received $3.5 million from the richest woman in Russia. Subsequent reporting indicates that President Biden, when he was vice president, had a dinner in Georgetown with the same woman in 2015. This Yelena Ballerina, she has not been sanctioned yet by the U.S. government. How is President Biden navigating conflicts of interest when it comes to sanctioning people who have done business with his family? And can you explain to us what this $3.5 million was for?
I don't have any confirmation of the accuracy of that report, so I have no more further details.
About the conflicts of interest, though, how he's navigating those when deciding sanctions.
What would be his conflicts of interest?
Well, his son's company allegedly got $3.5 million.
Which I have no confirmation of, and he has continued to sanction oligarchs oligarchs more than we've ever sanctioned in the past. So I'm not sure that's a conflict of interest. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
I have a question about Russia now.
I think we're moving on because we got to get to more people. Go ahead.
My question about the conflict of interest when it comes to China is last year the First Son's attorney said that he divested from a Chinese investment fund controlled by Chinese state-owned entities. We have received not even basic transparency about who bought out his stake, when this happened, and how much money changed hands. Did he actually divest? And if so, can you agree
He's
to
a
basic
private
transparency?
citizen. He doesn't work for the government. I'd point you to his representatives. Thank
His
you.
father's role as
I think
president.
we're done here. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow.
You know what? I want to stand up and applaud. It sounds like we're actually having some journalism going on there.
Right.
We're actually asking some real questions.
Yeah, I don't know who that person is, but because it's usually
Who, wispy voice?
Yes, usually
Yeah.
Peter Ducey.
Yeah,
I
right.
didn't,
Yeah, somebody else is in on the act now.
Now Bill Barr will step in on Fox
Ooh,
News.
BB.
Yeah, and he's basically saying that they knew this was exactly what we all thought it was from the very beginning. Everybody knew it was real, and he said he's very, very concerned that a sitting president would lie to America like he did. Yeah. So here's Bill Barr.
I was very disturbed during the debate when candidate Biden lied to the American people about the laptop. He's squarely confronted with the laptop, and he suggested that it was Russian disinformation and pointed to the letter written by some intelligence people that was baseless, which he knew was a lie. And I was shocked by that. And fortunately, the DNI came out and said, no, it's not disinformation. The FBI said the same thing. Media ignored it. So when you're talking about interference in an election, I can't think of anything more than that kind of.
Knowing what you know of the case, do you think that there is any legal liability for the president here? Perhaps not while he's in office.
I wouldn't want to venture an opinion on that.
Yeah, I'll stay away from that one.
And what he's talking about, the DNI, the National Intelligence Agency that oversees the the FBI and the CIA. They all knew it wasn't what he was saying.
Of
I mean,
course.
everybody knew that. And here's the bottom line: Hunter Biden was out selling access to his dad, Big Joe.
Yeah.
You pay enough money, you get an audience with Big Joe. He was selling access, which is illegal.
Right. But now no one's ever going to pin that on the Bidens. I mean, that's never going to happen.
Well, we've gone from you can't talk about it to people are asking questions.
Right.
So I would say that's positive movement.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just come to the conclusion that you just the heroes of the left. They just don't ever. They're just never held accountable. I mean,
Really well, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's
but definitely riding dirty.
I know. When you're it's like how you feel about being a Viking fan. I mean, you know what I mean. You're just like we're never going to get a win on this. You know.
Have y'all noticed everybody and their brothers trading quarterbacks? Minnesota's not.
There it is.
Big guy.
Big guy.
Want a meeting with a big guy.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know why everybody's after Hunter Biden. He looks like he's a pretty upstanding guy.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem shady at all.
No, he doesn't.
No.
Not at all.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Heroes parked at the drive-thru. You
Right.
shut the car down.
Yeah, that's right. Can't steal it. Ain't end it right there.
We'll be back. All kinds of new shirts and hats. The new Rick and Bubba Spatula, #1. Find all those there at rickandbubba.com under the store. All right, so we were kind of opening the curtain like we normally do, and we were talking about that the guys here on the program, the Hendrick brand. You've heard that all over the country and in NASCAR and all that, and we actually do advertising for Hendrick and drive their various vehicles. So we were discussing that, and Adler kind of popped by. He's doing his job.
He pops in and out.
Doing his RBTV, preparing another daily documentary for you, which a lot of you are loving those in your Extreme Club memberships. And so anyway, he said, "Hey, I got a situation going on, with Hendrick too," and I was like, because not everybody on the show drives a Hendrick vehicle. Because
Nope, they don't, Rick.
They have to give out 6 of them. That's a lot. So what you have is, as usual.
Please look at him walking in here.
As usual, 1 and 2 have one, and then of course Greg's gonna cut some minion deal. He's forever indebted to Hendrick for the rest of his life for a vehicle.
Oh, that's right.
And so and then Adler mentioned it, and at first I didn't really understand what he was saying because I didn't think you were afforded the Hendrick vehicle, but you do have one, but it was under different circumstances.
Yeah, it's just I'm actually getting my 4Runner worked on at Hendrick Hoover dealership. They're great people. Go check them out.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong, bud?
What have you
Nothing.
done? What have you done?
You scratched the loaner.
What happened?
All right.
Oh no.
So
Kevin take a dump in the loaner.
Oh, that's good.
That's
good.
Oh man.
My head gasket on my Toyota blew, so I'm getting that fixed,
That's
which
bad.
is major.
That's
it's
bad.
major work.
That's a big repair.
You ain't gonna see that car for a while.
Right.
I'd have faked that getting stolen.
Greg, that's a good idea.
You should have.
I believe that's insurance flawed, but that is a good
Well,
idea.
I'll go back again and remind y'all it is Good Friday. Go ahead.
That's a good point. So I've been driving a Jeep Grand Cherokee that they're like rent. It's like a rental just while my car is getting worked on.
Courtesy car.
They gave you a courtesy car to drive from their lot while yours is being fixed.
Hendrick, nice people, good. Nice people.
How long ago?
Oh no! It's been a little while, a couple weeks. But actually, it's crazy. The guy that took the vehicle apart, he actually got in an accident. I texted him. I was like, "Hey guys, can you guys give me an update on the vehicle?" And the guy was like, "Well, the guy that had your engine pulled apart got in an accident, and he had a ton of glass in his face and all this kind of stuff. So it was pretty serious. Yeah, dude got glass in his face." And mechanics, they have a way of taking apart an engine and laying it out so they can put it back together. So they're not going to have somebody else do it. They're just going to wait for that guy. So that's what's going on right now.
You care about him?
I do care about him very much.
You just want your car.
Yeah,
back.
because you
Be honest. 2 blocked over there.
Because you wouldn't go out and say, "Hey, I can't be there today. Rick, go ahead and run TV. I got it all laid out."
Sure.
Because I probably wouldn't run it
Right. There you go.
You want the same guy doing it.
So I've been having to be real careful. I've been doing DJ gigs at Bubba's tennis stuff.
Yeah.
I've been doing
Watch
that,
out.
and I've been having to be real careful putting stuff into the car. You got to be real careful. And I'm getting I'm putting in real big stuff, like big speakers and all kinds of stuff, and that's been going fine. Everything's been fine. Nothing was wrong. Everything was cool.
Until
this morning, I was coming in to the parking deck.
Oh wow.
And I parked in my normal spot, and everything was fine. And I was about to get out.
Oh no.
And I was like, you know what? I've got some DJ gear that I need to unload. Let me move to another more opportune spot where
you messed up.
where my pallet jack or my
not that you're DJing
thing.
anymore.
I'm not actually. I'm not. I'm liquidating this business. This was the last gig. I'm liquidating the DJ
Unless
business.
you email him and request.
That's not true. That is not the case.
If
Please
you have
don't
a
tell
dance,
people
if
that.
you need somebody,
That's not the case.
Even though
anymore.
Speedy's his new agent, probably won't go through him.
I'm
But go ahead.
focusing on video. I'm not doing DJ as
Speedy
a. I'm not doing DJ as a career, so I don't need to be spending time on it. I'm focusing on video production. Okay. So I moved my car, and I don't know what happened, guys. I was paying attention. I was being careful, and then I hear.
That's a loser.
What's that? Oh my gosh! I sent Speedy a picture, and y'all, I put it out of my mind. I put it out of my mind.
Wow. Oh no!
And then I went back and
What
to look
was
at it.
What was the noise again? Oh, I hate that.
What'd you get up again?
I hit a concrete pole. I hit a concrete pole because I'm an idiot.
Those
big
rectangle
concrete
columns.
Adler, did it
sneak up on you?
Did it jump out in front of you?
Came out of nowhere.
Look, I've hit
Buddy,
him down there.
I hate to tell you this. That's a whole front fender and right quarter
You
panel.
can buff that out. That can be
Look,
buffed
it's
out.
a rental.
That can't be buffed.
It's a rental.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Kind of updating you on things that are going on this week. Opportunities for you to go out and participate with members of the show and also things involving the team there at themanchurch.com. Let's see what's going on, first of all, within the show.
I'll be at in Roopville, Georgia, coming up on this Friday night. The event is sold out, but looking forward to being there. Roopville Road Baptist Church, the men's annual Low Country Boil. We'll all be there. Team Man Church, looking forward to seeing you guys coming up this Friday night, where you hear us on 100.9 The Bull. And also, Helmsley will be out this weekend, the 27th of March. Youth Invite Night at Valley View Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So the Utes will be out, and you'll see our own Helmsley there talking to them. And Sherry and I will be doing a marriage conference, Highland Baptist Church, Panama City, Florida, on April the 2nd. Now, I want to kind of give you an update on this because if you wanted to be part of the dinner, they are offering dinner to, I think, the first 300 people who were going to be involved in that, the first 150 couples. That is sold out. So there is no dinner ticket available anymore. But if you just wanted to come to the sessions and be there for the actual time Sherry and I are going to be speaking to everyone, you can certainly still do that. That is a ticket as well, and those are still available. So you can still get those by going to the link there at rickandbubba.com for Highland Baptist Church, Panama City, Florida. Sherry and I together for the marriage conference. It'll just be a one-day deal there on that Saturday, April the 2nd. Over at themanchurch.com, we've got a lot going on this week as well. Mark Garnett be speaking at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi, where you hear us on 96.1 The Bull. 96.1 The Bull's over in Georgia. On 96.1 there with Thurlow and the gang on Laser 96.1. That's March 24th. It's Man Church. You're welcome to join them. Todd Jones will be at Man Church at First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa, on the 27th of March, this Sunday night. Anybody's welcome to come. You don't have to register. You don't have to do anything. They even have barbecue for you at 5, and then the service starts around 6. So those are things that are going on, and you can find all that by going to rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com. All right, so I do need to cover this, Bubba. It's happened again. Someone has put another fake Instagram account out using my face and all kinds of stuff and changing one of the letters in the name. And, you know, this stuff happens, but the reason why I always want to alert the audience, and it's sad, it really is sad, and may they be punished for doing so. But people do this kind of stuff, and if they were just doing it to hack on us, that'd be fine. But this is another person doing this, trying to get you to donate money to something. Just kind of keep this in the back of your mind that if you're looking at our social media stuff, is mainly designed, you know, to tell you things that we have going on, inviting you to be part of it, maybe, you know, putting out stories that we've done on the show, that kind of stuff. We're not going to be on social media. If we're trying to, you know, get you to donate to something, you know, it'll be things like the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge, and all we're doing is telling you the charity charge is going on. But I will tell you this, as far as the stuff that I'm doing personally on the personal stuff and with themanchurch.com and Burgess Ministries, we're self-sufficient. We're not going to ask you to be donating to anything. So be very, very leery. If I start following you, first of all, that's probably not going to happen. You know, because I don't follow a whole lot of people, so I probably wouldn't be following you on Instagram anyway. So these people that are following you and pretending to be me, all they're trying to do is to get you to donate money that they likely are keeping. So it's sad that they would do this, and they try to manipulate some of our, you know, convictions spiritually and our faith, and I just hate that. But so there's one out there now. We've contacted Instagram. This has happened before. The person is taking my name and just moving some of the letters around. It's got my picture, and all of that, just like you would see on my actual Instagram account. But if you look, it says RIKC. Big Vox Burgess, and then it looks like they put the letter O at the end. They've manipulated the name enough to get a new account. You would think Instagram would require you to do a little more than that to create an account that's already out there. But anyway, if this is following you, that is not me. So don't give them money. Don't participate in that. And I hate that things like that happen, but they do. So we're looking into it. We'll see what we can get done. But I'm not following people out there asking you to give to some orphanage. I'm not doing that. So I'm sorry that people are trying to use something as really important as you know, people who need help, and they're pretending that you're sending money to them and you're not. So it's just
It's just sad. But those people will, if they hopefully there'll be repentance and they'll realize the error of their ways. If not, they're going to face a God that's not going to come down very kind on that. So, Bubba, you mentioned,
and in the meantime, may they have athletic foot.
Right. So you mentioned going into the break
and a stomach attack in traffic.
Right. You mentioned going into the break that we got quarterbacks going everywhere.
Rick, they're just quarterback. I mean, you need a spreadsheet right now because a lot of them have been with these teams for a long time, and you thought, well, there's no way they would be leaving, and hey, there they go.
Right.
So if I have it right, we have the Colts are trying to acquire Matt Ryan from the Falcons.
Yes, that's done.
Yeah, and that's done.
Mhm.
So now the Falcons got Mariota. Is that correct?
Yeah, they agreed to a 2-year deal with him.
Now, he was on the bench for
Titans,
the Titans, wasn't he?
For a long
Raiders?
time. He went to the Raiders. He's bounced around.
Yeah, he's had
Put it this way, if you're
head
an Atlanta
concussion.
fan, don't get too excited.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
And we don't know, are they signing him to be the starter or a backup or the mentor and then hand it over? I don't know.
I read an article yesterday where he was going to be the starter for a couple of years, but they were going to draft a quarterback. Now, if somebody comes available between now and then, who knows? But that's a lot of money you throw for a backup.
Yeah, the Browns, Speedy, your team, they now have Deshaun Watson, so that's done. That means Little Bakey's available.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then in his new contract, he cannot get any massages.
Greg,
that's just in
I don't
fine
understand
print.
that whole thing. There's still a bunch of civil suits out there,
Yeah, I thought-
and we're going to give him $230 million.
They've kind of rolled the dice that something's not going to blow up on him.
I heard yesterday he will
'cause the
likely
league
be
could ban
suspended.
him.
He
Yeah.
will probably not play till September, October.
So kind of a risky move there.
Yeah.
And Rick, or were we talking about the former Chicago quarterback had gone somewhere?
Mitch Trubisky. He's going to the Steelers.
Steelers. He's stepping in for Big Ben.
And so, I mean, it's just Wentz is
you
in.
put him
Where's
and Mariota.
Wentz at? Where's he at now?
All three of those. But
Commanders. Wentz
no,
is
at
going
least
to the
Wentz
Commanders.
was the starter. But you give
Still
me
sounds funny to me. You sound like he went to a soccer team.
Trubisky, Mariota, you just put them in a sack and shake them up. That's
Seattle needs a quarterback.
Yeah,
I'd like to see
that's right.
Baker with the Seahawks. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Okay.
Bubba, I know you don't like the fact that
or
Kirk
Cam
Cousins
Newton.
got that extension. Aaron Rodgers got that extension.
You know,
you got to be excited.
There just doesn't appear to be anybody beating the door down at Minnesota wanting a deal.
So Kurt said he just stayed.
Yeah, it looks like Jameis Winston's going to stay with the Saints too.
Well, they were trying to get
Rick and
James.
Bubba, Rick
No, not
and
James.
Bubba.
The other guy.
So, hey, guys, thank you for listening to the show, watching the show right now. I know a lot of us are very, very concerned about inflation. Good gracious, looks like we're going to be paying 47% more right now for fuel than we did a year ago. Anybody enjoying that fuel price right now? That looks good, doesn't it? About 41% for the same used vehicle if you buy it this year instead of last year. Have you seen the price of used vehicles? Unbelievable. And also 10% more on food to feed the family. So every dollar in your savings is worth less than it was 1 year ago right now. Now, if you want to hedge against the U.S. dollar, you could invest in something with real value, gold and silver, and may we suggest if you're going to do that, which would be a wise choice, you do that with Birch Gold. That's BIRCH Gold. Precious metals have historically been a safe haven in times of inflation, and Birch Gold is the leader in converting IRAs and 401ks into a tax-sheltered IRA that's now backed by gold and silver. Thousands of satisfied customers. You can find this for yourself, an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Birch Gold can help you protect your savings. So why don't you find out more by texting Rick Bubba, put the two names together, Rick Bubba, and text that to 989-898. So you're texting it to 898, okay, 989-898. So 989-898, put that up there. Then put the message, Rick Bubba, put it together, and we'll give you a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, by the way, with this information. Text Rick Bubba to 989-898 and get your free kit and gather all the information right now.
Who told you that?
That can be
It's,
buffed.
it's probably not a new one though, is it? Is
I
it a
wouldn't worry
brand
about it.
new?
It's just a rental. They're
Did
gonna
you
give it
feel like
somebody
you
else.
needed to run after it hit?
I got that sick feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Tell
like,
them if they need somebody to drive that, and tell them that they got the used cars, the little dings and stuff. I'll be happy to take that over.
Yeah, you know what
when
you
yours
could
is
be.
fixed.
You know what you could be. You could be the hell damage sale driver.
Yeah.
I drive those that are dinged up a little bit.
that could be my thing, guys. Hey, Hendrick, how about it?
If it wasn't dinged up before, it will be after I drive
Y'all,
it.
it's
Have you made the
bad.
phone call yet?
It's worse than I went back and
he's
looked
doing
at
it
it.
right
and
now.
it's
He
worse.
said it buff out.
Is this the phone call?
Is this the phone call?
This is
Oh,
the
my
phone call.
You
goodness.
can buff that out with a jackhammer.
Sorry, Joel.
Joel, I'm
Sorry,
so
Joel.
sorry. Hendrick. They're
Well,
great
you're punishing
people.
them for not having yours done, I guess.
Y'all, I felt like
gracious.
it's like I got kicked in the. You know what? You know that
Look
stomach
at
feeling
that.
you get
Oh, yeah.
when you
Oh,
get
Adler,
kicked.
they may just say keep it.
Good.
Let me tell you, the only worse feeling than doing that in your car is doing it in somebody else's car.
Yeah,
While you're
y'all-
That
driving.
is the worst.
I was
Look at
fine, and then
Yeah.
Oh, I see another piece too. that-
Where did you-
Accidents.
Where, is that the
Accidents.
front?
that's
How
the
did?
front.
Well, then how did you not see it?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I.
I
don't
Calm
get
down.
it. If you backed
Calm
into
down.
it, maybe.
You know what? You're becoming that little squirrel on Ice Age. Listen.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Listen. I want to ask you about
You
this.
fall asleep.
So you unloaded the vehicle. Why were you moving it?
No, I actually
He's
have
getting it
not moved
closer.
it yet. I moved it. I parked
Oh, you were
in the
backing
spot,
out.
and then I was pulling in. I was going forward.
So Paul's
That,
here,
that
right?
makes no
I
sense.
just was pulling it, and it's a tight bar. And I blame you, Speedy, because you're too far up. You're directly behind me. Oh, Speedy's fault. Now we know.
What?
You
Now
caused
we
it.
know.
I parked all the way through.
Yeah, I know.
So
You're-
you coming in
I'm
behind me?
front of
This is
you.
why my
yeah.
plan-
See,
this
so
is why I park
so I
everywhere.
had to swoop in and then try to get in, but your truck was in the way. So that's
I'm in a
when it
parking
happened.
spot, though.
Yeah, you're too far up, buddy. Watch yourself.
You and
all right,
Greg, y'all
we're
both
treading
pull
in
up too
dangerous
far.
waters.
Well,
parking
no,
like
hard to
that.
tell. No,
That's
I agree.
reckless. Endangerment.
Y'all did. Y'all parked too far
If you
up.
look at
Both
that,
of you.
if you look at the back of our truck, we're actually at the line, so we're actually right.
We just got big A trucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all pull too far up, and I don't
Y'all
pull
do.
it far enough. I'm the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Nobody can park behind you.
You're right. By the
No
way.
one can park behind you.
If I don't pull
I
up
shut her
far
off
enough,
halfway.
half
We're
my
out
truck's
now.
in the spot behind me. Half of it.
Well, that would have been better than me wrecking this Hendrick vehicle.
No, look,
So it's speedy.
Well, I'm glad I didn't hit the pole because pole wouldn't be there.
But,
And that
oh,
Jeep I'm
boy, I'm
driving.
telling you. By the way, I just
Yep.
got a text from Hendrick. They said, "Hey, don't worry, they can cut your deal on this one."
Yeah, like it sets.
But I don't need a new car.
Well, yeah, you've
Like
been
it
wanting to
says.
get another one.
Well, I know I don't need a new car. I'm
You
trying
get
to
that
figure
car.
out.
you
There
do.
it goes.
No, I
trying
like
to
that.
figure
text.
out-
bought a car.
Hey, you ain't
No,
never gonna get that old car back.
He's a car owner.
Wait a minute.
No,
so
for real,
so wait.
I-
I just realized. So
How much like it sits?
I
One
need
money.
my old car. I don't need it. I
so
just paid
Aaron's
off that
Valentine
car.
present is in the shop.
I just
I just realized that.
Oh, I know what it
this
is.
entire time.
You didn't have the pillow in the seat, did you? Could you see
There
over?
he goes.
That's real
So
funny.
you mean okay? Y'all mean to
real
tell
funny.
me an 8-year-old can drive to McDonald's fine and Adler can't move his car in the parking lot?
There we go. We're the
Am I
same
get- am I
height.
getting there?
Adler's got 2 cars.
If Speedy wasn't just
Adler's got another one.
Adler
parking
can't
willy
drive.
nilly, just parking willy nilly here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Walker's been standing by. He's been extremely patient today. Walker, how you doing, buddy?
Hello.
Hey Walker,
Walker,
what's up?
tell me what kind of you out of school today, buddy?
Yes, sir. It's great.
It is great. It is great, and I know not everybody's out today, are they? But I'm glad you're out.
Yeah. So what kind of stuff are you guys doing for Easter so we could get some cool ideas what we can do?
Some cool ideas. I don't know that this year my ideas are going to be all that cool.
Yeah.
We're back 6 minutes past the hour. And the flames will fly. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here for a brand new hour.
We're about to be updated on what's happening with the severe weather across the country. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for joining us here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
James Spann does join us.
The Mayweather plan, he's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann.
James Spann, I just got the word seconds ago that you can't hear us. Is that correct, James?
No audio.
Let's see.
So we got no audio from James.
Well, we can't hear you either.
Yes, James.
No audio, Radio Ranch.
so yeah, we I'm looking here at the Hasbro, and it looks like everything's where like it's supposed to be here.
Yeah, let me.
What about in there, Adler? You feeding him?
Yeah. Well, I heard Speedy talking to him in the break on it.
Yeah, yeah. We were communicating on this here. So I don't know. Can you hear? Can you? I pop my channel up. Maybe we just can't see him. Let's see if we can go audio through mine.
Sure.
James, can you talk now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I mean, I'm just hearing your internal speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you over here on Speedy.
Check one.
Yeah, I don't know.
So,
what's
James,
going
you
on.
can't hear us then, right? Hey, there's Speedy up there.
Look at that. Where? Oh, hey, how y'all doing?
Look at that guy.
Speedy's on the big screen.
Yeah.
How did you like my build up where I played the Thunder song and everything?
Yeah, that's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
James, I don't know what's going on, buddy.
I'm kind of used to that stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can just make it work. How about that?
Can James talk to us just like this, but we can hear him?
You guys through your internal speaker on that laptop.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah. We'll turn it around there so you can maybe hear us.
Yeah. All right, there we go. And y'all just talk real loud, guys.
Hey, James.
James, how are you?
Hey.
And I stay
I'm good. Are we on the air everywhere
Yes,
now?
we are on the air.
We're on,
James, so much
everywhere.
Like
I kind of miss you being up there. You are. Yeah, I like when you're up on that big screen. Behind
So,
you.
James, we'll just pitch to you and let you go. How about that?
Yeah, James, just tell us. I know we've had issues in Texas, Arkansas, and now this is kind of easing into Mississippi. Tell us what's going on.
Yes. So as we speak, we've got some really, really nasty storms coming into Houston. They've got strong winds and flooding. It's just a big mess. And all of that will be moving eastward today. And we've got a risk of severe storms centered through parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. And the higher severe weather probabilities are over parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, and Southwest Alabama. There are 5 categories of risk. And we have level 4 out of level 5 for parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, over into Southwest Alabama. This would include cities like Jackson and Meridian, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And we've got a level 3 risk as far east as Tuscaloosa and Mobile, Alabama. And as you guys know, it was a really rough ride yesterday and last night for parts of Texas. Some of those radar signatures were horrifying. We saw so many images and video of the tornadoes in Texas yesterday. And again, all of that will be shifting eastward today. So again, if you are in cities like Jackson, Meridian, Baton Rouge, Monroe, Louisiana, even as far east as Birmingham and Montgomery, Alabama, just be very weather aware today. Again, right now we've got the issues going on in southeastern Texas around Houston, storms up toward Monroe, Louisiana, the Mississippi Delta. But later today, the tornado threat evolves this afternoon and tonight through these zones here. And if you live in any of the places we've talked about, just be sure you've got a way of hearing warnings. Then that's one of our biggest problems. So many people don't hear the warnings. And if you're a weather dweeb, a nerd, a dork, a weenie that pay attention to this stuff, you can help us and be part of the process. And listen, people are busy. You know, people don't have time to pay attention to weather all the time. They don't sit around and, eat bonbons and watch the weather all day. They're busy. What we want you to do is to help us let them know that there is a chance of severe weather today, and not a way to make them anxious, but just let them know that it's going to be an active day today. And if we do have warnings, if you know anybody in these tornado warning polygons, you can be a big part of the process by calling them or texting them, since so many people don't get warnings in a proper way these days. And we had some pretty significant tornadoes in Texas yesterday and last night. And these systems will talk to you. They will tell you a story once they get on the board. And I think the system was talking to us yesterday with what we saw in Texas. And that same type setup will be in place today through Louisiana, Mississippi, and parts of West Alabama. And there could be a few significant tornadoes. Understand in that higher level risk, which is the level 4 out of 5, the Storm Prediction Center is suggesting we might see a few EF3 or higher type tornadoes today. Those are strong, violent, and there might be a long track tornado somewhere in that zone through Mississippi and Louisiana and Southwest Alabama. So just be weather aware today and understand, guys, this is March in the southern United States. This is not unusual. This is when this happens. We're in the core of the spring segment of the tornado season down here. So, and a lot of people, Rick and Bubba have storm anxiety. They have been through a tornado. They have been through some type of traumatic weather event, a flood or a hurricane. And these days really do make them anxious, and it's very real. And just understand is a level of comfort knowing even on an active day like today, the odds of any one spot being hit by a tornado are relatively low. But at the same time, you have to prepare. You have to have a plan. So get the warnings, have a safe place. And in that safe place, you're going to have helmets for everybody. I mean, including the adults. Most people that are seriously injured in a tornado or lose their life, it's blunt force trauma to the head, skull, neck region, and a cheap bicycle helmet, a batting helmet that can really, really improve your chance of not being seriously injured. And we'll get through the day just fine. The other issue, fellas, real quick, we've got two other problems in addition to severe storms. Number one, it's flooding. Some locations in Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, they're going to see 3, maybe 4 inches of rain in spots today. And that obviously will create some major flooding problems and that the ground is saturated. And one more thing, too, it's going to be awfully windy, not related to storms. We have a very strong pressure gradient, and winds later today and tonight could gust as high as 35, 40, maybe 45 miles an hour, especially on ridges. And that in itself might bring some power outages. So windy, wet, chance of flooding, and severe storms. Just pay attention to the weather today, and we'll get through the day just fine.
I don't know. I just sent Adler. I just sent you a text. I just got back from a vacation, and I'm always thinking about while you're on vacation things that you need, and you mentioned a helmet, and I don't know if James, you can't really see it, but I looked into a helmet while I was in the Bahamas. And I probably this is the one I wanted to bring. It was tough to get it through customs and everything, but
yeah.
See, I've got that ready to go.
That's a good look right there.
Yeah,
you're a macho man.
Yeah, thank
very
you.
macho.
Yeah,
I like the one that comes on down.
That was one that they had on the ATV tour. So it was
wow.
Yeah, it's
that looks like the old Men at Work helmet.
Well, no, one time when Sherry and everybody was putting them
I was
on,
going to say it looks like the Village People to me.
There it is. A weather weenie has to take a shot at the jock. Yeah, that's now you're right though, James. Can I tell you though, and I want you to talk to Bubba a little bit because you talk about this storm anxiety, and when you have a weather weenie and your close circle of friends, it's good because they do update you. But Bubba will terrify you.
Yeah,
I mean, he really gets. I mean, it's gloom and doom whenever these things come through. So, and then Greg's the other end of the spectrum. He keeps telling us about the odds, which you were just talking about. How small the odds are.
Yeah.
And so it's like I'm torn between two extremes. Should I just land somewhere in the middle?
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. And we don't want to scare anybody. And the problem we've got, so many of these YouTubers and the TikTokers.
Oh boy,
are just, what they do. And by the way, I got on TikTok this morning to do a post. My IQ dropped 30 points after spending.
That's so good. That's funny.
But what these guys do, that they've learned the trick to getting followers and subscribers, it's fear.
Right.
That's what drives the algorithm. And so they put these, horribly obnoxious, headlines, big yikes, this is nuts,
Big
TDS,
yikes.
Monster outbreak.
Big yikes.
Oh my Lord. I mean, this is what you see on TikTok and YouTube. And these guys get, they're making piles of money off fear.
Wow.
And I that really is disturbing. And, and most of these are kids and they don't have any malicious intent, but they've learned the trick to getting subscribers and followers. It's fear. and all of that's a dopamine hit. It becomes an addiction.
Yeah.
And they're going to get more obnoxious, and they all fight each other. And so during times like this, the best thing to do is just to find a voice of reason that's calm in a storm, and a credible source. Most of these people have no training in weather.
Right.
They couldn't, if you stuck a gun to their head, they couldn't derive the vorticity equation. They don't understand any of this stuff.
Well, yeah, I saw one that said that the tornado could give you COVID.
Oh, Rick. yeah. They mix that into the weather stuff. But so, you know, on a day like today, especially you got storm anxiety, just don't look at TikTok. Just turn it off. If you're addicted to TikTok, you turn it off for a day. I mean, everybody on TikTok, they're either dancing, or they're funny, or they're cussing. And I'm not a good cusser, I'm not a good dancer, and I'm not funny. I mean, I don't belong over there.
Thanks, Jay.
But I get over there to do weather updates because, you know, it's where kids hang out, and that's fine. I'll do weather updates over there. But gosh, I turned it on this morning to do the weather update. The first thing I saw was some guy dancing, dropping F-bombs. What is this? This is not a good thing to see at 7 a.m.
No, it's not. It's not.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, James.
See you, James.
Appreciate you, buddy. All right, there you go. James will update you. No dancing, no cussing.
No.
Oh, no. I've never even heard him cuss. He's not good at it at all. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fine. I could hear through your speaker.
Sadly,
fine.
I'm sorry. Ours is really simplistic this year, extremely simplistic. As a matter of fact, I don't even know that we're going to even see extended family. I think it's going to be just Sherry, me, and the two boys that are home. Even the oldest son that lives in Atlanta is in a play that for some reason is even playing through Sunday night. So anyway, so he's not going to get to get home. So it'd probably just be just be the four of us, and we're going to go down the farm this afternoon, and spend a little time there. And that's about it. And then go to church on Sunday, and then have a Easter dinner there at the house.
Yeah, Walker, it's kind of, Easter falls a different time each year, so it's really kind of a busy time for our family. And I've been under the weather for a little while, and everybody else is not feeling too good, so we may do a little R&R this weekend after our church stuff.
It's funny. Ours is a similar deal. Everybody's had this, whatever this is, through the house on and off, and I think we're just going to celebrate what God has done and knock it out of gear.
Yeah,
which would be great.
Which is great.
Amen.
All right. Well, what about you, Walker? Walker, you got plans?
Yeah, we do have some plans. We're gonna go see family.
Good.
Family's gonna come to us. We're gonna have a good dinner.
So how old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
11 years old. I think I might go see Case for Christ on Saturday too. I think I'm gonna try to do that.
You gonna hide any eggs?
We're gonna watch that soon. We're gonna watch it Easter night.
Yeah. So are
you gonna hide eggs, Walker?
Yeah. You still
do eggs?
You still in the egg hiding business?
No, sir.
No, too old for that now. I got you. I understand.
I know I'm too old too, but every now and then I kind of want to do it.
I'm gonna eat some eggs, but that's about it. Hey, Walker, thank you for calling, and I'm so glad you called. I hope you have an incredible day, and it's a weekend that should give us all hope, no doubt about it. And I hope you take it in and enjoy every minute of it.
God bless. Hope you get feeling better.
Thank you, Walker.
Thank
Take
you,
care,
man.
buddy. We're all. It's not over, but at least we can function.
Right.
I'm at the point now. I don't know that I will ever feel completely like I don't have anything going on again.
Yeah, I'd like to just be able to hear again.
Right.
I've got one ear open, one closed.
Right.
It's kind of it's got kind of a effect to it.
Well, and I realize that going to the farm is not going to help because I'm going to be in the outdoors. But I just need to fish. There's I have to fish. I need to throw.
Mm-hmm.
I need to fish.
I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah.
I feel that same pressure in a tractor kind of way.
Yeah. So this afternoon I will fish. Now, me rolling right back out there to the tree pollen that may have caused some of this.
I know. That's not good. It's not wise, Rick. I'll say that. It's not wise.
It borderlines on complete lunacy.
Yeah.
But I mean.
But if I could see a box blade drag a road, man, I'd get so happy I wouldn't know what to do.
If I can hear that lure go thunk and hit that water and all of a sudden just.
See the sparkle yourself of the jig.
Right.
I just saw it.
Yeah. Yeah. So now.
When you first start pulling it, it's flashing.
Of course, the boys trying to bring people down. That could give me a little bit of stress, but I don't think so. Not at this age. Yeah. So we'll continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Let's go to Dustin in Pelham. Dustin, welcome to the program. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Green Acres.
Oh, glad you called, buddy. Thanks. I'm glad you got a job too.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm glad I got one too. I just read an article on Facebook. United Airlines cannot catch a break right now.
No, not more.
Yes. Guy flying from Houston to Calgary from a vacation in Mexico had a scorpion fall out of the overhead compartment.
And I'm sorry, Speedy's trying to give me a body signal that I think is scorpion, but I don't know what that is. All right, but go ahead. He's got.
Or it was an elephant walking backwards.
Yeah, he's got one crawling out of the top of his head. But go ahead.
He had a scorpion fall onto his head and sting him.
Oh no! Out of United Airlines baggage holder.
And this happened the other day.
You're
I
right.
thought it was a joke from my bump on the head.
No.
I was about to say that story. We have that. In
Well, when I first saw you, Bump, I thought, well, Speedy flew United.
Yeah, they can't catch a break.
But so now we got scorpions falling on people. Look, I don't know what somebody's done at United, but boy, they can't.
I'll take the scorpion though, as opposed to being drug out by my hair. But both are bad.
Well, what if they did this? What if they had a new policy? If you don't get out of your seat and we come to get you, we'll drop a scorpion on you.
There you go.
I'd get them up.
I'd do it. I'd be getting off the plane.
Scott, welcome to the program. Go right ahead, buddy.
Hi, guys. How y'all doing?
Good. Great. Good. Hope you're doing great, man.
Pretty good. So, you guys are Christian, right?
All 10 lines are now available at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can join us. As we open those up, you can make a comment, you can ask a question, you can bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but anything else, get on there, make a comment, and let's go. So here's the good news for you. That we open up all 10 lines. You can get in, so if you move right now, you'll get in quickly. And then once you get on hold, we can move through this pretty quick. Because we'll go 30 seconds a pop, and at the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll move to the next caller. So if you're on hold and you can move now, you won't be on hold very long. We'll move through that relatively quick. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. Hey, do want to remind you from themanchurch.com, it launched, was it Monday, Helms? When our brand new 40-week curriculum just launched yesterday. You hear the call that we are to be disciples and also to make disciples. As a matter of fact, the word Christian only appears 3 times in the New Testament, but the word disciple 250 times. And there was no one in the New Testament that was called a Christian that wasn't already a disciple. But what does that mean? What does it mean to be a disciple? So our new 40-week curriculum is called Be Disciples, 8 characteristics that Scripture says should be found in the disciples of Jesus. And you can do that with your men's group. And that now makes our 3rd 40-week curriculum that's now available. It's brand new, and it's out now at themanchurch.com. So let's start with Derek in Mississippi. Derek, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Rick, thank you so much, man. Look, did you know that Damon Johnson had gotten Brother Kane back together? I haven't heard you guys talk about that, but he's apparently going on tour with them. They have their original guitarist, I believe. And I was thinking, though, listening to the Mr. Lucky Bubba, Rick and Bubba University, that maybe you guys can open up for them if they come to Birmingham.
Well, anything could happen. I did hear about that. I think we're about to go on vacation, and Greg mentioned it, that Brother Kane was reunited, and I did hear about that, but I didn't know many details, but that's a great idea. So, but yes, we did hear that. Let's go to Rick in Florida. Rick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'd like a couple questions asked at the confirmation hearings for the new Supreme Court Justice. I'm a major corporation, and the board of directors says they're going to choose a white male only to replace their CEO. Like, though the answer to that question, does it violate anybody's civil rights or federal law?
Yes, it does. Yeah,
that's a great question.
Yeah, that is a great question. It certainly does, but apparently you can make those kind of statements about your vice president or a Supreme Court. Yeah. Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
All right, y'all doing okay?
We're fired
good.
up.
We're
That's all
good.
we know, Jason.
Y'all taking care of Mama's boy? Y'all giving him hugs every day? I was going to talk about Mama Ivy cutting the gas taxes out. That's about like Speedy paying for lunch.
All right.
Yeah, if a politician takes taxes away, that's about like Speedy paying for
Well,
lunch.
we had somebody call and say that Georgia was temporarily lifting those. Is that true?
Yeah.
Was that accurate?
I didn't follow up, but that is what a caller said.
Terry in Mississippi. Terry, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Terry. Jerry.
Larry. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Hey, I'm just calling. You know, you were talking about yesterday about the plane ordeal. You was asking why planes are loaded from the front to the back. I work for a freight company, and basically short of it, there's a tail stabilizer. With freight companies, we do load in the back of the plane first to the front, but there's a tail stabilizer. But commercial planes do not use that with their planes, and that's why it's loaded from the front, or the passenger loaded in the front to keep the rear of the plane from tipping.
But doesn't some companies do that?
Yeah.
I saw a picture online after we talked about that the other day that looked like a plane doing a wheelie almost, like the tail was too heavy. And I thought, well, surely we're not counting on people where they sit to keep the plane balanced, right? I mean, is that right?
Come on, man. Andrew in Fort Payne. Andrew, 30 seconds.
I'm not
Go
saying
ahead.
it ain't true, but it just seemed a little strange.
Right. Andrew,
Good
go
morning,
ahead.
guys.
Hey.
Hey, I wanted your thoughts on the Russian and Ukraine conflict. Do you guys think that's coming to a stalemate and that Putin's getting backed into a corner?
I don't. You know, I'm amazed. I really am that the Ukrainians have been able to hold off the Russians now going on. I think today is 27 days, but the country is just being leveled city by city. And I think the Russians have a lot more armament that they can bring to bear on this. Why it's taking so long, I don't know. There's a lot of speculation. I'm impressed with the Ukrainians, but I'm afraid the result is going to be the same. I'm afraid of that. I hope it's not. But I don't know. It looked the last report we had, it looked like the Russians were digging in around the capital and placing landmines. And some people are thinking that they're going to use chemical weapons to try to kill everybody. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's
nasty.
Yeah, it is. It is. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big's our number. We come back, stories from vacation. Rick?
When we come back, we'll talk about mud.
Mud will be the topic. So we'll talk about that when we return. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website for all the Rick and Bubba info, rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, sir.
All right, so y'all believe in the end times? Have y'all ever noticed chemtrails in the sky?
Oh no.
Okay, so
chemtrails.
Are you just throwing chemtrails in on Easter here, Easter weekend? Yeah.
What'd you say again?
I just didn't see how Good Friday was going to turn to chemtrails, but you've done it,
Scott. I'll be honest with you. I must know your feeling on chemtrails. Just
you have the floor. Tell us about chemtrails and go.
Okay, chemtrails is a real deal. If anybody would Google it, they can learn about it.
Okay, well that makes it real for sure.
Okay, they are. Well, tell me
That's
this.
validation.
10 years ago,
Scott,
12 years ago,
you keep going.
When I was younger, 12 years ago, there didn't used to be chemtrails in the sky. But why is there chemtrails now?
Who remembers when they were 12 whether there was a chemtrail in the sky?
Scott, seriously, give us your pitch on chemtrails. We're still waiting on it. Go ahead.
Well, okay, this is what it is. I believe we're in the end times, in the New World Order. They're poisoning us, guys. They're poisoning our food, our water. They're trying to get us with GMOs. They're trying to get us with fluoride.
Scott, time out.
Everybody needs to wake up.
Scott, okay, hang on.
Googled it.
Okay, Scott, let me ask you this. Just a simple follow-up question here. Who is trying to poison who?
It's the government trying to poison everybody. Not just the government, but the people in power, the elite.
Okay,
The
so
New World Order.
So the elites that are poisoning the rest of us, they're not breathing the same air today we are.
Well, not really, guys. Not really.
Did they have a visible mask on?
Scott, let me be clear. I've been watching news
Well, look,
conferences.
now,
I don't
okay,
see
they are.
Trump or
Listen,
anybody
guys,
wearing a
they
helmet.
They are breathing the same air,
Uh-huh.
but they're okay with it because they want to bring about the end of day.
So they want to die with the people
They
that
want to die too.
Well, they think they're not going to die.
Why?
They've been told a lie.
Well, they know the poison is in there too that kills everybody else. So why would they not be affected by it?
Well, they have money, so they probably have means of getting fresh air and clean air.
Well, where are they getting the fresh air from? Because chemtrails are all over the sky. If I go outside right now, I see them everywhere.
Purifiers. I could get an air purifier for my house to make my air clean.
Well, do that. Don't worry about the new world order.
Why don't you just get the air purifier that they got, and you ain't got to worry about it?
Well, I did say this, guys.
Now you're good.
Fear it, but it is going on. People should check into it. Y'all have a blessed day, okay?
All right, Scott, I want to leave you with one, just tiny idea here. It's called steam in the upper atmosphere. Okay, it's when something hot and moisture and something cold all gets together, you get steam, and then it fades away over time.
Did you Google that, Bubba?
No,
Well, listen,
no,
guys,
I had sixth grade science.
Well, do this. Hey, do this one day. If you ever see one in the sky,
Uh-huh.
sit there and watch it. It gets bigger as it falls down to earth. It doesn't dissipate. And also,
Scott, it getting bigger is dissipating. It's floating apart.
Listen, guys, check this out. Listen. That's what I was trying to say. It's something new they've been doing every day for the past 12 years. When I was younger, they didn't used to do this.
In 12
Scott,
years?
Scott, I got news for you.
When he was
Chemtrails began when we had jet engines that could go up above 20,000
I
feet.
saw it when I was 6.
So that only
20 years
started
ago.
12 years ago?
30 years
No,
ago.
it started whenever we had jet engines that got up above about 20,000 feet.
Yeah.
Prop and crop dusters don't leave chemtrails usually.
Look, let me just say this: you started
Jet
out,
engines will.
Yeah, you started out talking about the faith-based version. Do we believe in the end times? Do we see in prophecy that we're going to roll to a one world government and a one world religion attempt? Absolutely, absolutely, it's in there.
Of course.
Yeah. Now, how it's going to go, how it's going to happen, and how it's all going to work out, I don't pretend to know. I know that. And it's
Well,
good.
I like to know,
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, I hope you're not worried so much about that. You're not leading somebody to Jesus, because I got news for you. Whether you know about chemtrails or not, when Jesus Christ returns or you die, you're going to have to deal with whether you're under the redemption of Jesus Christ or not. And that really and chemtrails don't mean a hill of beans as far as that's concerned. Mississippi Herald. Have you seen this story? That everybody, people are sending us this a lot today. If it, and I'm looking to try to see if I can confirm it, but it's the MississippiHerald.com. If that's a real news source, because you never know anymore when people send you stuff.
It is.
All right. So they're claiming that there was a husband and wife that was having a hard time with conception, so they go to a fertility clinic, trying to see if they cannot do in vitro or something like that.
Oh,
So,
Rick, I found it.
yeah. So very routine that they take the DNA of each parent and they start looking at that as they start getting ready to take the next steps.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Come on with this. You pick from 50 menu and market items every week. And you go ahead and do your meal planning with HelloFresh.com. Then they send you everything you need, all the ingredients, the recipe cards, which are very easy to follow. And then you just prepare meals, and you get them on the table, and here we go. And you can skip a week. You can change the delivery dates if you're traveling from their convenient app. Nothing could be simpler. And, boy, do they have delicious food. Man, it is so good. Their juicy beef tenderloin, if you haven't tried that, are you a fondue person? Cheese fondue, outstanding. Easy to whip it up right there in the kitchen, and that way you know it's done. You know the meals you're having. You prepare them. You do it. They've even got on-the-go stuff, quick stuff, snacks. HelloFresh.com. Also going to save you money on that food bill. Who needs that right now? HelloFresh.com/Bubba. And you go there, use that URL. We'll get you 16 meals for free plus 3 gifts just by using the promo code Bubba. Find that link at rickandbubba.com. under sponsors. I did say 16 meals for free, and we're going to give you 3 free gifts. Go there now. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Put them to work for you. All right, Bubba, so vacation, we said going into the break, we're going to talk about mud.
Rick, my vacation wasn't near as exciting as yours was.
Yeah, I wish mine had been less exciting.
I tried not to have any stories to bring back.
Yeah.
And as much as I tried, we still had a few moments.
Good luck with that.
Rick, we got out doing a little exploring out in the great outdoors and was riding in a UTV, side-by-side, some people call them.
Yeah.
The little carts.
Yeah.
It's to me it would be a 4-seater. I think when they sell them, they claim they're 6-seaters.
Yeah.
But I don't know who in the world would sit in that middle seat unless it was a child.
Yeah.
And
you said we. Now who's we?
Well, I have somebody riding with me.
Mm-hmm.
He is basically my version of your Gary the Bulldozer Man.
Got it.
Thomas Morrison, better known as the Mountain Brook Redneck.
Hey, let me tell you, Thomas, that guy Bubba's got, he don't know what he's doing.
Now, Thomas is a good guy. When I first met him, he was, driving a tractor, and then he moved up, and like he owns his own company now. He's got tractors out everywhere doing stuff. So he's a good guy. But it was funny the day when I finally asked him where he went to high school at, and I figured he was going to say, one of the country schools, down range a little bit. And he said Mountain Brook. And I almost did I said, you're a bulldozer driver from Mountain Brook?
Well,
we just don't see a lot
I
of
didn't know, and those of you that don't know, that's the swanky school system.
It's the higher end area of the Birmingham.
That's
old money. Old money.
Real money.
Yeah.
I always
old
say,
money.
because people ask, the Vestavia, they'll go, ooh, Vestavia over the mountain. And I'll say, no. Vestavia people act like they have money. Mountain Brook people actually have money.
Yeah. The community where you live, that's new money. And all they want to know, they look rich, but all they won't know what their payment is.
Absolutely.
And the Mountain Brook people, they pay cash, straight cash.
Exactly.
Yeah. I remember when my son played for Vestavia, and we were doing a junior high deal where Eli Gold, who's a sports guy, and I were asked, would we do the game, a junior high game, just as fun for the kids. And we were playing Mountain Brook. And I was told that night the difference between Vestavia money and Mountain Brook money. Eli Gold and I were on a push-button recorder that they were going to play over the PA system at the school. Mountain Brook had a TV station.
Right.
They're covering their own TV station.
Right.
And I learned that night. I said, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a big difference there.
So to have a bulldozer driver from there is really odd.
But, it's not.
Or he probably owns a bulldozer.
It's not, well, he does now. He owns the company.
Right.
And got them all over the place.
Right.
But
I live in
Mountain
Helena,
Brook
which is a poor man's Mountain Brook.
That's right.
And Rick, as nice as the Mountain Brook area is, it's not without trouble. And I know you were telling me they were having some crime issues over there.
Oh, yeah. Big happening. As a matter of fact, police are still investigating yesterday's drive-by snubbing.
Yeah. So a lot of people don't know about that.
By the way, listen, I want to do that every single time.
Yeah, I just fed it right to you.
Did you hear about the quarterback getting hurt?
Oh, boy.
He fell in his portfolio.
That's a good one. You love that one too.
That's a good one too.
So, Rick, we're out exploring, and we're looking at a project, and we come up on this giant mud hole.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean kind of. I mean a giant mud hole,
big one,
right in the middle of the road.
Right,
and it's it probably was as big as this studio, maybe times 2, that kind of size.
Okay, so
like
about
you
the size,
almost could cast to catch fish in it. You know what I mean? That kind of size.
So about the size of the studio that we were ran out of.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And about the time I was middle way of it, it felt like it was a quarter of a mile.
Sure.
long.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I don't know the mud hole, so I'm trying to ease around on the side. Of the mud hole.
That's smart.
And you can only go so far because of trees, and so I'm easing along, and we're going pretty good. I feel good about it. We're in 4-wheel drive, got the back wheels locked, and then all of a sudden, the UTV, the side-by-side, seemed to be sliding to my right.
Oh, no.
And before I know it, there's just water everywhere, and Thomas very, very quickly and alertly hopped out and tried to reach a sandbar in the middle of this. And man, we're in some mud and sinking fast.
Quicksand,
like a sinkhole,
almost.
It's going down pretty quick, a lot quicker than I would like for it to.
Yeah.
So we at one point had to abandon ship and jump out. And I'm thinking, well,
really,
this is probably not a good way to keep up with your side-by-side by it going completely into the mud and losing it.
No. So were you able to exit out onto land, or you exited into the water?
No, I could, on my side, I could exit to land.
Yeah.
Now Thomas did a kind of a two-step onto what appeared to be a sandbar in the middle of the small pond, and then tiptoed across the front of the vehicle and got out. I don't think he got wet. But he could have.
What's his boot situation?
He had he had his work boots on.
They had waders on?
No, but he had his work boots on. So we're kind of sinking fast. Of course, I'm hanging out the door trying to counterbalance the other side, and you would think I would be able to counterbalance a lot, but I was losing that battle pretty quick.
That's like having a boulder handy.
And at that point, I decided that it was time to abandon ship because the water was rising on my side, and so I had to get a hand from Thomas to leap out, and that was quite a pull.
Oh, look, I've been there.
It's a wonder he didn't have to go to rehab.
Yeah,
what if y'all both fell in there?
Is he all right?
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's very agile for a bulldozer driver.
Sure,
and a little younger than Gary.
Right. Yeah.
So. But we have to get out, and thank goodness we had a winch on the front of it. And was able to winch up to a tree kind of high. And it wasn't exactly at the angle you want it to be at, but so I started to get back into the UTV to try to get out of this giant mud hole. And Thomas said, "Do you want me to do that?"
I was about to say, don't you think Thomas is a better choice?
Well, and that's what I was going to tell you. I felt bad about asking him to get back into it while it appeared to be sinking faster than the ship with a hole in the bottom of it.
Yeah.
But, it depends on what group you're in, what your expertise level is.
Absolutely.
Like, we might be out at hunting camp, and I might be, telling somebody about a gun or showing somebody how to shoot or how I like to shoot or whatever. But if a Marine sniper walks up, I give him the floor.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
100% sure.
So I think a guy who drives bulldozers and excavators and all that heavy equipment probably outranks me on getting out of a giant mud hole.
No
Don't
doubt.
you?
No doubt about it.
So I stood clearly by the side and got clear of that thing while he drove it right out of it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
brilliant.
How about a winch is just a really good thing to have, especially if you're going down fast.
It's a game changer.
That if you're in reach of a pine tree, it's a really good situation.
So this thing must have been really deep.
Yeah, it is. It was. It was after we got out of it.
Yeah, because
and then the problem, you're on the other side of the road, and then hey, how'd I get back?
Yeah, I was going to ask. Did you have another way to get back?
Well, we tried the other side of the mud hole, and we were able to get through that, but there was a few tense moments there. But the real story in this is how good these UTV side by sides, whatever you want to call it, they really do handle some bad terrain very good.
Oh yeah.
And the fact they have a metal frame and motor, but they're hard plastic, most of it. So by the time you get out, even though you've been flooded for the most part, all of it runs out and it dries, and what dries fall. I mean it. You wash it off when you get back, but for the most part, they handle that pretty darn well.
Did you have a show enough good one?
Yeah, I thought it was a show enough good one. It's not the good of the good, but
right, yeah.
It's definitely could get the job done.
Is it? Do you want to tell the brand?
Well, I don't know that that's terribly important.
I do know that some brands are better for stuff like that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And because when we went down, when you hunted, we all went to Mississippi, and that's swamp land.
Yeah.
And that was a topic of discussion was we have to have these particular ones here, otherwise we get stuck.
Well, what kind did they have?
They had Polaris.
This was a tracker, which is now made by. There was a defense contractor company came in and bought most of all those guys up. I think. I know they own Tracker. I think they bought Polaris. I think they bought Arctic Cat.
Yeah.
Attic Cat.
That's a whole nother problem.
There it is.
But it's really amazing how good they work.
There you go. Well, and
they're designed well.
Yeah, Polaris is kind of like You remember the campaign, Have You Driven a Ford Lately?
Yeah.
You know, the newer stuff from Polaris, and probably because of what you just said, is really good.
Yeah.
Older stuff, yeah. Yeah, all right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the people noticed that the DNA of the two parents was shockingly similar. The doctor was called in, and then he thought, well, sometimes we do get in a situation where people don't know they're cousins. He thought there may be a situation here that they are cousins. According to this story, again, from the Miami Herald, that has been sent to me, and the guys are looking at right now.
Mississippi Herald.
What did I say?
Miami.
I meant Mississippi. Maybe I'm just trying to, subconsciously.
Is that a real thing, the Mississippi Herald?
I'm looking at it now.
It says MississippiHerald.com.
I'm looking at it. But.
Yeah, and they're discovering that their DNA wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same, and they were born on the same day, and they're saying that they are twins.
How's that?
Biological twins, not.
But how's that?
Maybe the two got adopted by different people, or somebody gave them up for adoption.
They would know, right?
Well, they would know, but I'm saying they wouldn't know.
What are they saying?
They're not saying. They just kind of lead. They're saying because of the rights of the patients, they can't really go into any more detail.
Oh, this does say they were adopted after their parents had died.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
In a car crash when they were infants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
So that's how.
Biological
Dang
twins.
the luck. You talk about winning the lottery in a bad way.
All right, now let's talk about let's talk about what you're gonna do now. I mean, you just went from.
Now, if it was your first cousin, you'd probably move past it.
Right.
But it'd still be weird.
It would, and maybe children something you go, well, we're gonna change our mind on that, but we're gonna stay married. But your twin,
Rick,
your sister,
No, you can't. You can't.
I wish you to give me a little more time to process this story before I started reading it.
I'm sorry. Well, I tried to warn you that it had something here. I was just gonna walk us through it.
Wow.
I'm looking. And I'm really studying the Mississippi Herald, and I gotta say, I don't see anything that makes it non-legit. Like, I think this is actually.
Well, if you think about it, guys, if the kids' parents died when they were infants, and they put the two children up for adoption, and somebody said, I can't go twin, but I'll take one.
Sure.
And they get split up their whole lives, but the odds of them meeting, they always say, though, the twins have this connection.
I know.
They just misread the connection. Something else. Wow. And
well, they said they were immediately attracted because they had so many similarities.
Like a birthday, which I would have looked at pretty strong, I think.
No, you look a lot like me.
Well, I guess they're not identical.
I know,
so I
but
guess
you
that's
can
why.
still
right, and that could be.
No, it's a guy and a girl. Well, you never know in today's world. But
is there a picture
in this particular?
Well, I want to see a picture too. Thank you, Ham.
Guys, what a tough situation.
I don't know. I'm looking at this here.
Those related links at the bottom throw me off a little bit.
Well, yeah, because this one here, we've got a 36-year-old Pensacola man. He was caught having relations with a horse.
Hey, now.
And his
Do we
claim
have to
was
add that to this
his claim is that the horse seduced him.
Right,
yeah, this is real.
By the way,
so this could be.
It could be.
And come to find out, him and the horse are actually twins.
Everything that Speedy
He'd have shot it, but he didn't have his gun. He normally carries it.
Yeah.
Because
the horse seduced him.
Listen, you can't make this up either.
Come look at the picture.
I want you to look what's rolling on my computer because of the way the ad grabs and it grabs what you're interested in.
You can't have nothing.
Right above what Speedy just read, okay, is.
Let me see if mine does that too. Hold on.
Look,
Is this thing where they chase you and want you to buy stuff because they know your history?
Rick, you're not going to believe what it is.
Yeah, that's the. That's what I thought. The book. It keeps coming up everywhere I go.
Keep in mind. What he just read is right
Can't hear
under
you.
my hand.
Right.
Look what's above it.
You get How to Be a Man. Unbelievable.
That's funny.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
This is unbelievable.
We'll have some folks call in there.
But anyway,
this has to be on other outlets too.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. We'll get back to some of your phone calls coming up later in the program. All right, so Bubba, as we make our way back, you got out of the mud, and that was
Rick, when water's coming up around you all over, it's kind of scary, and you're a real steep angle.
Yeah.
I had to get out of that seatbelt and abandon ship.
Yeah. So, is this a place you've never been before?
Yeah, this was all some new area I was looking at.
Oh boy.
Out exploring. Yeah. But Thomas is a good guy, and I met his dad not too long ago. And you talking about versatile?
You mean Thomas the Bulldozer Man?
Yeah, yeah. What did I say?
No, I was just letting everybody
Thomas
know
the
this
Bulldozer Man.
This is the new bulldozer guy,
right?
The
Mud
Man,
the Mountain Brook Redneck.
Hey, let me tell you, when Bubba, that's the one I had first, and then he handed me off to Rick and went off to some guy named Thomas. Thomas the Tank Engine.
Well, look, I met Thomas's dad when we were going down to see some high school basketball at the state championship, and I met him in the parking lot. He was out there helping park cars, and I thought, I met him, and we talked about Thomas for a minute, and then we go inside, and I look up, and he's presenting a state championship trophy to the team that wins, and you're talking about versatile. How about a guy that can park cars and present trophies?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he works for Coke. He does everything. I mean, he's like the utility man.
Who's he parking cars for?
Well, I don't know. He was just out there helping get cars.
Are you sure maybe he
parked
wasn't just walking in and was helping somebody back up? Hey, come on back, man. You're good.
Bubba's got him parking cars.
You don't know him.
Plenty of room. Plenty of room. Rick, that's great.
But how versatile?
He didn't ask for help.
Oh, hey, Bubba, how you doing? Yeah, come on back, buddy. You're good.
Yeah, because every man will help somebody come on back.
I think he's a utility player.
Yeah, he can do it all. And that's Thomas, the Mountain Brook Bulldozer Man's dad?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, good guys.
Yeah.
So when you say it was the UTV was muddy, I mean, was there mud? How high?
Speedy, I thought, there was water, next
over
to me.
Yeah.
Because I was at a 45-degree angle.
Right.
And that's just not a good feeling. I don't like that feeling.
Were you driving when y'all got in the mud?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, who drove out?
Thomas did.
Yeah, Thomas.
Did that feel
to dry land, then I drove again.
Did that feel kind of?
Well, no, like I told you, I thought yielding.
Thank you for that.
I thought yielding to the pro in
I got you.
because he outranked me on driving out of mud.
But he let you drive again after that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you go through the mud hole on the way back, or did he drive it through?
I went through the mud hole by myself on the way back.
You didn't stop halfway through the mud hole, did you? Did you just punch it?
No. It just you're driving along, and all of a sudden you're like,
right.
It's going.
Is
away
there a
from
video of you getting out?
No.
No.
I probably, if I had not been under duress, I probably would have videoed it. Right. But I just survived a sinking.
Good night, man.
So it was exciting. But I told Speedy, we were just talking in the break, it's amazing to me how muddy you can get these things.
Oh my goodness.
And you think it's never going to recover.
Yeah.
And you get out and it dries, and because of that hard plastic, most of it just slides off, and it doesn't look that bad. And then you just throw a little water on it with a hose pipe. Man, it looks like it's on the showroom.
Yeah.
Again. I'm like, wow, I was kind of impressed by that.
Yeah.
Holes in the floorboards, all that,
Oh, sure.
You give a little mud in the floorboard, but nobody cares about that.
Is it gasoline?
Yes. Get out there and let her go.
I know.
Did you look for snakes before you stepped out?
Well, of course, always.
You're right.
But I just love riding four-wheelers and UTVs and all that.
Absolutely.
And talking about versatility, okay, so that was on like Monday. That very Saturday, that same vehicle was carrying ladies in skirts and heels to a shower. So, I mean, it just does all kinds of
They can do anything.
Yeah, it's incredible.
They can do anything.
Incredible.
Now, did you guide direct traffic there too?
No. That was just me, and then Hunter had another car.
I thought Thomas's
we were shuttling.
It was cold that day too, wasn't it?
Oh, listen, Very cold.
Yes,
very cold.
you haven't
I
given us an
froze
update on
to
that.
death.
Yeah, oh yeah, very.
Well, you know, it was so strange. Betty says every time she hosts a shower, something strange happens anyway. But we had like 79-degree weather. We're wearing shorts on Friday.
Yeah.
That Saturday, we're wearing hunting gear, Russian hats, face masks, trying to. And
Guys,
then
we got snow. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, it did. It snowed that morning.
Snow.
We had a pretty good dusting, and then on Sunday, it's like short weather.
It got
again.
back in the
I'm like,
60s.
what is going on here? It's crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah, you need to update on the whole parking situation because I know you had a little anxiety about, are we going to park on one side of the road?
Yeah,
we can't take up both.
You had a lot of folks.
Yeah,
Well,
we've 70-something ladies
we've had some parties where they parked on both sides of the road, and that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Because you can't get through.
No.
And I know some people's mirrors paid for that.
Sure.
But no, I kept everybody on one side of the road, and it went pretty well. Not everybody came because some of them were from North Alabama, and they got a lot more snow.
They did,
so
yeah.
They bailed out early on it, but we still had a house full. We had plenty. We were shuttling for 2 hours, you know. So
Do you know I have a neighbor on the crest that has a chart for when his wife or anybody hosts things at his house, and he knows how many cars he can get, and he makes everybody park a certain way.
Yeah.
He takes over your car when you get there.
Yeah,
and he has a chart. And he said, I can get 23 cars.
Well, see,
I said, no way. And he said, you wait to use him a chart.
Well, see, that's good planning.
Then
I appreciate that.
He offered his chart to me when we had the Christmas party. And I said, I don't really need your chart. You want my chart? No, my driveway's different than yours.
Well,
your chart's not going to do me much good.
Look at my chart.
We just don't have a lot of room to park on our driveway. I mean, you get 3 or 4 cars up there, and you're log jammed. You know?
Well, one of the things you told me to do when we built this house 20 years ago, and I did it, was the circle driveway.
I love a circle
But
drive.
it's only as good as people are willing to operate it the way it's set up.
Right.
That makes me so mad. Yeah. Somebody who needs to leave will like park right in the middle. I'm like, you should be all the way up on the circle facing out.
And get on,
go
off
on
the
circle.
side.
Go on.
Go far as you can go. Stay on the right.
Thank you.
We had one at our
Come on through
house
the circle.
in Jacksonville, and man, I love that circle drive.
Oh, I
it
do
was
too.
awesome.
Yeah.
It was because I made it extra wide.
No, yeah.
I mean, even the cement guys went, "How wide do you want that?"
Right.
I said, "I want one to park, one to drive by with no problem.
Yeah.
Scrubbing, no mirrors. You know.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it was nice. Wish I had that now.
Right. Yeah.
But that is not the case.
Well, if you had a circle driveway now, though, everybody's car would roll over.
Yeah, that's right. and I mean roll. There she goes.
Bubba, can somebody get me out of the circle?
Look like that Tesla jumping.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Top of the hour, Lord willing, we'll be back. Our number 866, we be big, when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back over the weekend, and there'll always be stories personally that'll come out of there. We'll look at headlines today. We'll give away a winner today. Somebody's going to have a VIP weekend to the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. A beautiful Barber Motorsports Speedway with the VIP privileges, including a hot lap in an Indy car.
How about that?
Well, you can't
fun.
get that just anywhere.
That'll be fun.
So anyway, I'm sure there's insurance paper, just
Sure, small pamphlet to fill out.
2 stories high. Anyway, also would like to tell all of our accountants all across the country that watch and listen to this show, hey, we're almost there, baby. It's gonna be all right. Have you been seeing them lately? Boy, they look rough. I mean, they look really. God love them for having to work through this convoluted mess that our government's put together.
The archaic, outdated way that we fund our government. It's amazing, really, that anybody wants to do that. I'm glad they are, but it's amazing to me.
I saw a buddy of mine at church Sunday, and God love him because he's getting his family there, and he's got little kids, and they're dressed so precious, and I just looked at him in the eye and I said, "It's almost over, buddy." Mm-hmm. And he said, I can relate to the crucifixion.
Yes.
I said, I'm sure you can. And at one point, he just asked me to hold him.
Yeah.
And I just said,
hold me, tell me it's going to be okay.
Right. And so it's almost done. Tomorrow is the cutoff, and I know they have to deal with people extensions and stuff like that.
Yeah, all that good stuff.
But they're almost done. It's
well,
gonna be all right.
This weekend was big for me, Rick. I finally finished up all of my medicine. So the medicine cabinet is now clear.
Good.
I still don't feel 100%.
No.
So my question to you guys, will I ever be well again? I go to Speedy.
It takes some time to shake it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we talked about that this weekend when my wife was upset with me for giving it to her, and I started trying to blame the trees. She said, but the trees didn't have a tightness in their chest. They didn't have a cough. They didn't feel the way you felt. See, you must have given it to me because I have the exact same thing you had. I don't think a tree gave it to me. I think you did.
Well, see, it may have just taken her longer to get it.
Right.
Depending on where she was.
There's no doubt.
There's
no doubt though that people are catching it from each other. No doubt. Because it's normally there's not a low grade fever that comes with allergies. I don't think.
Well, you would hope not, Rick.
Right.
You would hope not.
There's an upper respiratory thing mixed in there too that's awful pressure. Now the trees may make it worse or may affect it, but it ain't caused it. I mean, it's a straight up viral problem with some bacteria thrown in.
You know what I think? I think it's a virus going around that's got a overlay of pollen on it. You know.
By the way, if you get your wife sick,
pollen over the top.
Don't ask.
The cough is going on too long. It has to be some kind of viral thing.
Yeah, it's
in everybody.
I think you've got pollen
allergy,
and a bacterial thing that's in there too. Because every time I get on these Z-Packs and all that, it does help. Now it does not get rid of it.
Well, I think when you get your sinuses all clogged up, you can get an infection.
Right.
Those babies got to have air moving.
But if
they empty from the top.
There's questions in life. A lot of them are very scary. Let me give you one of the most scary. If you've been married as long as some of us have. Sherry was coughing and struggling and not low energy, everything exactly the way I felt for 2 and 3 weeks.
Yep.
And I said, well, look, honey, I realize you might have caught it from me, but wasn't it worth it? Don't ever ask that.
Right.
One of our senators from representing the state of Alabama joins us, Luther Strange. And Luther, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right. So, Senator, we only have one segment, so we have a lot to cover. But anytime we have an opportunity to talk to a senator or a representative or somebody that's there on the front lines fighting these battles, Americans are kind of sitting back going, all right, there was an agenda handed to this administration. Now, as we know, our founders, rightfully so, and I support, didn't really like kings. So there's kings can't just come into power and say do this, and this, and it's done. There's a process, and that can be good, and it can be frustrating. But I think at the end of the day, the way they set it up, I'm all for to keep an out-of-control central government from being able to just mandate whatever they want to do. But with that comes some frustration. But the good news is Gorsuch is in as the Supreme Court justice. Now it was a
little nasty.
It was a party, but he's in.
It was a little nasty, but actually what happened was we went back to the longstanding tradition in the United States Senate of letting a president get a vote on his nominee for the Supreme Court. And you don't have to go very far back before Harry Reid and Chuck Schumer and some other people came in and started reinventing the rules. Go back to Clarence Thomas, one of the most contentious Supreme Court nominees in our lifetime. And
Bork.
And Bork.
That was one we should have had in.
Oh, my gosh. That's when it all went off the rails. But anyway, we went back to going with the up or down vote, and he was the most qualified person you could possibly pick. He's on the court, and that's a generational decision.
Right.
And that was, I think, as I've traveled around the country and the state, people wanted to make sure we had good conservatives on our courts around the country, not just the Supreme Court. So that was a huge deal, and I was happy to vote. To allow that to happen.
I put that in the win column. Let me ask you this, though. Historically, we've had these guys that go in who are supposed to be conservatives, with the exception of Thomas, Scalia, Alito, that they tend to drift to the middle over time. Some of the votes that have just broke the back of what are everyday Americans were appointed by Reagan and Bush.
I know. That's one of the biggest frustrations. Oh, man. I mean, it drives me crazy. You can't predict what these guys are going to do. They put on those black robes, and maybe they start going to cocktail parties, and they want to be popular.
Right, inside the Beltway.
I don't think Gorsuch is that kind of guy. He's got a long record. One thing I like about him, he's not from that bubble. He's from Colorado, a normal part of by and large.
Right.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the No Name Studio. Speedy the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us each and every day.
Now, we do a little something called the closed circuit feed every day, and that's when we cut promos and we do stuff for the stations and whatever they want, and we cut those and commercials and things like that. And we were doing the promo for today's show, and Bubba said, catch us tomorrow when we talk about mud, which we've just done, and donkeys. Is that not what you said?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You know, the donkey is an amazing animal.
It is. It is.
It's so many uses and just an incredible animal.
Yeah. Beast of burden.
Yes. We have a close to where we were this weekend. There's a big pasture out there, and there's a stable, and they keep horses and donkeys and I don't know what else out there. Do what?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, Jack. I was waiting on that. It's like one Mississippi, two Mississippi.
And my daughter was there. We had several people with us, and my daughter claimed that she never sees horses in this pasture. All she ever sees is donkeys. Mm-hmm. So I said, Caitlin, I don't believe that's right, because I see horses all the time. People stop and pet the horses. I mean, it's just a real horse-friendly thing, you know. And she said, I never see horses. It's always donkeys. And I just thought that was strange. So we come back by, and sure enough, there's horses out there. So, of course, I said, Caitlin, look at them donkeys. You know, just as a joke. Right. And that became the joke all weekend. Hey, Caitlin, check out the donkeys, which were really horses.
Right.
And she's still going, you know, I'm glad we're seeing horses, but I never saw them before. And I'm like, you know, every time I come by, there's horses.
Right.
I just can't believe you never see horses.
Were you ever worried that she thought horses were donkeys?
Well, I started... You know, that crossed my mind, but I mean, she's about to be a college graduate. I think she knows what a horse is.
Well, but you don't like horses, so she wasn't around a lot of horses.
Well, yeah, I'm not. That's I don't like.
She didn't see them up close.
Well, Rick, let me clarify that. I like horses. I don't like to ride horses.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
yeah.
I don't like to ride anything without a clutch.
Right.
That's why I enjoy UTVs and ATVs and all that.
Yeah.
But no, I only rode a horse once, and I kind of regret that. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
I
bet more than ever now.
Yeah.
I bet the horse wasn't too fired up about it either.
If you could ask him. Did you see the Babylon Bee? There's a horse standing there looking at a really, really large guy. He said horses panic that gas prices will drive heavy people back to the horse. Oh,
that's a good one.
And the horse is looking this big and too, and he's like,
uh-oh. Here we go.
We have a best of bit outside the Titan Stadium where the Nashville police officer was on top.
I've never seen him
riding a horse, and he was huge. And y'all talking about that, it gets gold.
I've never seen a horse so strong.
Yeah.
I mean, that might have been the strongest horse I've ever seen in my life.
It was incredible.
I mean, that guy was huge. I mean, one time you thought that he was sitting on one of those corn-operated horses. That's how small the horse looked. I mean,
oh my God! So
somebody give him a nickel.
So I mean, the running joke then became, "Hey, Caitlin, look at those." Look at those donkeys, which were obviously horses. So we're coming back by one time, and we stop and decide to pet the horses. And the horses are very tame, and they love, and people pet them all the time, so they come to the fence.
Did you bring them a carrot or an apple or something?
No, not really.
Love
carrots. And, didn't have one of those on me, Rick. Don't carry a lot of carrots on me. And
that's what I fed pigs out.
Not normally.
Yeah, not normally. Maybe I should have got a carrot.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they want you to feed their horses.
Do you know,
I don't know if that's...
I never thought
petting would be okay, but feeding might be over the line.
I never
eat special.
I never ever thought that I'd be in the Caribbean Sea with a bucket of carrots swimming with pigs. Never.
So while we're petting horses,
can you tell me? Are you on a road and you stop?
Yeah, where are
and
you?
you lean over a fence? Is that what you?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you near the mud hole?
Yeah.
No.
And is the fence electric?
No, it's wooden.
It's
wooden
okay.
fence.
All right.
So we're petting horses, and all is going fine, but there is a group of donkeys on the hill kind of behind us.
How many donkeys?
Guardians.
12, 15.
Oh, wow.
A bunch.
Wow, a tremendous amount of donkeys.
Bunch of donkeys.
A dozen donkeys?
10 to 12. Let's say 10 to 12.
Night.
Are you saying a dozen donkeys?
I like
Baker's dozen.
Donkeys.
And And Rick, I look up and I can't help but notice that one of the donkeys has begun to dance with one of the other donkeys.
Oh no!
And of course. Of course, I start screaming, donkeys, donkeys, donkeys. And
they're very proud of themselves.
Rick, it's...
no wonder you said after later in the show.
Yeah, well...
Double dick.
Can he go get phones? Because I think I can handle this okay without any meetings or anything. But... The crowd that I'm with has not had as much farm experience as I have.
Can you give me a lineup on that?
Well, I'd rather not right now.
Okay.
But there's some college kids and there's me and Betty.
Okay.
Can I put it that
Are
way?
we cheering
and
the
my daughter
donkey?
Caitlin. Well, it's mixed reactions from everybody. There's some just absolutely stunned. Some of us are laughing. It's just a range of emotions.
Who's grabbing for the phone?
Them donkeys have no shame. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Great.
Educational.
They like to show off too. I'm tired.
Impressive animal too. I'll have to tell you that.
Yes,
impressive
especially
animal.
for them. When you look at their stature, they're not. They're not all that big an animal.
Yeah,
but
it's incredible.
You know.
So we have somewhere we have
But their
to be.
strength is
and
amazing.
there's somewhere we have to
Their
be.
drive.
So it's around lunch, and we wrap up and we leave. Okay,
Right.
so we're coming back later that night, and it's getting late in the afternoon, and and of course we start kind of chuckling about the donkey experience we had earlier in the day. And I don't know why it's funny, but it is. I'm grinning right now. I don't know why.
Right.
How far away were the dozen donkeys? Were they like way far away, other side of the pasture, or close enough?
They were close enough to get a pretty good view.
Closer than you wanted them to be.
And, not in petting distance, but
Gotcha.
the next back. And so we come around the corner, and it's been 3 or 4 hours later, and there's donkeys dancing again.
No, wow.
The donkeys?
Well,
same
out of a
two.
dozen, if you got a dozen,
got
you're gonna
swinging
get a lot.
donkeys?
You're gonna get a lot of that.
Same two.
Well, Rick, I couldn't.
Don't say swinging donkeys.
Yeah. I couldn't. Rick,
I know what you mean.
Yeah. I should have said that way.
Let me pot your mic off. Let me turn it off.
So then immediately everybody in the car starts hollering.
Yeah.
We've got dancing donkeys again.
Right. Wow.
And of course, Betty, she says, "Well, I hope that's not the same donkey."
Right.
And there's really no way to identify the donkey because they all look alike.
They do.
It was his problem. There's 12 of you now. You're gonna have to.
Hey, buddy.
And of course, when Betty
Don't
says
be that
that,
guy.
I almost wreck.
Right.
And but
Well, you don't.
it's just there's just you got donkeys right there on a pretty major road.
Hope it's not the same one.
Yeah,
Right.
there's just a lot of donkey activity in the spring.
Well, if there's a dozen donkeys based on what you described, there's going to be more than a dozen.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, we're going to be adding other donkeys, huh? To the
and
donkey dozen.
I'm not really up on the stats on that, but I was asked what does that mean exactly? And I said,
How do you find dancing donkeys? How? Anything's available.
You better be careful when you search it.
Yeah, you don't know.
So
really,
we had a barnyard educational afternoon.
So it's a little bit of a dirty donkey dozen.
I mean, well, it was an energetic spring day donkey.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Triple D.
Right.
Well, some in the crowd was not aware of.
Oh wow.
Donkeys and how they're built and how
they were amazed. What you're saying is they were amazed.
Oh, they were some people aghast. I mean, aghast. But I don't know. Shouldn't we have laws that donkeys are not on major highways? Rick? I mean, shouldn't we rack them up a little bit?
It is a distraction. It's almost as bad as texting.
I will say this. I think it was worse.
Yeah. All right. There he is swinging.
Oh my goodness. All right, we'll be back.
How about you, donkey?
16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Real world
Right.
outside the Beltway, and so I think he's going to be great. We'll see. He's starting to hear cases this week. I'm going to actually watch one of our Alabama lawyers argue a case before him next week, and so I'll see how he does in person.
You know, I used to go with whatever Ted Kennedy was for. I was against it. I
That's a
go
great
opposite.
rule.
But now we got the Chuck Schumers to look at. You know, so are they really that difficult, or do they play to their constituents, or do they really believe some of that stuff?
I think you put your finger on it, Bubba. They are so manipulated and beholden to the far left fringe. So the leaders of the Democratic Party really today, is my observation, a couple of months that I've been there, are Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders.
Right.
As hard as that is to believe, that's who they look to. Schumer's not really the one, I don't think, that's calling the shots, because take Jeff Sessions, for example, a great friend of ours and friend of mine. He was put through the ringer unjustly, all kind of crazy things said about him, and he had served with these people for 20 years. They knew his character. They knew what a great guy he was, and they were willing to do that all as a show for the far, far left. And the same thing on the court nominees. That's going to be your problem, Rick, coming back. You know, are they going to be willing to compromise? Are they going to use every tool they have to gum up the works, delay? We're already seeing that in cabinet appointments, sub-cabinet appointments. So it's a challenge.
Well, I think the thing that bothers Americans, I'm talking about those of us that are just kind of, we just want to live our lives, we've got our principles and all that, is that there seems to be no consistency. The far left, if roles were reversed, and Obama was president or Hillary would have got this presidency, and the Republicans were gumming everything up just to gum it up. They know they can't win it. They're just delaying. They know that the people have spoken. There's nothing to do about it, but they're just gumming it up, slowing it down. The Republicans and the conservatives would be vilified for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But then when they do it, it's okay.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what really frustrates the people is they're like, look, guys, get over it.
Yeah.
We've spoken. Now let's try this. And if it doesn't work, if this administration is a failure, it'll be run out like the ones that are always a failure.
Absolutely.
You
but
know?
They don't get it, Rick. They don't get that the election, they still haven't gotten over the fact that Trump won. I mean, that's the bottom line. You see that every day. They're frustrated. They're gnashing their teeth. And that's why
we take great pleasure in that.
Yeah. And that's
matter of fact, I got a Trump bobblehead from the Easter Bunny. I really appreciated that.
Right, well, right. That's funny. But I don't have any issue with us going through the process where two different parties and two different opinions try to get as many wins as they can get. But when you're gumming up just to gum up, knowing that it's going to still end up that way, but now the American people are going, let's get on what we need to do. Well, we don't have these people in.
Right.
We're kind of in between still. But I will say this, and tell me if we're wrong. It appears that the things the Trump administration could do quickly have been done.
They have. I think everything he can possibly do, and we've seen it with a lot of rolling back of the Obama regulatory state, everything he can do on his own. He has done that. He has started to do it. There's a lot more to come. There's just where do you start in a massive project like that? But we see it particularly in the EPA, Labor Department, other things that are just oppressive rules that don't do anything to improve people's lives, the environment, or anything else. They just create a massive wet blanket of regulations that are stopping people from hiring, making decisions to invest,
making a pond
in Bubba's yard. Right. I mean, it's unbelievable.
But the
one that gets me.
The American people right now, and this is where we want you to definitely shed some light on where we are, and I think we're starting to see it. There's two biggies that need to be dealt with, and that's our taxation and health care. So, but those two are kind of, it looks like to me, are in order, where one has to be dealt with before the next one can be dealt with. These things, you cannot just come in and drop a hammer and say, we're changing it. Those are two biggies, but what's kind of the timeline on those, or is there one?
Well, I wish I could tell you there's a definite timeline. The repeal and replace, which was the big promise that so many people ran on and the president campaigned on, repeal and replace Obamacare, that did not go as smoothly as you might have hoped it would.
Right.
Just to put it.
Well, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen, and it was very frustrating. It had to go through the House of Representatives first, and you know the history of that. It was debated. They could never get it to a point where somebody could support it, even to get it to the Senate where we could try and make some corrections. I tell you, in the Senate, he's just speaking from my colleagues, they want to get something done that actually fixes the problem, not just moves deck chairs around.
Right.
So if you're like me, and I know you see guys talk to people all the time who have premiums they can't afford, they have coverage that doesn't provide anything, and if we're not addressing those problems, then that's going to take a little bit of time. They're now, what I think has been learned in this process is Trump has figured out I can't rely on just Paul Ryan or somebody to come over here with some silver bullet. I've got to be engaged in the process.
21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. We thank y'all for being with us today. Well, in a kind of bizarre twist after that story, Bubba, thank you for sharing. Mario.
It wasn't as much fun as being stuck in an airport, Rick.
No. I'll tell you what, I can actually tie those stories together right here, but it would not be the best thing to do.
I guess you didn't have the Northerners with you, Bubba.
Yeah, boy. Look at that donkey over there. Holy. You Alabama people are nuts. But anyway, Maury Povich, the show is ending after more than 30 years. And, a lot of people... this Maury Povich thing.
Wow.
At one time, he was like a journalist, and then he had one of those daytime talk shows.
Yeah, he was serious at one time, Rick. Then the daytime, and then it turned into Baby Daddy. Yeah, that's all he did.
Yeah.
And all kinds of bizarre stuff. He fell into the Springer category.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, I didn't know that. Because I never did really watch it. But did it get to the point that all he did was you are not the father?
Yeah, and you had different men fighting on the set.
Yeah.
You had people screaming in each other's face, pointing their finger,
celebrating when they were
You had
cleared.
people who were cleared not to be the daddy, partying, jumping around, and one Greg reminded me did a flip,
turned a flip.
Mm-hmm.
But
What?
Rick Maury but again, he's cashing that check.
Yeah.
But he went the Springer route.
Yeah.
Jerry. Is Jerry still on? I don't remember.
So he was. Is he still married to Connie Chung?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. She was a serious journalist too. She was CBS, and
do you remember that goodbye from Connie Chung?
Yeah, it got a little weird. It got a little
she's
weird.
obviously got
It had to do with that piano or something, right?
Rick,
for
didn't
Maury,
she get in some kind of controversy about a story?
Well, didn't she do kind of a hatchet job?
That's what I'm asking. Bush or somebody?
No, it was the Speaker of the House. Who was it? When the Republicans took the House back over from Georgia. I can't think of his name now.
Oh, that's been on the show.
Yeah,
We've actually interviewed before.
Yeah.
And now I can't think of his name either.
Newt Gingrich.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Greg.
thank you.
Y'all can come up with Newt Gingrich.
I seriously, I thought it was somebody else because I thought
exactly.
no way.
I was about to say somebody else.
But didn't she do an interview with his mom, and she was elderly, and she was like trying to
She pushed her.
get her to admit something. It was something bizarre like that. I don't remember what it was.
And so she kind of
accused her of Asian hate.
Yeah, she kind of fell under shame for a while, and then when she did her exit, she tried to do some sort of in your face
Baker Boy piano thing.
Y'all didn't beat me.
Didn't she
and,
play a piano?
Something. It was real weird.
But for that couple at
And
one
she told
time
Maury he wasn't the father.
to be mainstream, respected journalists, where it ended up is Rick. I don't know if anybody else that's made that track.
31 seasons.
Hey,
it's
that money
amazing.
talks.
It's amazing.
31 seasons.
Remember when
It was a train wreck every show.
The first physical altercation I remember on a talk show was Geraldo. Remember when he had the white supremacists on there?
Yeah.
And they threw a chair at him. Then Jerry Springer and Maury, I mean, they was a fight every day.
Mm-hmm.
Every day.
It was hard to push the line any further than what they pushed.
Yeah.
Well, you and I, Bubba, remember, Greg, you do too. You're old enough to remember. The first one I ever saw was Donahue.
Yes.
Now, this was
Rick, I got
hold his head like you hold your phone and he'd be talking and scratching his ear over here.
The first time was it Joe Piscopo that did the impression of him, and he would dive over aisles to try to get the mic to somebody.
Yeah, because he would run to him to talk to him because they don't have dead air.
My favorite, they'll never top it, Morton Downey Jr.
Oh my goodness!
What a nut!
He was the best. I love that show.
Do you remember when you first saw it? You couldn't figure out what they were doing.
Mad smoking.
Yeah.
My favorite.
And then he fell out of favor when he faked being beat up in the bathroom by Nazis.
Because he drew.
And he cut a swastika in his forehead, but it was backwards.
Yeah.
Meaning he looked in a mirror to do it. Yeah.
Can I ask all of you something? When you want to play victim, why does everybody always go to white supremacists?
Yeah, I know.
I was attacked by white supremacists. By the way, there's not a lot of them out there.
They're great.
I mean, there's still some, but their numbers are not like they're not very good.
No, I would think so.
But anyway, what somebody said, because I keep bringing the same ones up, I can't remember who said it because I want to give them credit. It said that the supply and demand of white supremacists is way off. It's like
not enough to fill the spots.
Everybody wants them, but they can't. They're hard to find, so they keep recycling David Duke.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's that was what Jesse said attacked
Smollett.
him, right?
Smollett, yeah.
So I mean, that's the go-to.
But no,
Well,
Greg,
he's not suicidal.
My favorite, my favorite Morton.
They let him out, by the
in
way.
jail for 5 days.
Hey, they let him out. Yeah.
He's already out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Judge let him out.
My favorite Morton Downey Jr. was that time that guy said that he wasn't going to be around anybody that smokes.
Yeah, he started blowing.
And Morton Downey Jr. kept blowing smoke on him. And finally, he said, if you light another cigarette, he said, well, and he gets in front of him, he says, well, get ready.
And he decked him, didn't he?
He was the most obnoxious person in the world.
And he lit one up right in that guy's face.
He gets screaming at people.
It made Jerry Springer look like a warm-up act.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was the forerunner of the Jerry Springer.
It really
show,
was.
by the way.
Yeah, because Donahue was the forerunner of like your Oprahs and your, your sort of normal talk show, Ellen,
Geraldo,
all that. But then Geraldo took that turn, on the white supremacists,
where you actually had violence in the audience.
and then Morton Downey Jr. He was the forerunner to the Jerry Springer and all that.
Yeah. You got to know your branches.
Yeah.
It's like the coaching branches.
Yeah,
You got to
it
know
is.
where they came
Yeah,
from.
absolutely. And wasn't he a radio guy too, Morton Downey Jr. before the game?
And wasn't his dad like a singer in like the big band days or something? And I think he tried to sing a little bit too every now and then.
And he's kin to Robert Downey Jr.
All right.
Acted about like
right.
But no,
Whatever happened to him? What happened?
He died,
to him?
didn't he? I think he
you're
died.
right. Probably of
But
cancer.
I'm gonna tell you,
of cancer for smoking.
I'm gonna tell you that was the greatest show ever. I loved every minute of it.
You couldn't get enough of it.
You remember when he had the man and his son? They were street corner preachers, and they were in there screaming, carrying on. It was just awesome.
Of course, I don't remember that one, but you do.
Rick, every episode went. It was just so much crazier than the one before, and it's like they couldn't move the line anymore.
Well,
they just run out of things to do.
I know the guy who screamed about pro wrestling is still real to me, but
You're talking about the greatest clip ever.
yeah. But it all fell apart for me when I realized that Jerry Springers and all that they actually have actors.
I know.
And when it left the genuine article, because I know you love the genuine article.
See, at first Springer, I thought, well, then you could tell it was set up.
Well, like Bubba said, how are you going to top what you've already done? So you start getting actors and it's made up, and then because I know what you
Morton
say.
Downey, I mean, they were still real deal.
You forgot we saw Jerry Springer in the bathroom in Chicago.
We sure did.
At the Jenny Jones show, they were actually filmed across the hall.
No, you're 100% right. Jenny Jones, we were on that one.
Oh yeah.
Bottom of the hour, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next at 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines now available.
Rick and Bubba.
And we are going to start getting engaged. And he's got smart people involved, and he's trying to get to a solution, a yes. So I think that will pick up when we get back next week, Rick. I sure hope so.
Well, let me ask you this question, because I tend to oversimplify things, and I admit that. but so I can at least wrap my mind around it. It seems like, first of all, you take the Democrats right now, the far left, you put them. I'm gonna put them over on the left. Put them over here, because you have to say I don't get any of those votes.
Right.
Now you might, but let's just say you can't go in.
You ain't
thinking,
gonna get that.
Mm-hmm. So in the Republicans/conservatives, because we've sadly found out Republican does not always mean conservative.
No.
But in this world, it seems like you have a group that says completely kill it and let's go back to what we had before and then start to work from there. I mean, take all this and do away. Then there's another group that says, well, that's going to look mean and, pre-existing and we don't want anybody to be without health care. And so we want to come up with a plan that doesn't take us back to where we were, but it's kind of a hybrid of what we had, but it's better than Obamacare. But the problem is those that were in the first ones that I mentioned, kill it, and let's go back to what we had and start back from there making that better. Those people are always going to think, if I give in on pre-existing
and I give in on any form of government health care that guarantees health care for people, I'm never going to be able to reel that back in because I know how the government works.
Right.
And those two things will kill health care. They don't see that can ever exist.
That's right. No, you're right. And what gives me some confidence, I hope I'm right in relying on this, but there's some very conservative people in the Senate who are doctors, medical doctors, who get the practical side. You have to deliver. You want to make sure people can be covered. But you can't do it with this government-mandated approach. And what I'm hoping to see, and we never even saw this in this last debate, was some market-oriented reforms, things that cross-border, things that really make sense, that let allow the
free market
work.
stuff.
Free market stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't see any of that, and that didn't make me very happy.
Senator, I've looked at it. Of course, I don't have much skill in this, but I have talked to a lot of people who are really good in the insurance business, who are at the underwriting level and the statistics level and all of that. And they tell me no insurance will work, no deal will work with pre-existing conditions. And if it had, it would have been offered in the marketplace before all this. And the reason it wasn't is because it will not work.
Well, that's the crux of it. How do you provide that? Or do you go out and make somebody who doesn't want to buy insurance buy it to subsidize the pre-existing conditions? But
which is called Obamacare.
Which is called Obamacare.
Right.
Exactly.
And then those people said, no, we're not going to do that.
No, I know.
Right.
Well, you guys are not. You're kind of depressing me a little.
No,
bit.
well, I'm just saying. I see us standing against a brick wall, and how do we get around this? We're not being critical as much as we need. How are we gonna get out of it?
We're actually quoting Bubba's mom and other people of her generation that said you can spit in one hand and wish in the other and see which one fills up first. I mean, I know we all wish that pre-existing.
I know you don't want to carry that to the Senate floor as an example, but
you're right though, because your point is, Bubba, getting back to how you can get to a solution. It seems like everybody that's talking about this on the House side and the leadership group are saying, well, we're going to have to do something about these pre-existing conditions. That's something you're giving to the other side.
Right.
So, and you got to have more than 60 votes in the Senate. Let's just assume you're going to deal with that. Let's offset that with market reforms and other things that actually work in the real world. And that may be your ultimate compromise, because I haven't seen anybody. You see the town halls and people get blasted. Well, we're going to keep these things, these goodies that are so hard to take away once you give it to someone.
Well, that's the problem, and that's what you see the whatever they were calling themselves, Freedom Coalition or whatever. What they're saying is, if we let this go, you ain't never going to reel it back in. We need to kill it and go back to what we had before, and then make that better, which I tend to agree with. Quickly, I know we're running out of time. Tax reconstruction, lowering taxes, cutting taxes. That also is one that's I know it's in the pike, but it's going to have to come.
Does it come after health care?
Well, the original, that's always been the plan.
Right.
But the president was pretty frustrated with the failure of the repeal and replace effort and looked to go on straight to taxes. I think he's rethinking that now because tax reform is going to take a little bit of time, and he doesn't even have his cabinet really all in place.
Right.
So
back to gumming up everything.
Back to gumming up everything. It's a strategy the Democrats are employing. So I think tax reform is going to take a little bit longer, but I think every day, what I can tell, my observation with the Trump presidency is his bottom line, measure of success is he doing something to stimulate the economy and create jobs, and that means helping people out on their taxes, lowering taxes. So that's his overall goal. How he's going to get there, it's not clear to me yet, but that's coming.
Real quick, unfair to leave you with such a small window of time. North Korea, what are we going to do?
Thank you for mentioning that. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, Bub. I'm really pleased to be on that committee. I've seen some briefings that would make your hair stand on end.
I bet.
With what's going on here. My confidence in that.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so let me talk to all of you out there that is having to deal with these fleet cards. For gassing up the truck. Listen to me. It's a brand new sponsor, and we're going to help so many of you out there listening. But we're huge with commercial drivers. You know that.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so I want you to listen.
Think about what they have to suffer through during the other parts of the day.
Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine being out there and our show's over? I had some people yesterday saying that the attempts to get to the Bahamas got them all the way from Atlanta to Birmingham.
Yeah.
So A to B, the letter A, then the word T-O, A2B.com/radio. Now, fuel prices are crazy, and managing your fuel usage is time-consuming. So when you're driving all over the country, your truck doesn't really care, does it, where you stop to get gas? So why is your fleet using a card that only gets discounts at specific stations? Doesn't that hassle you? Well, I can't use my card because I got to find a certain brand.
That hurts.
You deserve to be able to save everywhere you go, and A2B.com/radio is the fleet fuel card that gives you discounts anywhere that you fuel up. And how does that work? Well, I'll tell you why, because it's accepted wherever they take Visa. Now, there are some no's that come with this card, so be ready for that, but I think you're going to love them. No setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fee, no late payment fees, no over-limit fee, and no gallon limits to the amount of discounted fuel. Plus, you build business credit when you pay on time. And if you ever need help, you can call their 24/7 customer service team, who are there to meet your every need. Now, in today's world, folks, you deserve to save every time you fill up, not just sometimes. So join us and apply today, A2B.com/radio. There's no credit check required. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their Zero free card. The website again, the letter A, then T-O, then the letter B.com/radio for a $50 credit. We also have this linked at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So there you go. You're welcome. Glad to have this new sponsor. All right, let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Angie in Auburn. Angie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just got amused listening to your donkey story because one day I was teaching adult Sunday school. So after church, we had this really unique dairy farmer in the class, and I'm just making conversation. I said, I drove by the dairy the other day, and all your cows had these big orange spots on their backside. And he started, yeah, that's chalk. He said, we use that so that we know when the bull has a mount. And he got to that word, and I'm like, oh, okay, I understand. And I'm like trying to get in the hush, he's going to give me the whole 9 yards. So I finally go over and sit down by my husband, and he just leans over and he said, that'll teach you to ask questions, won't it?
Yeah. If you're going to ask questions at church, I wouldn't ask a farmer.
No. That day.
Yeah, because to the farmer, it's just another day at the farm.
Yes.
And
another day at the farm has a lot of things going on.
Right. And wow. So we continue. Chase in Birmingham, Alabama. Chase, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what Henry the Horse thinks about the dueling donkeys.
May find out when the Wheel of Meat spins this week. Patrick, Union City, Tennessee. Go ahead.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
What is your take on the fact that they are repopulating that indigo snake that grows up to 8 feet long back in Alabama?
Well, I think it's a bad idea. I think we should try to kill every snake in the state and be proud of it.
That's right.
I just don't see them in the eco chain, Rick.
Well, there's a lot of places that function without snakes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
They haven't closed up the Bahamas, have they?
No.
Huh?
No.
What about Ireland?
No. Still wide open.
See, we don't need them. That's just, that's just people with twisted minds wanting that.
We don't even have any snakes here. So
I say to kill them all.
So the indigo snake, we're repopulating it in Alabama.
Yeah.
And how big is that son of a gun?
Well, they can grow to 8 foot.
They found one because they hadn't seen them in years, and they actually found one. I forget where it was.
But they repopulated them a couple of years ago, so they think this may be an offshoot of that program. But
how you feel about that program?
Well, I'm against all reintroducing snakes or wolves or any of that business. I'm out of that, especially snakes. I mean, come on, Rick. Our just God took its legs away. I mean, what are we doing putting them out everywhere? Huh?
But that's the indigo.
Yeah, it's a beautiful indigo, Bub.
I told you, I let one king snake pass one time, and I have regretted it every day. Ain't no telling how many offspring that thing had.
Hey, man, that's a good snake, though.
No, it ain't. Tommy Lenore taught me into that.
Did he really?
Yes.
You can't.
Oh, I had it, Rick. You remember I had to draw. I had it. Look, I had the shotgun on it. And he said, "That's a good snake. Let it go." And he was sitting there, pouting about it, and I put the gun down, and told it to go on.
Do you realize though how many?
It was just like that scene.
You let it
Red
pass.
Dawn, where the guy let the brother go by.
Do you remember? Do you realize how many people in their life have some sort of regret, and this phrase comes with it? Tommy Lenore taught me into that.
I know. But now I've killed a lot of them, so the score is still pretty high.
Chuck in Ohio. Chucky, welcome to the program.
12 gauge works real good on
them. Go ahead.
Can't even find them.
Yeah, Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
Jerry was a news anchor in our town before he became
that's funny.
the Springer Show.
Yeah,
He
Cincinnati.
was also mayor of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So first time I saw him, I thought, hey, that's our news guy. And then I was totally shocked by the things he had on there. I thought, this is not the same news guy. So that's his claim to fame for Cincinnati.
Yeah,
he was actually our mayor, and
so he made the big time.
Yeah. It is weird when somebody does something weird and you had some connection to him before that.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
And they were normal in that job.
It's like when Cassio Kid walked on the Tonight Show. For us, that was really weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Let's go to Cowboy. Cowboy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How are y'all?
We're great. We're good, buddy.
So the other Sunday, me and my wife, she wanted to go to Captain D's after church. We went in there. The average age is probably about 80.
Yeah.
We're sitting there waiting on our food. We just hear this old woman singing, "Oh, yeah." She's just walking up and down the aisle, singing in the lobby, starts stopping at every table. Hey, do I know y'all? So I'm like, Lord, please don't let her come up here. So I hear my number called. I go to get my food, walking towards the counter. Well, there's that woman standing by the counter, just coughing, hacking all in her hand. I wait for her to say, does anybody got a lozenge?
Yeah.
So anyways, and I walk up there. She said, hey, sweetie, how old are you? I said, well, ma'am, I'm 35. She said, oh, let me touch your beard. With the same hand, she was coughing in. I'm like, no, ma'am, the only woman who's allowed to touch my beard is my wife. She said, oh, come on. I said, no, ma'am, and I walked on off. And I'm not so sure I didn't feel a little pinch on my backside as I walked by.
Well, you're still too young. When you get older, any pinch you kind of take as you're flattered by.
Hey, is he still on?
Yep.
Cowboy, what general area was that in?
Where you
want to go? That would be good old Alex City.
You know what? I've had the same encounter with her.
She hangs down there at D's a lot.
It was at a different place.
It wasn't Captain D's?
No, it was somewhere else. But I had the same experience. I thought it's strange because we had a pretty large table, and I was telling the story.
I remember this.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember
Did I tell that?
Yeah, you did.
You did.
You sure did.
Yeah, I sure did.
So that's her thing?
I guess so. Because when it first happens, you're a little
caught off guard.
Yeah, because most people, if they butt into a table, they'll say excuse me, or if you say, well, we're kind of in the middle, they'll go on, But she was not going to go. She was going to take over the whole conversation.
I remember that. So obviously she's got some sort of she's got Alzheimer's or dementia or something.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah. Somebody needs to tend to that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. God love her.
Yeah, I know.
Pinch Bubba on that.
Yeah.
Well, no, there wasn't no pinching.
Greg, get in line.
Get in line, pal.
But it's when you something like that happens, you first off you're not sure what you're dealing with.
Oh, look, you think I hadn't
it takes you a second to go.
She's probably harmless, but
I've had some encounters out there.
Yeah, well, you don't know. It's all kinds,
Yeah.
Bubba had to call security that day, didn't you?
Oh, I did get the manager to.
He showed her the wedding ring.
Help her to get out of there.
Ma'am, I'm married.
By the way, I
know I'm sharp, but
I know there's.
Well, we had kids with us, and she was,
colorful,
wanting to talk to them, and I'm like, yeah, we're not going down that avenue today. So
tell me how fine you were.
And when you tell them it's time to move on, they won't leave. That's
and she called
because I'm very accommodating.
So if you're in the Alex City area, look out.
You liable to have a conversation,
right? Did you? That's. Am I the only one though? I understand that this part of the story was really about the encounter with the woman, but all I could think about was, man, when was the last time I ate Captain D's?
I got hungry for fish while he was telling me. Get the extra crunchies.
I know that wasn't the point of the story, but
That's where I was.
right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We obviously, this is not tenable for them to have nuclear capability and
Right.
ability to deliver it. And I was pleased to see General McMaster, who is the real deal. I've gotten to spend some time with him. Make it very clear that we will not tolerate that, because that's beyond anything that.
How do we not tolerate it?
Well,
is there a point where they evolve technologically that we have to launch an attack to stop them?
I don't think anything's off the table, Bubba. I don't. But I think that right now you're seeing active diplomatic work going through China.
Right.
China's
the key to this.
China's the key, and I think China's it's in their hands at the moment.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
Appreciate being
Senator.
here.
Thank you, guys.
We covered a lot in a short period of time.
I appreciate it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick.
So our thanks to Senator Luther Strange for stopping by, and we ran as much as we could run there in the 12 minutes we had.
Don't you wish the Sunday shows covered that much?
Well,
in that short
we
amount
had,
of time.
The only thing we didn't get to was Syria.
Yeah,
but I think we've hashed it.
Well,
out
that's
pretty
a
good.
mess. I think we all know that
I
one.
think he was thankful we didn't get to.
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So we covered that, and it kind of gives you an idea that the system that our founders created is a great system, but it does open up for some gumming.
It's so funny you mention that, because we've talked about it on the show before, but Betty's been watching all these medieval shows.
Oh, yeah.
We had the
About
Tudors
kings and
I
queens
don't know,
and-
whatever she's watching now. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But, and you see the way that these kings acted. And, buddy, they would lop somebody's head off like we would go to lunch.
Right,
I mean,
right.
throw you in the jail, never tell you why you were there. And then you see what we have today, where we protect the accused to almost a ridiculous point.
Right.
And but you see how we got there after seeing the way they used to behave. I could see how our founding fathers didn't want any part of that.
No,
they didn't like the mob ruling either.
And sometimes it can be frustrating, but I will take this over having a dictatorship.
Because you don't get do-overs when you've rolled heads everywhere.
Yeah, there's only one dictatorship I want to be under, and that's the one that's going to be the new heaven and the new earth. Now,
it's not a democracy,
No, it's
and
not.
I am glad of that.
But a benevolent dictator is fine, but he's
Yeah.
going to do it right, and most humans won't. But anyway, so speaking of that, this nut job that we first started this hour asking about, speaking of people who need their head cut off, who is this guy that's killing people on Facebook? Or somebody had asked me about that. Is this in Cincinnati?
Well, they have residents in 4 states are urged Monday to be on alert for a man accused of killing an elderly passerby at random and then posting the gruesome footage of the murder on Facebook.
Come on, man.
Cleveland police warn residents in Pennsylvania, New York, Indiana, and Michigan to be on the lookout for Steve Stevens, 37, who they say may have crossed state lines.
Okay, and it's in Cleveland. The caller a minute ago said Cincinnati, but it's actually Cleveland. So this guy is, this really, if you think about social media, we've had twisted killers.
Oh yeah,
ever since the fall, So nowadays, twisted killers can even be more twisted and use social media to show their twistedness.
Get a worldwide audience.
Yeah, and now here's somebody killing people using social media.
Yeah, it appeared.
He's not killing them with social media. He's killing them on social media.
It appears that he got out of his car and targeted a man who was 74 who was holding a plastic shopping bag. And most of you've seen the stories over the weekend. It's very unbelievable.
Took 3 hours to get it off of social media, by the way.
And
For 3 hours, you could watch somebody kill somebody.
Yeah. And it's just crazy. Now the guy also claims he's killed 15 or 16 other people too. So
I think 13. Yeah.
So he just said, I decided not to put those out there, but know that this is number 13 for me.
Yeah, they're trying to
14, whatever.
They're trying to see if that's accurate, if because they don't have proof of that. But it's pretty bad. It's
Wow.
not good.
And he said that for some reason he's shouting some woman's name and saying that she's the reason this is happening to you, like some woman has treated him poorly and made him a killer.
Mm-hmm. But he also said in his post that what do you say? He's been a beast, or he's been something for a long time, a monster or something.
Right. Well, there's no doubt about that. But they say he shouts some woman's name before he shoots this man and says she's
I didn't
the,
see it.
She's the reason you're getting killed.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he even showed you him warming up to go, showing his target practice.
Yeah.
It's an evil person. Easter weekend. I hope everybody had a good Easter. It was.
It's a great day.
It was a wonderful weekend, and we kind of went in the mode that it was going to be a pretty light weekend, which was good, and it was, and got a lot of rest, which was fantastic. Spent some time together with just kind of the immediate family there in the house, and had a great
Rick and
time.
Bubba's show. We're back. Still to come this week. Wheel of Meat still hasn't happened. Could happen at any time. So be aware of that. Also, we may get around before the week is done of the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. Test your Rick and Bubba Knowledge since you just came off a Best of week. Probably a lot of you heard historic things that you may have never heard before. Or it's like the old hits. You just wanted to hear them again. All right, so as we come back, I guess, would this be Wacky World?
Yeah, I think very wacky.
Yeah. Look
How
around.
bizarre. How bizarre.
It's making me crazy. Every time. That Wacky World.
Rick, have you heard about the Lipstick Bandit?
Mystery girl dubbed the Lipstick Bandit. No, I had not heard of it till Adler had this on the videos today. She is filmed planting kisses on unsuspecting men's T-shirts in a bar, but some of the women are not amused by this.
Yeah, this was on St. Patrick's Day, and you can imagine some of the women showing back up with lipstick all over their shirt.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably not going to go over well.
There goes the bandit.
She's kissing him on the back.
Right.
That's funny. She's getting tickled.
Listen, it's wrong, but it is kind of funny, isn't it?
It's pretty funny. So watch out. All right, so so I guess she's trying to give them some explaining to do.
I guess that's it.
It has her lipstick and lips on the back of your shirt. It's causing a lot of handles for people.
It sure is. Yeah, when they get home and don't know it's on there. How'd the party go? Well,
not real sure, but can it be removed from clothing pretty simply? Does it
I thought you would know that.
Yeah, I started to say you may know more about that than us.
What's wrong with you?
No, well, I just thought maybe you do a lot of laundry.
I just didn't know. I mean, more than just a handle. I mean, does it just come out in the wash? Or are we ruining shirts here?
When we said Lipstick Bandit, there used to be one that got on the baseball film, kissed
That
everybody.
was just the kissing bandit.
The kissing bandit.
And she had
Morgana.
She was
Morgana,
bringing
the kissing bandit.
She was bringing something with her too.
Somebody could have got hurt. Somebody could have got hurt.
She was a big fan.
Put your eye out, man.
Speedy, I'm glad you weren't on camera then.
What?
Your description, it looked like you were describing her and you weren't.
All right, I was just trying to signal to Bubba.
She run out and kiss the baseball
that.
players. This girl, she's trying to be. That's funny though. I think
it is.
Well,
it's wrong, but it is fun.
A lot of women are mad because they said it probably caused a lot of problems with these men trying to explain it. I don't know where that came from, and I think it's a foul. I mean, you can't. Yeah, that's a little reckless with the lipstick there.
Yeah. Be more responsible.
Put everybody in the handle.
Yeah.
Don't you feel like that they ought to know when she does it, though? Couldn't you tell?
Well, in a crowd, you got people bumping into you. You don't know.
Plus, you're probably drunk if you're in a club.
What I think
St. Patrick's.
Your back's numb.
If something like that were to happen, and I was questioned about though with her approach, okay, I would just say, well, it's obvious the person was chasing me.
Yeah.
I mean, I was running away. I was running away.
Yeah.
I mean, look where the lipstick is. Yeah. I couldn't get away from her. She's crazy.
Now, if you said you were working late and you weren't out, then now you're in trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
But with Life 360, I think you probably could be tracked.
Life 360's changed everything for everybody of all ages.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even be in a grocery store anymore and lie about already leaving.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, seriously,
Yep, I'm in the car. I'm sorry.
Hey, forgot the milk on the list. Can you grab that? But honey, I'm already halfway home. Well, it turns out I'm looking on Life 360. You're right there in Publix.
I know.
So you can't even do that anymore.
Tell me how far you'll be
because I've been in this mode because I don't know what it is. I think Sherry has some sort of timer that goes off if I'm running a few errands at the grocery store that lets her know that I've just put my American Express card, ready to swipe, and so she can text me and tell me there's one thing she forgot. How far will you say I'll put the new item on? Will you leave the line?
No.
I think if I'm in the line, it's
over. Game over. If
I'm already locked and loaded.
I try to weigh the handle it's causing if I don't have it versus just going to get it.
Now, if anybody
and most
has
of the time, just going to get it wins.
To your point, if anybody has to get back out, then I'll go ahead
I'm
and
not going
get
to
it.
do that. Yeah.
Sometimes I'll even go to the car with the groceries
put
I
up
have,
what I got, and go
then run back
back.
in there and get that one thing.
Yeah.
I've done that before. I've also done the deal where I've looked the person behind me and said, "Look, I've got all this lined up. I think I can run and grab that real quick before all this gets swapped."
Rick.
And I've done it before.
So you're that guy.
But you always ask. I do too.
I ask.
I ask them.
I ask.
But I try not to get out of line.
But I've done the thing where I go all the way through, pull my stuff over to the side, go get it, and have to come through again. I've done that. Now that one hurts.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
That's a painful
That's a
deal
stinger
there.
right there.
Sure.
That is a stinger.
You talking about when you're 5 minutes from home and it turns
just
into
hurts.
15?
And what is it?
That one hurts.
You were talking about it really does depend what the item is, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's ketchup, I go back.
I heard.
You know,
I heard
they don't
my
know.
mom pontificating on what I will secretly call the good old days. Secretly.
All right.
So mom's talking to Sherry Sunday, and she starts talking about. Well, you just have to understand now. When we were all moms, back in the day, our husbands, they did not help at all. And, of course, my dad's in the car, like that. And I'm looking at him. He's looking at me, and he's like, oh, boy. And she goes, well, what I mean is, they went to work, and they provided. But now, they didn't go to the grocery store. They didn't do – and all this stuff. And all I can think about is, man, they had it.
I know. They sure did.
Who was the person that let this get away?
I know.
Who messed it up for
Who was the person? Who let this go? They didn't clean the house. They didn't wash dishes.
Yeah.
They didn't – I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Didn't cash checks.
How did this happen? Who was the first idiot that lost this?
Who blew this gig?
That must be the same people that, you've heard it said before.
I know.
I mean, they couldn't even vote, and some guy had to let them.
Rick, now,
Well, they didn't even have a vote.
People don't know you're kidding.
They didn't have a vote in that vote.
Yeah.
And we still let it happen.
I know.
Y'all don't see Rick's face if you're on radio.
Yeah.
He's
Do
kidding.
you think retirement had a lot to do with that? Because, used to you just worked till you died. There was no retirement. There was no 401ks. I'm talking about way back then.
Yeah.
And there was no lounging time.
Right.
So now we're in our 60s, 70s lounging around.
Yeah.
And we're thinking, well, I got an hour. I can unload the dishwasher.
Yeah.
Do you think that's when it started?
Well, I'd like to think that maybe we're just trying to do a better job.
Well, maybe. but it didn't start off like that, Rick.
But what I'm saying is it wasn't even considered bad form. That's the key.
You're right.
It's
about
one
that.
thing that it wasn't happening. You kept getting in trouble about it. Nobody expected it of you. Mm-hmm. That's the key. So that's the key to all that. Now, somebody expects it, you're not doing it, everybody gets real mad.
Yeah.
But there was a time when men weren't even asked to do these things. You wouldn't even bring it up.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And how did this get away?
Rick.
Didn't go to one appointment when your wife's pregnant, not one.
There was a transition period somewhere, and I'd like to know where that was.
Yeah.
You see what my wife just texted me? You read that bottom line?
Bubba says, Betty just texted Bubba and said, apparently you're still in the good old days.
Rick, there he is. He's hanging on.
He's a Renaissance man.
He's hanging on.
There he is. That's not his gift, y'all.
No, it's not his gift.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sunday and worship and great food, and we got home that Mom prepared, and it was a wonderful time. Now, Friday, on Good Friday, was a little bit different. We had an active day Friday. You know how, like, you're sitting there and you're thinking to yourself, all right, if I can just get to this point, I'm shutting her down, for the rest of the weekend, but I got to get there. And part of that is what we'll talk to about James. I knew that Friday, we're at this point now, when you have a place to get away in the little family farm that we have, the kids are to the point now where they can, they can get themselves there, they can do all that, but you're really not quite to the point that you're going to say to the teenage boys, well, yeah, y'all just go down there, that's fine. Just, here, you be sure you lock up when you leave. Mm-hmm. You're going to come down there. You're not going to be in every moment of it, but you're going to kind of oversee
Just make sure.
Fly high cover.
So the term was
It
thrown
did.
in to one of our oldest, one at home, and the Big Love, who's now 18, which I know that affects all of us in different ways, how old we must feel. He was going to bring some friends down, male and female, and they were going to ride some four-wheelers, and I had a neighbor on the street that they'd gotten a new four-wheeler, and, hey, Mr. Burgess, when we go down there, and I'm going to ride it, and you bring it on down, that's great. And so I was, going to go down and do my thing, just kind of oversee everything, make sure everything's, like we like it. And my wife said, you know what, I think I'm going to come down there too. We can spend some time down there. My wife is a firebug. And I've talked about this over the years.
She likes fire.
She loves fire, which is why she married me, I guess. But she loves to build a fire. She loves to mess with the fire.
I know people like that.
Loves fire. Okay. Well, they wanted to do kind of a fire in the fire pit when the sun went down. Okay, and all this. So she shows up down there about probably 2.5 to 3 hours before the sun's even gonna go down.
Mm-hmm.
And I see her headed over to the fire pit. And I'm like, well, what are you doing? Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get a fire going. I'm like, why would you build a fire right now? Well, I want to get it going, and then you get the embers.
I understand that.
You get the embers, and then I got some of the stuff we need to burn off that's out here. It's junk anyway, and then I'm going to have the embers, and then the fire is constantly going, and then when it gets dark, there's no building of fires. It's getting dark. It's already roaring. I said, you just want to go play with fire, don't you? Well, I said, look, it's fine. Just say you're here, and all you can think about is getting over building a fire, and you want to go build it. I can relate to that.
I can too. I understand.
And, of course, now I had illusions of grandeur that I was going to fish a lot, and I found out that you're not going to fish a lot if you keep having to tend to things. You're not going to fish much.
Hard to do that.
You know what I mean? And so
you're going to have that.
So we get over there, and of course I brought something that if you're going to do a fire at night, I had, when Sherry's on this women's tour, the Women of Joy tour, we needed some more of her books for her to send out to all the different locations so they can have a table there. So when you go get the books out of the warehouse, they bring it out on this really cool Bubba. I thought about you and you guys that love the equipment. They've got a new little forklift that is, they make them better. It's small, but but it's small meaning it's easy. They literally now can just take it and all the different movements that's allowed and just literally reach out there and set them in the back of your truck, and you never even have to,
Oh, that's neat.
So I've got a wooden crate back there after I've put all the books where they need to, and I'm like, we're gonna burn that.
I start to say they burn good.
Yeah, they burn good. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Uh-oh.
So I go when she comes over there. I'd already been down there before her. Clean everything up, get everything out, getting gas and all the vehicles and all that. And she says, "Well, you've put a big old crate in here." I said, "Yeah, because that thing's gonna burn." I said, "If you want to do kind of a bonfire, whatever, that baby, that'll deliver." Well, she said, "Well, that looks ugly." I said, "Well, we're just gonna have a big fire." I got an old broken chair, wooden chair laying in there.
Oh yeah, you got to
all
have
this
some of
different
that
stuff, and gathered up some wood, and she says, "Well, that's gonna be a lot of fire." And I said, "Well, I know. Don't we want a lot of fire?" So anyway, then now I leave, my beautiful firebug at the fire pit, and now I'm going into, because I said I need to get over here and give an announcement on the do's and the don'ts dealing with four-wheelers and all that, then before we turn them loose. So I leave our fire pit is like you have the barn sitting as you first come through the gate. There's the barn. Well, the fire pit's way over by the pond, probably 200-300 yards away, over there by next to the pond. So it's not like they're close. You look over and the people are tiny over by the fire from where everything kind of derives from, where we're going to eat, and I'm going to do spiral dogs and all that. Because people chant spiral dogs. And so we, and then, you had your first timers, never had a spiral dog, watch them enjoy it for the first time. It brings a lot of joy. So I'm not really paying attention to the firebug. When I left, the firebug is starting fire. Okay. It got a little wind. It's not horrible. You know what I mean? But it's
gusty.
There's a little wind that's cranking up every now and then. And I remember speaking to that for just a minute. You know what I mean?
Wind and fire. You got to be careful.
So the strangest part about it is that she could not get our attention because I had left her with no vehicle, no anything. She's just out there by her fire.
Oh, she's the firebug.
She's the firebug.
And so I remember at one time seeing her run by, you know what I mean? And going into the barn, which I thought, wow, she came from a long way. Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. And we are thankful that you are here for a brand new hour. And we will chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG before we are done. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
While we were away, and I had a lot of people trying to get this to us while we were away. You remember that Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville said that after he was elected, he would be the latest to make the run to get our country to stop changing the clock twice a year and go to daylight savings time and stay on it permanently. We didn't think he had any hope. I did not let myself get very enthusiastic about this.
Right.
Appreciate his effort. Okay. Well, while we were away, the U.S. Senate approved it.
Yeah, he was one of the co-sponsors of that, and now it has to go to the House, and the president has to sign. I think they have the votes in the House because it was a one of the rare opportunities in our country, Rick, where Democrats and Republicans work together for the people.
Well, I think one of the things you got to look at, no matter how you feel about it, we wouldn't even have to hear all that. No matter how you feel about it, do you realize, I didn't realize this, that our country has gotten to the point now we're only on standard time about 6 weeks. I mean, I'm sorry, was it not 6 weeks?
It's about 3 months.
Yeah, it's not very long.
It goes from October to late October to early March or November. I forgot because Bush shortened it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. We've shortened it twice. I mean, it's going away on its own. We're only down to, it's not a very long period of time.
You know, I didn't know it, and we talked about it yesterday, I guess, off air. We've done this before.
Yeah.
In 74.
Yep.
And it lasted 10 months. But they said in some places in the winter that the sun wouldn't come up to 8:30, 9 o'clock. And they said there were some accidents, kids out in the dark.
Of course.
But I'm just saying, I'm not for or against whatever. I'm just saying I had no idea that there was accident time.
I don't remember
They said 10
that.
months.
It actually
Nixon did it for the energy crisis. That somehow it was going to save usage of oil.
Well, look, anything that keeps it from being totally dark at 4:30 in the afternoon, I'm for it.
They said when they first brought it up, 70-something% of the people were for it.
Yeah.
And then 10 months later, everybody was screaming.
Well, here's what
I'm not saying that would happen now.
Well, here's what I'm saying on it.
I just didn't know that.
The thing with the kids, because somebody brought that up, it doesn't. I've said it before. It doesn't really work because what we do to them when we start making this turn. When we go to it before school is out, we go back to daylight savings time again. Is that we have now taken the darkness and renamed it again because we want more light. So then what we do is we take 7 o'clock and call it 8 o'clock, which means we take 5 o'clock and call it 6 o'clock. You see what I'm talking about when we start? So I
really don't need it to stay daylight to 8 o'clock.
No, I'm not worried about that.
You know what I'm saying, though?
I don't care about any of that. What I care about is I'm tired of changing it.
Yeah.
And what I think is a better way to go because of the East Coast and because of those that do have winter, it getting dark at 4:45, 5 o'clock, is for those people, I think it's easier like what we're doing now is you have to go through all this rigmarole to step out of it, because some states have done that.
Right.
Let's all go to daylight savings time, and then if you're a state that you want to opt out of that,
then you could do it.
And do your own thing, then you do it. If you say, well, the sun won't come
Free
up
the
here,
rest of
hey,
us.
the sun won't come up where I live to 8:30. Okay, well, you opt out of it then. That's better than everybody who wants to go to it, what they're having to go through.
Because it's still blocked by the federal laws.
Yeah.
So
To
the
me,
federal laws basically turn it over to the states.
To me, the states ought to be able to do it however they want to do it.
And our state's already voted to go to daylight savings time year round if the feds allowed them to do it.
Right. And for a state that's far east, that's a better way to go because that's better than having to move to Eastern Standard, which I don't think we want to do. Right.
we want to stay on Central, but just stay with daylight savings time.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will pass. I just don't like the whole.
The changing
it just feels
is such a headache.
It just feels stupid.
And there's still a lot of clocks you have to change. Thank goodness some of them are automatic now. But
there one that ain't.
Yeah, it's the board
sitting right here.
Yeah, this one. We had to manually do this one.
What hurts is that when I say the board that we operate on here. Is when you get here early in the morning to crank things up for the day and you see what time it was. That hurts your feelings a little bit. It's like, oh wow, so it's really 3 a.m.
Right? Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So yeah, if I had to go to the if I had to go to the bus stop at 6:30, well, when we spring forward, I'm now going to the bus stop at 5:30. So I'm back in the dark again. So the dark thing really didn't hold up. Yeah.
Do we know when the House is going to vote on it?
What does it say?
Is it scheduled?
Mm-hmm.
Is it scheduled anywhere?
Let me see.
Yeah, I don't. And you know what's going to happen is we're going to get this done finally for the first time since the gas shortage. Okay, which we're going to get this done, and that idiot president is going to go over and not sign it.
Well, Rick, he really needs a win right now. He might sign this one. I think it would be in the best interest of his popularity. I mean, he really needs a win.
Said that it said here 2023 is when it would take effect. Let's see, I'm reading down.
But we've taken another step. That's what's kind of exciting.
I mean, just any movement is just exciting, isn't it?
I mean, when I look over there and I see Rubio talking about it, I'm like, so it's not just us.
Well, he's a Republican.
No, I'm just talking about it felt good to hear other people than Alabama people talking about it.
Yeah, of course.
Because we you and I've tried it. My gosh, we tried it.
Well, it was crazy. Because Rick, I don't know if you talking about Biden needing a victory. Did you see on Monday he was touting his administration's achievements in improving the econoty?
Oh yeah,
but Bubba, in all honesty, he didn't even know what day it is. Yeah. So in his world,
right,
where he has lost grasp of his cognitive skills, in his world, he probably thinks he's doing great.
Oh yeah.
I mean, most of the time politicians do that and they're lying. I think in his case, I think he really believes it.
Rick, he says that his economic strategy is working after inflation rises to 40-year high. He says his plan is working.
Anybody need any proof that he's losing his faculties?
If your plan is working right now, I'm against your plan.
Right. Well, what it may be,
because I'm having to get a 90-day loan to fill up.
Well, Bubba, really, what he's saying is his plan is working. Well, his plan may be working. He may want us to have incredible inflation and want us to pay so much for gasoline that we all go back to riding horses.
I do think some of the left wingers think this is the greatest thing ever for the planet because it'll force people to get rid of oil. But again, we're going to be pumping oil no matter what. No matter what.
There's so many things happening right now.
Because guess what they put around them cells in a battery to hold it together? That'd be plastic. You know where that comes from? Oil.
Do you think people don't know that? Because it seems like people are acting like they don't know that.
Rick, some of the things we have done in this country, I don't know what they
can. Somebody do some sort of all right? Of course, you couldn't get CNN to do it. I'm trying to think something the left would watch. An award show, maybe. Well, we probably can't get it done there. Nobody watches award shows anymore.
No,
not even the left. What is something they would watch?
PBS.
PBS.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we not get PBS to do a documentary that says things that are made by oil, things that we need oil for to continue?
Things.
And they do a whole list of it because you need
oil.
Before you go running oil out on the rail.
Yep.
You need to know how many petroleum products we have, so you know what you're talking about. Okay. And if you want to go drive an electric car, like we said, because it's a better car, or you like the way it operates, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if you think that we can live without drilling oil, period, you're just foolish. And so why not learn about it? Would that make sense?
They don't want to hear it, Rick.
But I mean, don't you need to know?
Yeah. No,
I mean,
they got their mind made up because they read it in a textbook somewhere, and that's it. You're wrong. You're evil. You love Trump, and that's it.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was quite a little sprint. Yeah. You know what I mean? And then, I mean, I'm literally talking to teenagers and do this. Yes, sir. Well, do you know how to ride? You know, it's all the gears are up. Oh, yes, sir. Okay. And I see her go by. You know, one kid comes and say, "Hey, I see some turkeys over." I said, "Yeah, there's a lot of turkeys here." And we're talking about turkeys, and I see her run back by, and I'm like, well, "What is she running about?" And I
mean literally running?
Running. And I should have. You would have thought would have brought my
maybe that should have alerted you.
I thought, man, she's committed to the fire. And then I look under her arm and I see a fire extinguisher.
Oh no!
And I'm like, well, she's got a fire extinguisher. And she looks at me. She said, "Do y'all not see me jumping up and down and hollering at y'all?" I'm like, "You know, we didn't."
Yeah.
And she said, the pasture is on fire. And so I'm like, yeah. And so I look up now, you know, the hundreds of yards away, and I see, wow,
that's a blaze.
We got ourselves quite a little fire there. And the firebug, I guess that crate really did fire right on up. And that's what she said. She said that crate shot off like an inferno. And I said, well, yeah, that would have been really cool at night when we're all standing out there.
Yeah.
And and then you're trying to get everybody's attention because she's like, we may need more help. Water from the pond, fire extinguisher, and all that. And
substantial fire.
Yeah, well, it was at one time. She said at one time, and she said the part that was so sad, she goes, I'm jumping up and down by the pond. I'm waving my arms. Not one person even notices me.
Yeah.
She goes, you're out there, you know, they're trying to be sharp. You get on the four-wheeler showing everybody what to do. I see you getting your fishing rods out, loading them in the vehicle. You're going in, you know, like that. And she goes, trying your best to get over and start fishing. I'm jumping up and down. Literally, if you had seen me when I was trying to get your attention, I was engulfed in flames. And I said, well, I didn't see you. I didn't. How can you not see a fire and your wife jumping up and down? I said, well, you'd have to be looking for that. You know, it's not like you're standing here right beside me. Well, so thankfully, because the pasture is green right now, and we have had, by the time we got over there with everything, I mean, it had gotten out, but it had kind of died down. It hit the green. And
well, sometimes that's good for the pasture.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I said, oh, now you've made us a good area here to sit when we actually do the fire at night.
Yeah.
So I literally.
Don't mind soot on your shoes.
I literally started stomping fire out. Yeah. I mean, it had gotten down that low at the point. But she said at one time it was really going. And she said, nobody, you didn't see me run 300 yards?
When you see it up in the trees, that's when it bothers me.
Yeah. And I said, I never saw you. She goes, I was sprinting across a big open field.
Rick and Bubba.
Awesome.
Congratulations, Randy. Got to see The Case for Christ this weekend.
Yeah, I heard it was good.
Really, really good.
The kids have seen it. Me and Betty have not yet, but we want to.
Yeah, I had that too because the school went. But so Sherry and I have been trying to find time to go, and then we ended up going after church and after we ate. By the way, had the best ham I think I've ever had in my entire life. Yeah, it was the best ham I've ever eaten. And Sherry went the extra mile. She said this should be the best ham we've ever eaten, and it was. It was fantastic. So
was it crunchy?
Oh yeah. Oh, it was just
delicious.
Oh, it was so very good, and not too salty. You know, some of the country hams can be too salty.
Yeah, you can go too far.
Yeah,
I love salt. But
but it was really flavorful and really good.
Wow, Rick, I can almost taste it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah. So anyway, after that, we went out and spent some time together, and then we said, hey, let's go see The Case for Christ, and we found a showing that we could see it. You know, I don't want to be, you know, we always call each other on bold statements. You know, I remember the first time that I was introduced to the book, The Case for Christ.
That's a good one.
By Lee Strobel. It was kind of, I thought, man, this is a great tool because, and they even mentioned this in the movie. I think sometimes when people try to be sharp, as Greg would say, and they think they're so mod by being agnostic or, you know, they use the word atheist, but undoubtedly they don't know the real definition of it. But that means you can prove there is no God. An agnostic means you just don't believe there is, which requires a tremendous amount of faith as well. But
yes, it does.
But this takes on the point that, you know, the Lee Strobels of the world that thought they were so sharp by not believing any of this, C.S. Lewis didn't believe any of this.
Right.
I mean, C.S. Lewis went out to try to say that, this is not true with, the intelligence given to him by God. And then, and he used his tools to find out. Well, this is about an investigative reporter with the Chicago Tribune that, kind of had a rough family life.
Rick, he was a professional at going out and turning these stories over and researching.
And so his wife makes a profession of faith. He thinks that's the worst thing that's ever happened, and it's going to ruin their marriage and ruin their relationship. And he goes out to prove to her that that what she believes is hogwash. And he focuses on what just happened this past weekend. I got going, but the going just got tough. So looking ahead to the week, Willamette still has not spun. Wednesday Bible study returns tomorrow after being off last week. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, returns. It'll be out this weekend after being off last week. And Bubba, guess who we're going to be interviewing at Rick and Bubba University this week?
Well, I've heard rumor, Rick.
Chandler Cox.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we'll be interviewing Chandler Cox.
Is he bringing his scissors with him? I may need a haircut while he's here.
Oh, here we go.
What if he cut
Rick and
my
Bubba
hair?
University this week, Chandler Cox.
Rick, what if he gave me a haircut while we interviewed?
That would be funny.
That'd be gold, wouldn't it?
Awesome. I really need a haircut, though. Can I do
I
it?
do, too.
Yeah.
Well, it's 45 minutes. You probably get us both in.
I'd like to get a haircut from Chandler Cox. So that will be. I've noticed that I'm not sure.
Is he taking on new customers to train?
I don't know. I haven't seen. No, I saw him walk past the door yesterday when I was trying to do better, but he didn't come in.
Do you hide from him? Be honest.
No, well, no.
I know you're a pro at that.
Yeah, well, he's more on
in.
more on the athletes. He's not over with the old.
Okay, he's in the back.
He's not over with the old people.
Well, I mean, this is going to be a big moment.
Yeah,
You know?
Yeah, it will be, and we'll talk about. We look. People become part of impressions on the show and stuff, and it happens.
It does.
And we don't mean to turn everybody's life upside down. So we'll talk to them about it and find out what's going on. So other things that we have not covered today. Now I know y'all talked about this in the early.
Yeah.
But I know we've done all the shifting of quarterbacks and all this kind of stuff. But have we got our shifting of announcers done yet?
Yeah, buddy.
I know.
We're just about there.
There's been more announcers change teams than they have players.
Speaking
here
of Chandler Cox,
Yeah. Oh,
Beth Mowens
maybe that's an option for Fox.
Ooh, didn't think about that.
moving into the Fox slot.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
You're right.
You know why? Because I'm a Stone Cold Fox. Remember that term? Remember Stone Cold Fox? So, so Troy Aikman was leaving Fox Sports to go to ESPN, and now, are you okay, Helms?
Yeah, I did.
Now Joe Buck is going to be there. So you thought they were going to be busted?
The only thing
up.
I do not like about it is Buck's not going to be calling baseball. Now, that's a tough.
Now, why is that?
Because he's just not going. He's just going to do football. He's going to do Monday Night Football and a couple of special things on ESPN Plus.
Do you think, though, for his life, he's glad?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So how much did Troy get? What's he get?
Well, he said 90 million.
90, yeah.
For what? What
5 years, I believe. And Buck
90
got
for 5.
75 for 5 years.
Yeah.
75.
How does Buck get paid less than Aikman when he's the play-by-play guy?
That I can't answer.
Al
Well,
Michaels-
Romo got more than Jim Nance.
See there.
Yeah.
Al
So-
Michaels, the guy they didn't say, but they think it's around $75 million to go to Amazon Prime.
So Al
Rick,
Michaels
they're calling it the year of the color man.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
That's what they're calling it.
We're making good money, Bubba.
Okay.
Don't do this to me.
Just stop it.
So ESPN gets the band back together, okay, with Buck and Aikman. Fox is kind of, they don't know what to do right now. Al Michaels going to Amazon to do NFL games.
Now, what he get?
Huh? 75.
They
Or
say- they say it should be
right.
Now, when you say
It had been
Amazon,
early.
you say Amazon,
Amazon Prime.
so am I able to watch that live?
75
Yes.
for
Oh, yeah.
5
Yeah.
on Michaels.
That's what they haven't
We don't
disclosed that,
have
but they're
the
saying it's
exact numbers.
It's Joe Buck type money.
Yeah.
So, and you like this guy, Rick. Who's joining him? Kirk Herbstreit. That's what's going on.
He's going
there.
to Amazon?
Well, they're
gonna
going to
still do
allow.
his
See, this
college
is what
stuff.
the streaming is allowed to do. They're actually going to let Al Michaels to do a couple of games with NBC, but he's also doing Amazon, and Herbstreit's going to be doing college ESPN and doing ABC and Amazon.
Yeah, he's got two
So-
more years left with ESPN on his contract.
And then Mike Tirico is taking the spot on NBC. He's been at NBC. He's done a ton of golf and Olympics and stuff like that, and he calls a good football game as well. But he'll be Collinsworth's partner. And then, of course, CBS, Nance, and Romo. So Fox right now is the guy. They don't really have a marquee team at this point. Now, Greg Olson's a color guy. He does a really good job, but he's no Aikman.
Yeah.
And then I think the guy's name's Burkhart, who will step into that slot more than likely on Fox. But they got a Super Bowl. They have a Super Bowl next year, and they don't have any big time announcers.
Oh wow!
At this point,
is weird. All right, so they just released now Tom Brady's retiring again and can go to Fox.
There it is.
That's not true.
Yeah.
There it is, kid.
If you'd have said Drew Brees, I might have bought into it.
And he's been with NBC and whatever.
So So Smoltz has got to find a partner for baseball on Fox, and they think that's going to be. I think the guy's name's Joe Davis, and he is he's the Dodgers' main guy. That's probably what you're going to see because he's done some playoff games before. I think that's his name. That may be a big step out for me.
Ooh, step out.
But you're going to hear a familiar voice that would do a game with Smoltz. And then you got to fill this Super Bowl slot in this NFL Sunday. That's a big shoes to fill.
I wonder who they are. I don't even know who's out there.
So
could be an opportunity for Beth Mowens.
Don't mark her off the list.
Here comes Mama to Fox.
They'll be so celebrated.
The Stone Cold Fox comes to Fox.
If 75 for 5 is kind of the benchmark on some of this, it looks like some of them are higher than that, but we're seeing that number a lot. That's $15 million a year.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's over $1 million a month for calling the games. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Not a bad gig.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's only
few months.
It's only $500,000 after taxes, but still.
That's.
I think it'd be okay.
That'd be all right.
Yep.
Doing pretty good over there, Bubba.
We got to work the baseball thing out. That bothers me.
Yeah.
I mean, it really
A lot of
does.
games. A lot of games. It's got to be somebody committed.
Yeah.
A lot of games.
Well, and during when the World Series is going on, Buck had quite the schedule. I mean, he would do playoff games and go do NFL on the weekends, and it was nuts.
Do you think he did? I'm sure he's
got young twins, and
so he won a quality of life deal.
Yeah,
I'm sure he loves baseball, but it's just a big commitment.
Yeah.
That's your big commitment right there.
It is.
And he'll do some special projects, and we'll all love those on ESPN. But it's not the same. The Fall Classic, man. I hear Joe Buck's voice. That's baseball to me.
Is he your Vin Scully of your generation?
Oh, man.
It's going a little far
that may be
there.
a step out. Yeah, but I
did Scully.
I'll say this: when Buck is calling a game, I feel like I need to tune in because something big's happening.
Did Scully ever do any other sports?
I'm sure he did early in his career.
In my mind, he did golf too. But maybe he did.
Early in his career, it seems like he did.
Too, yeah.
Did he ever do football?
I don't know.
That's a quick Google.
I want to feel like he was involved with the AFC games sometime in there with Kurt Gowdy or something.
Just throwing that in there.
in there with Kurt Gowdy.
Listen, I used to love when they used to do Raider games. They were great. They were great.
I love Kurt Gowdy.
Yeah.
So
Wide world of sport.
I wonder if they'll just promote Fox.
Isn't that Trey Gowdy's daddy?
It is. He's got a pointed head, just like his.
Right.
Well, Trey Gowdy's got a weird looking head, doesn't he?
He does. He looks like a Dr. Seuss character.
Yeah, he does. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll come back and we'll chat with you, find out what's on your mind. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why the release last week was the timing that it was, that if you really want to take Christianity and make it a house of cards and have it fall, prove the resurrection didn't happen. If the resurrection happened, it's true. If it didn't happen, it's not. And so he goes out and investigates all the historical evidence of Jesus, his ministry, the crucifixion, and the resurrection, and tries to see if there's a body of evidence that supported the faith that his wife had found. Now, she was talking about she just sensed the presence of God and it changed her life. And, there was an incident involving one of his children, I won't give it away, that, that first introduced the faith to the family in a way that they'd never had it introduced before. And
So I will say this: of all the movies that come out under the Christian title, there's some great ones out there, and there's some really good ones, and we've tried to support the ones we thought were great. There's no doubt about it. And as far as entertainment value and watching them, they're good. But if you're looking at something that is just a tool to say, hey, you don't believe any of this, let's go watch this movie together, I really think it'll resonate with the non-believer maybe better than any I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
As far as that part. Now, as far as there's others that serve a purpose as well, and we've been with those and behind those too. But if you're looking for one that says, I don't really know if I believe this, then go watch it. Or you know someone who has said that. And for those of us that do believe, it'll motivate you to realize that, number one, Sherry and I were talking about this with even things we're dealing with, with people that we love, is that God is patient. Don't give up. I mean, here's a wife thinking my husband is never going to come around. And he goes on this whole investigation. And God, the thing that we, in the Gospel of John talks about this, he will take away your heart of stone and replace it with a heart of flesh. Meaning he'll chip away at that hard heart, and eventually you'll get to a place where you either decide or not. But the movie is really, really well done. So kudos to all involved. Granddaddy Commie.
I don't know if it was the day they founded it or the day he was born or something.
Yeah, the Day of the Sun, S-U-N. And everyone was wondering what would North Korea do because they'd been told by Trump and and even China kind of closing in from the other side, let's behave ourselves now. And everybody was waiting all day long. Then finally, there was an attempt to do something, but it didn't work, right?
Well, they tried to shoot another ballistic missile off, and it blew up right after it took off. Speedy, you may have video of that. It's out there. And, I'm going to tell you, some rocket scientists didn't come home that night.
No, you're right. On the Day of the Sun, you might get away with on an obscure Tuesday.
Yeah. But when you disintegrate a missile that you're trying to impress the Americans and the Japanese and the South Koreans and everybody's on edge, and you're gonna launch and defy everybody, and that thing blows up, it doesn't even work. He's lost face. That's what's happening.
Well, that's the worst.
Yeah, you can't. Losing face is the worst.
Evil dictators, especially of Asian background, losing face is a big thumbs down.
Especially with that haircut.
And if you caused him to lose face, guess who's going to be held accountable for it?
Well, someone will pay the price for that.
Yeah, that person doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, probably two or three.
Anybody near that missile campaign.
Yeah, they're a goner.
So, because
that's the good news. He will eventually kill off everybody who knows how to launch that thing, and it's helping him out. Right.
Well, don't forget too that we had already they'd already told us through an interpreter, which is what evil dictators do, that they were the most powerful military the world has ever known,
sure,
and they would crush the head of the United States if we even made one move toward them.
Yeah.
So.
What I like is if you thumb through some of the national newspapers today, they've even got the target list of everything we're going to hit and what's there and why we want it and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Found out, by the way, Day of the Sun, S-U-N. It is the birthday anniversary of Kim Sung.
The granddad.
Yeah, and it was a holiday since 1968. Was named Day of the Sun in 1997.
So is that when he was born, or when he
is the
official
started
the country?
Yeah, it's Kim's birthday.
So it was his birthday. The guy who won the we're commie up here now.
Well, I guess he was one after that. Maybe I don't know.
Okay, well it didn't.
I don't know how many generations.
The birthday present for Pawpaw didn't go well.
No. My rocket kind of fizzled.
Yeah. And so it was nothing worse than that.
No,
especially with an evil dictator, because that rocket represents so many things.
Also, Rick, a report that has come out today that a former defector from the North is warning Westerners that North Korea has specially trained special forces that will make their way into South Korea and kidnap Westerners if they are attacked, because he says, I was one of these guys.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us today. We always enjoy spending some time together with you. Appreciate you taking time. Somebody say, and the shots ring out. GoodRx.com/Bubba, saving Rick and Bubba listeners and viewers a lot.
and you're welcome. GoodRx.com/Bubba. It's time to stop overpaying for prescription medications. Prices can vary between pharmacies by as much as $100. I didn't know that until we started, partnering with GoodRx.com/Bubba, meaning you're never sure that you don't really know. Am I overpaying for this? I mean, could I get the same thing somewhere else at a better price? I thought it was pretty much the same wherever you went, but that's wrong. Not only will this free service find you discounts, it also compares and finds the lowest prices at pharmacies near you. The big names like CVS and Kroger and Walgreens and more. So now you'll always know what you're paying before you even get to the pharmacy. Even if you have insurance or maybe Medicare, sometimes GoodRx.com/Bubba will beat your copay. So take a look at that before you make a move. Anytime you need to fill a prescription, it's easily checked on their app or website. And remember, you could be saving up to 80%. So take control of your prescription cost, okay? Free to use and easy with GoodRx.com/Bubba. Simple, smart savings on your prescriptions. Also, you can find them at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so, Bubba, I know you're talking something about space. What's this space thing you're talking about?
Earth below us. I think chair wants to close. It's too hard.
Yeah. So, Bubba, be careful with your spaceship over there.
The pad is not as firm as it used to be. I can't float on it.
I love my new office, but there's some in the middle of the floor in there that knocked the wheel off my chair yesterday.
Oh, no.
What is that thing in the middle of the floor in there?
I don't know. It's probably a plug where somebody had the desk and you had the plug under it, and yours is not lined up.
It's quite a speed bump in there.
Yeah, I saw Rick pushing a three-legged chair up the hall. I said, where are you going there, buddy?
Lost a well.
It's we need some of those rolling things too.
Rolling,
those things you put down. But anyway, I think I remember when I first moved in that office, somebody said something about that and says they'll take care of it or something. But that's been a while ago.
Rick, the first Space Launch System rocket rolled out of the Vehicle Assembly Building on March 17th for a countdown dress rehearsal ahead of the long-delayed launch this summer of the uncrewed Artemis 1 mission.
So what is this? Okay.
Is SLS and Orion, and it is outside of the Vehicle Assembly Building for the first time ever. It is giving me goosebumps just to say that, seeing it poised there. This is a historic moment, a big moment. We will remember this day for a very, very, very long time. Again, that's a wide shot we have there. You can see it outside. Again, that iconic Vehicle Assembly Building. We have seen Apollo rockets out of there. We have seen shuttles come out of there. Now it is time for SLS and Orion.
And I was talking to Bill Bussey, and he said...
And while I'm looking at it,
rock back like Willie Ralph.
My shoes are fabulous.
The first launch, Rick, hopefully this summer, will go around the moon and back, but there will not be anybody on board. It will be a test shot.
Okay.
So, it was kind of interesting to me. They're
Nobody
not
on board?
They're not putting anybody on this one, but the very first time the space shuttle flew there.
Put some of the Russian astronauts on the cosmonauts. They'll go.
Well, we're not dealing with the Russians real good right
Not
now.
dealing with them, though.
Rick, that was my reaction when they said nobody's on it.
Well, we just want to see it work.
Right.
Bubba, you've always talked about this.
It's one of the best moments ever.
It's such a nice rocket. I feel so bad for her.
Greg, some of them were wanting to ride on it, and now they're not going to get it. I feel so bad for them.
You've always talked about the marketing, the publicity. The announcing there is, goodness gracious. I mean,
it's terrible.
Do the world, the people that really and truly follow this, do they want a voice like a Al Michaels, Joe Buck, Kirk calling this? We do, but do they?
Yeah, I think.
Or do they get fired up about this?
I think. I think they're studying the rocket more than probably the announcer. But yeah, I think they could probably beat that.
Well, you've been saying this for years. We can hip it up a little.
I mean,
bit.
Listen,
hey, Romo.
Anybody.
We're getting ready to launch this baby, Bubba. I'm going to tell you exactly what they're going to do right here. You see that Mike linebacker, don't you? They're going to throw it, Bubba.
That's where Bubba tries to be serious, and he can't. Sure. Sorry, bud.
But picture this. Yes, indeedy. We'll be launching it up there with no one this time.
Or what if Gary was?
Nelly.
What if Gary was
Nelly.
assistant
And there
coach?
she goes, whoa, Nelly.
Rick, let Gary be assistant coach with that lady talking.
Hey, let me tell you, I wouldn't get in that rocket yet. We're going to send it up there with nobody in it, you know, because you can't just send anybody up in there.
What's Musburger doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're looking live.
Yeah. You're looking live, looking smoking tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably bigger voices out there.
Right.
But
it just doesn't get me
you know,
excited.
I don't know who that was.
I mean, you had me in
Yeah.
the commercial break talking about it, and then I hear that, and I'm like, well, good
What are you
night.
thinking about Beth Mowens?
Look
I
at
don't know that I
that.
can stomach
Please
that.
look at his face over
No,
there.
I can't. But it would be cool to hear a good announcing team doing it.
Well, yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. And
Y'all didn't think
this
that sounded
this is
good?
this is my problem, and I've made this argument for many years. If you try to get to the viewing stand for this, you have no hope.
Here we go.
Yeah.
It's no hope. Okay, they're going to tell. I mean, they were telling us when we went back. When did we go?
A couple months ago, wasn't it?
It was last year.
And you got
In the-
that
in
jacket?
the fall. Yeah, they when it's a good jacket.
It is. I like it.
And they said no hope for the SLS launch. You know, we're so many requests. Well, if you've got that much overflow, why don't you build a big old stadium?
Yeah.
and
Right.
and put them in there in charge and make some money on it.
Yeah.
I don't understand that, why they don't do that, honestly. Straight
And
up.
they got Disney right there. They could get everybody to board a bus at Disney, let Disney handle the promotion of it, shuttle them over there,
Yeah.
fill that stadium up. Everybody has a great time, buy souvenirs, and head back.
Yeah.
Right, you know?
The shiny jackets everywhere.
Line 2, Rick. Hot keyed already.
I just heard it.
Okay.
I'd like to see some logos on the side of that rocket.
Yeah.
Like a NASCAR.
If we'll name a stadium, we'll name a rocket.
Monetize it. Come on.
Well, just to help to defer the cost because it is kind of expensive. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
you know,
every shot
you think
there.
it's hard to fill up a gas tank? Try to fill up a rocket.
Oh,
Yeah.
buddy.
Bubba, you know, we're talking about broadcast. What about you? You're
Why-
a
why don't you
broadcaster.
do it?
What about
No,
if you were the voice?
We're talking about a good voice.
Nobody's
No,
more passionate
well,
about it.
Nobody's more
passionate.
You can put on
Bubba.
that voice you put on when you're real serious about something.
Yeah. Like you were trying to be this segment and it just fell apart.
Well, it usually does.
Well, you're not happy with that announcer. You're not happy with that.
Well, maybe they're trying to get younger people and
that's a
females
mistake.
interested.
That's a mistake.
SpaceX has some real younger sounding people. Even though I don't know. I don't know who picked that. I'll be honest with you. I don't.
I mean,
know
you
what to do.
actually, I'm serious. You had me intrigued, and then we started playing that video, and I was like, I went back to the story
Well,
Speedy sent me in the commercial. break.
Well, that's careful there.
The rocket's set up, but some people in the Iraq don't have rockets.
Well,
such as
you see that you see these prices.
Such
These
as
guys are
rockets.
getting 75 million for 15. Maybe that's why.
Mm-hmm. Would you, if you were the voice, would you make them call you William and not Bill?
No, probably not.
You know
Or
what I
Rocket
think?
Man.
I wouldn't know who they were.
Let's go to
addressing.
William Bussey.
Hey, I go back to this, and I think you'll agree with me,
Who?
guys. I think you'll agree with me.
Is my cousin here?
And that is, I believe that some of those that are knocking down Big Jack, this would feel patriotic to them. Hey, would you come do the call of what they probably say, I'll do
Donate
that.
it.
Be an
Yeah,
honor to him.
I'll do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, I will.
Yeah.
You can even
to
do
me,
some
there's
pre-recorded stuff.
There's
too,
never a
to
better
use.
space voice than Jules Bergman.
could.
Though. You know,
Yeah.
he's the gold standard.
Right.
Love Jules Bergman.
Do you really?
Oh yeah, he was Mr. Space when I was growing up.
Are your eyes watering?
He was on
did.
ABC.
It did. It's like
Is
it
he
was
the one that was?
literally like a faucet.
But is he the one
I
on
thought he
the,
stuck in the mud
on
again.
the Apollo 13 movie that was showing how the heat shield was going to work as they came through?
He's we didn't have
Don't take the squalling.
Bubba's crying.
It's real to him, damn it.
Why is Bubba crying? Because he just got doggone.
Jules Bergman on ABC.
Let me talk about it.
I'm dizzy.
He's the only
The
guy that had
intensity.
models. You know, he had
Yeah,
the
he'd
models. He
hold them
shows
up.
how it worked.
Sure, we remember the model.
So
Yeah.
We
he
could
was
do
a good one. Now y'all would make fun of him.
Perseverance, please.
Y'all would make fun of Jules Bergman.
This could be Bubba's intro.
You know what? Yeah,
We're gonna listen to Jules Bergman when we come back.
He loves him some Jules.
Even with a lot of talent in singing, even with a lot of talent in whatever you choose to do, you still have to put in this hard work. And you need that determination and perseverance not to give up.
See there, that you could have got William Hung.
Where's that William Hung audio he sent, Bubba?
And as your highlight reel, you could start it with Mr. Allen, Bubba. Hey, that's a good piece of work there.
Jules Bergman.
We're here watching the rocket launch.
Heat as they re-enter the atmosphere.
Greg's got his model.
We're on time, so don't be mad with me. Look, I got Mr. Allen with me. Oh, Mr. Allen, no, don't change.
Rick and Bubba.
Right. So if we do anything, they're going to kidnap tourists in South Korea, American tourists.
Yes, that is correct. He said he served in one of these units for over 6 years before he decided to defect. And he said they are designed and trained to slip into South Korea, grab tourists, carry them back to North Korea to hold them as hostages, to put around military bases, and also to use as a bargaining chip.
Now, we're looking right now on RBTV. Now, the parade they had.
Oh, the parade was big Saturday. Did you see that?
Yeah, well, did you
CNN was live there.
Of course.
Good. Yeah.
How's that even? Well, it tells you a lot, doesn't it?
Well, they told them where they could set up so all the rockets would come by. But now, one of the reports that come out, some of the experts have been really looking at the footage of these rockets, and they said some of them are fake. They said the nose cone wasn't on correctly on one of them.
Does that surprise you?
Well, no, it doesn't surprise me.
Right. So North Korea had their parade, and they did they even acknowledge the failed attempt?
No, their media did not.
Don't they just act like it didn't happen?
The North Korean channel did not, Rick.
Right. Hey, did y'all have a failed missile? What are you talking about?
No.
Who said that?
Who said that?
Do you know what that makes me think of? And you're going to know this name just like that. When we were taking over Baghdad and the Iraqi
Baghdad Bob.
Yeah, Baghdad Bob. There it is. He claimed that we weren't there, and you could see parachutes in the back.
You remember Saturday Night Live did a skit with that where he's saying that the Yankees are nowhere close and the guys are parachuting through the window.
Right.
You see them just like rain outside.
Yeah. So
they're nowhere in Baghdad.
Their delusional reporting of everything owns me.
Yeah.
It's really quite hilarious.
Yeah.
And they're just rolling out missiles. Half of them you don't even know if they're real.
And the thing, if they had a serious problem, you might halfway understand it. The only threat is when they keep building missiles.
Right.
I mean, nobody's going into North Korea if they're not a threat to somebody.
Now they said that the message was not just a celebration of the Day of the Sun; it was a message to us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Their rockets don't work. Is that the message I got?
Right.
That's a good message.
Yeah, that's not the message you're looking for if you're going to
it isn't.
fight.
No, it isn't.
That's not it.
No.
And also, when you're dealing with somebody like Trump, I mean.
Well, we got this new guy in charge of the military too. That looks like Bull from Night Court. I think he's serious.
Yeah.
The senator mentioned him earlier. Of course, he didn't use that name. But I did. Yeah.
Right. Well, then you've got somebody overseeing it all whose name is
Mad Dog.
Yeah. Yeah. Mad Dog. That's not a pleasant name.
Well, I think Trump knows too, and I do think his ultimate goal is to really bring about a positive, uplifting, vibrant economy, not only to the U.S. but the world will follow too. But you can't do it when you have these two-bit dictators out, causing problems everywhere. And we need China on board. China's a big economy, and we're very interlinked with them now. And, I think we've kind of passed over that day that, we got to worry about some of these things. Some of this now is just saber rattling. They need to concentrate on other things.
Well, I will say
we got to get rid of that little Chihuahua problem in North Korea.
Yeah, well, it's a real
Chihuahua.
It's a real problem if you're South Korea. Real problem.
Oh yeah.
You got all that sitting right there on you.
That's not good. And trying to be sharp, and even if we're not even trying to do it, could send one out sideways on you. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen.
Well, I think that's what'll eventually get the Chinese's attention. I mean, you can't have a nuclear missile that's spinning out of control coming toward your border.
It's one thing for somebody to have it that knows how to use it. It may be worse for somebody to have it that doesn't know how to use it because they don't know where it's going to go.
Rick, let's look at this. Of the known nuclear powers in the world today, do we have any of them that constantly get on there and say, I'm going to blow somebody else up? No.
Day without him, brother.
All right, so we finally have this giraffe being born. I don't know who in the world wants to watch that.
I saw it.
I don't. I mean,
Good night. Look at that. Rick,
if you're not a veterinarian, why do you want to see that?
But did we miss the date on this thing?
By 2
bit?
months. Bad.
Well, I mean, wasn't it during Christmas? Everybody was watching it?
By 2 months.
February. They missed it by a couple months.
Yeah.
What does it say about our society that 1.2 million people want to watch a giraffe give birth? Why? Why would anybody want to see that?
I'm sure.
Why
Rick,
would anybody want to see that?
I'll be honest. There's some curiosity there. That's a big drop.
Boy,
And,
it was too.
I saw it trying to get up and walk around today. It looks like a spider, man. That thing's all
That's
legs.
a big
you know?
baby.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah.
It's
Moving around
129
now.
pounds.
How much?
129 pound
Yeah.
male calf.
It hit the ground. It was up by the end of the day.
April dropped it.
I didn't see it live. I got to see it like an hour or so after it happened.
Time elapse would be much
on
better
replay.
on that,
Yeah, at least it was all about April and the drought.
Yeah, but I don't know why you.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Well, something weird just happened, by the way. 866 We Be Big is our number. Bubba, I'm just going to warn you before you do what you're about to do. There's a scripture that says, "Don't cast your pearls before pigs."
Yeah.
And why you would want to take this wonderful childhood memory of yours and let these guys ruin it is beyond me.
I know.
Yeah. So you want?
I just want you. We were just talking about voice
Jules
people
Bergman. I want to
and-
hear about the heat shield.
and you comparing it to
Oh,
what
boy.
we just heard.
Here we
and,
go.
So here's a little bit of what I grew up with.
Seem to present any problem. Of course, on the re-entry, the astronauts come back into the Earth's atmosphere, and at that point, Frank Borman has described the sensation inside the command module as being inside a neon tube because things get kind of hot and the light suddenly becomes very evident as they make that scorching re-entry. One of the traditions we have here at ABC News is that just before that happens, Jules Bergman re-enters the Earth's atmosphere with
There he is.
his
Oh,
own
my goodness.
acetylene torch and a
Oh,
heat
my-
shield.
Yeah.
Jules, we're ready for you to do
I
your
told
stuff.
you.
Frank, we've pre-ignited the Frank Reynolds Memorial Blowtorch as part of this demonstration. It will
Little
be
comedy
searing
there,
and
so-
a hot re-entry. It'll begin some 1,100 miles west of the target point, smack over Australia when Apollo 15 arcs in to begin encountering the Earth's thicker atmosphere at about 400,000 feet. And then is when the heat shield, the phenolic
There it goes.
epoxy, a plastic resin, begins to do its job of soaking up the heat. And this model, made from exactly the same kind of plastic, it's a honeycomb structure. It chars away, it physically ablates, and the astronauts will see, as we think Frank Borman did, bits of plastic particle sailing past their window. Let's see if we can reignite this torch. There we go.
Look at him.
And it physically burns up and ablates somewhat like that. Sailing past their window, it acts like a heat sink, cooling down the 5,000 degree Fahrenheit temperature they encounter on the way back in. This, by the way, is exactly what the material looks like. The plastic blocks are filled in here, if we can see that again.
Jules?
Plastic is inserted into this honeycomb titanium steel structure. Frank Borman, did you actually see the plastic and burning as it went by?
Yes, Jules, you could see bits of the heat shield breaking off and coming past the windows, and of course, equally important.
But you just see Jules was so good. He
Jules
always had his
always had it,
models.
yes,
he
he
had
always
he
had
played
it.
with fire. He had a little
yeah.
comedy
Oh, yeah.
as he got pitched to. I mean, he was the greatest space reporter ever.
Everybody in that broadcast had to talk like this.
Well, they were broadcast professionals.
It was really smoking tonight.
Like a
He
heat
did good
shield.
job. She was hot as a heat shield.
Bubba, you okay over there? I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
It's been a while since you've seen Jules.
I noticed one.
When's the
one
last time you saw Jules in action?
It's been a while.
Been a minute.
It's been a while. But you compare that to what we heard.
Well, you got the heat shield.
I mean, Jules is just there's only one Jules Bergman.
That's right.
You know?
Right. You only have a model of the capsule in a minute.
That's right. And a torch.
Yeah.
The
he loved the acetylene torch.
Oh,
as a
yeah.
prop. He loved that.
Yep.
Buddy.
Talking about a prop.
Yeah.
Huh?
Honeycomb.
Bubba,
burn it right up.
To take you now to in a completely different direction, and emotion and feeling, is
Wow, gear shift.
Vice President Kamala Harris is in Louisiana. I don't know what she's talking about. Which is usually
Is
the
it one of
case
those?
when it comes to our vice president. Do you have any idea, Adler, what she's talking about? Does anybody know?
And what is she doing in Louisiana?
She talks about
collective ability to what has been and what will be and what hasn't been.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, here's Vice
Kind of like a
President.
Terminator movie.
Here's Vice President Kamala Harris in Louisiana.
You know, there's so much of what we have achieved together on many levels, but with this bipartisan infrastructure law, that is based on our collective ability to see what is possible, to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, to reject the notion that the way things have always been has to be the way things will continue to be.
A lot of hand signals.
That's the work we are doing together.
Okay. Wow, we got some hand signals.
I guess you needed a little bit before that to fully grasp what was happening there.
Well, the good news is, Bubba, she wants you to know the significance of this infrastructure bill. And
Cue Jules up again.
Yeah, Jules. I want to see the heat shield. Yeah. Bubba, you may not have been worked into a frenzy by that, but I'm sure this will here. So try this one.
The governor and I, and we were all doing a tour of the library here, and talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children.
What in the world? She's talking about affordable, high-speed internet access to rural areas, and that's why she was in Louisiana. And she was talking about, accessible high-speed internet and all this.
Well,
kind
let
of
me
stuff.
tell you what happened.
I wish Jules Bergman had told us.
Let me tell you what happened. I've seen this with public speaking a lot. The only thing she had for that part was the terms, the significance of the passage of time.
Yeah, she leaned on it
and she
hard.
really had not built anything other than that.
Right.
So she kept going back to that building block over and over again. We've seen this before. I never forget that time that I saw this guy preach one time, and he had him a good line, and it was a good line that supper is over. Remember he tell you about that? And he had not really developed the message beyond supper is over.
Yeah.
So the first time he said supper is over, it was kind of big, and then you realize he still had enough time left, and he just kept saying supper is over in different enunciations and things like that. Catch her on significance of time, of the passage of time. That was the line she thought was really sharp, but she really had not thought about what she was going to say beyond that. And she just kept repeating it again. Can you play that one again?
Yeah. Passage of time.
Yeah, the significance of the passage of time. We were just talking about it. The significance, because the significance of the passage of time. And that
Are we just out of speech writers?
Yeah,
what happened?
I don't know. When's the last time one of these politicians gave a speech that moved you?
I mean,
it's been a long time. Here it is.
Look, the governor and I, and we were all doing a tour of the library here, and talking about the significance of the passage of time.
She likes this. Now watch.
Right? The significance of the passage of time.
Two.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children.
Yeah,
Four times.
She leaned hard on it.
And by the way, that's 4 times in 27 seconds of the significance of the passage of time.
All right. Do you guys need Jules Bergman back just to get us out of there?
Bring Jules back, please.
Would you mind?
Get us.
And about 21 minutes from now, at about 15 minutes before splashdown, here's what's supposed to happen. They'll separate from the service module like this, including that scientific instrument module with all those cameras and instruments they got material on the moon with. They separate from the service module at a 45-degree angle. They are heads down, by the way. We couldn't.
Rick, he's tearing up again. Good night. It's amazing.
I'm not tearing up.
Quick, bring Jules back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick